we intend to highlight the research and progress concerning the environment in various disciplines and subjects. This conference will prove to be a platform to exchange views in these regards between all the dignitaries belonging to various disciplines. This motivates also interdisciplinary approach of the subject. Now turning to the core of conference, I would like to request Dr. P.V. Naikwe, organizing secretary of the conference, to shed the light on theme of the conference. He will be clarifying why we have selected this topic to hold conference on. Naikwe sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, dear delegates, as well as all the respected dignitaries. President of dear delegates, one request to all of you to mute yourself. So, President of today's inaugural function, Honorable Sri Sadananji Bhagwat sir, Chief Guest Dr. Jan McGregor from Melbourne, Australia, Keynote Speaker, former Vice Chancellor Professor A.D. Sawant sir, invited speakers, many invited speakers we have in today's sessions as well as in tomorrow's sessions. Khongko Sinhasini, Executive Director from Thailand, as well as Dr. Abhijit from Merck Group Innovation Manager from Italy.
Participant, please unmute.
Can you unmute the participant who is not muted herself? Then our head of family, Principal Dr. Narendra Tendulkar sir, as well as all the delegates from 15 states of India and from abroad who have joined here for the International Conference on Environment Development and Sustainability. At the comments of this international conference, I would like to take an opportunity to focus on the theme of the conference. Dear friends, environment, development, and sustainability represent three integrated issues that form the main ongoing challenge of this century. The goal of environmental sustainability is to rejuvenate natural resources, to develop alternate sources while reducing pollution and harm to the environment. Sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Increasing human population and subsequent increasing demand are resulting into burden on natural resources and environment degradation. According to IPCC and other reports, by 2030, an additional 1 billion people are expected to live in severely water-stressed areas, and global terrestrial biodiversity is expected to decline an additional 10% rate, leading to a loss of essential ecosystem services. So, sustainable development is the thing that we have to achieve in coming era. Sustainable development is a roadmap and action plan for achieving sustainability in any activity that uses resources and where immediate and intergenerational replication is always demanded. To save our planet, we have to minimize depletion of natural resources, promote development without causing harm to the environment, and make use of environment-friendly practices. Considering this view under the guidance and support of visionary like Honorable Bhagwat sir and Tendulkar sir, Botany Department and IQAC of our college is very much active in environment conservation awareness program. We have collaborative linkages with Arizona State University, USA, STEM Institute, France, Mauritius University, Srishti Mumbai, Sahyadri Sankalpa Society, and Climate Action Sweden. We are trying our level best to serve common people by organizing workshops for farmers as well as for common people, as well as we are also providing free consultancy to the farmers by plant health clinic. Then in Climate Ambassador program, in collaboration with Srishti, various environment conservation activities are also organized, like sacred wood conservation, promotion of organic farming, conservation of the biodiversity, e-waste management, plantation drive, as well as promotion of the local food, including wild vegetables and millets, conservation of the local seed varieties of the rice, etc. The main objective of the conference are to throw deep insight into the emerging trends in research in the areas of environment, development and sustainability and growth, and gather support from academia and industry to focus on the welfare of people. To offer an ideal interdisciplinary platform for researchers, students, economists, engineers, and common people to share their research practices, experience in various areas. Dear friends, the response of the conference is simply plain. We have 736 registered participants from various countries. We have selected 134 research papers for oral and poster presentation covering various disciplines. The e-abstract book of the conference will be helpful to the academicians, researchers, scientists, and policymakers to study all the aspects of the environment, development, and sustainability. E-abstract book will be sent to all the participants after conference. We are also planning to publish 2 books of selected papers of this conference by international publisher from Germany. Lastly, I also express my sincere gratitude to the management as well as the president of Devruk Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, our head of family, Dr. N.P. Tendulkar sir, for their valuable support to organize this conference. I am also thankful to Shri Prashant Shinde sir, Tanmay Manjrekar, and Sushti Jnan team, as well as Sahyadri Sankalpa Society, as well as my all dear colleagues who are working hard for the success of this conference. So dear participants, hope that this conference will be very much fruitful for the conservation of the environment and sustainability. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you
another
very
thing
much.
is, as we have completed the quota of 100 participants on the Zoom link, remaining participants are requested to join the conference by the YouTube live. I have already shared the link on the Telegram as well as the WhatsApp groups. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I express my sincere gratitude towards my colleague, Dr. P.V. Naikwade, for enlightening us about the reason behind the choosing this subject particularly for the conference. Now, I would like to request our principal, Dr. N.P. Tendulkar, sir, to deliver his welcome address. Sir, please.
Am I audible?
Hello? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Kale Madam. Thank you, Dr. Naikwade, sir. Honorable President, Devruk Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Mr. Sadanandaji Bhagwat, all the office bearers of Devruk Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Chief guest for the conference, Dr. John McGregor, Honorary Fellow, CISRO, Australia, my teacher, Professor Dr. A.D. Sawant, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, India, Dr. Sinhasani, Executive Director, Bird Conservation Society of Thailand, Dr. Abhijit Satvekar, Lead Innovation Scientist, Merck Group, Italy, Dr. Suhash Shinde, Research Scientist, Texas Tech University, USA, Dr. Mahashish Shome, Postdoctoral Research Scholar from Arizona State University, USA, Dr. Akud Bobai, Head Department of Geography, Federal College, Nigeria, all professors, research scholars from the various universities, colleges across the globe. Once again, I extend very, very warm welcome to all of you. Dr. Meera Kale, she has introduced in brief about our institution. But if through this platform, once again, I take privilege to introduce our institution once again. This college was established in the year 1972 by Devruk Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, which is one of the premier colleges in the Konkan belt. It's a very scenic coastal region of Konkan in Maharashtra, and that too very adjacent to yet another world-famous tourist destination, Goa. This college has earned a special distinction of Best Affiliated College of University of Mumbai, and also recognized by University Grants Commission. This college has earned NAAC A grade from National Assessment and Accreditation Council in the 3rd cycle. This college imparts education for undergraduate programs in the Faculty of Arts, Science, Commerce, and postgraduates in the subject of physics, analytical chemistry, organic chemistry, geography, botany, etc. We are also privileged to have recognition for the PhD programs in science and arts. Now, coming to the formal part of today's international conference, I especially congratulate our faculty members of the botany department, Dr. Naikwade. Very proudly, I would like to mention he is a recipient of C.V. Raman Fellowship to carry out postdoctoral research in the Arizona University, USA. Dr. Bansode and the members of IQSC, Internal Quality Assurance Cell. Also, I extend special thanks to all members of the advisory committee and organizing committee. Dear friends, I believe sustainability concept first came into prominence in the year 1980 in the context of World Conservation Strategy. There were so many issues of global concern like modification of coastal ecosystem, desertification, quality of drinking water, depletion of fuel wood, destruction of tropical rainforests, etc., etc. Many of Earth's ecosystems are already nearing critical tipping points of depletion or irreversible change. No country today is immune from the impacts of climate change. According to our most recent research, climate change could drive 260 million people to migrate within their own countries by 2050, with hotspots of internal migration emerging as soon as 2030, spreading and intensifying thereafter. You will find in India, the water table is falling by an average of 6 feet every year. World Bank report says an estimated half of India's about 329 million hectares of soil is degraded. India will lose all its productive land to desertification within 200 years if the present annual loss of land continues. I believe at least 15 different elements of the climate change, such as Greenland, grassland, and Antarctic ice sheets, have been identified as possible tipping points. A danger is that if the tipping point in one system is crossed, this could lead to the cascade of the other tipping point. If the cascade occurs, then the global average temperature would be higher than any period in the past 1 million years. I believe all of you are aware that, the way the temperature is being changed in Australia in a span of 25 years. Friends, today's conference talks are planned in such a way that it will cover certain aspects of environmental impacts on socio-economic development, complex interaction between development and environment. The main objective is to explore ways and means for achieving sustainability in all human activities aimed at development so as to protect our planet's natural resources and climate for future generations. The change can start with each one of us, with the lifestyle we lead and with the decision we make as a consumer. Through this online platform, I would like to invite you to imagine what the world would be if each one of us make one change towards a more responsible usage of resources. I also hope you use this forum to forge a new friendship and partnership that will allow you to cooperate across the borders towards achieving a world in which we meet the needs of present, as Dr. Naikwade said, that without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In conclusion, let me wish you a fruitful conference and an inspiring day. I hope you will leave this platform with many fresh ideas and solutions to the excessive consumptions of resources at the level of your universities. With this, I thank all resource persons for accepting the invitation and being here to give scholarly inputs to all research scholars participating in this conference. My special thanks also due to unconditional support from the office bearers of Devruk Shikshan Prasarak Mandal to make this conference a grand success. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Naikwade, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. John Gar, Honorary Fellow, CSIRO, Oceans and Atmosphere, Melbourne, Australia, for his inaugural speech. Dr. John McGrath, sir, please.
Well, thank you very much for the kind invitation to attend your conference. I have been to India a number of times and always find the visits most enjoyable and stimulating. I was going to share my screen with a few a few little pictures. I might just do that now. If I can just find where I am. That should be it. Okay. So just a few comments before I give my longer talk. And let me just, there we go. So I've been doing climate modelling for quite a long time now. I'm an atmospheric modeller, not so much on the
Sorry to interrupt you, John, sir. Can you increase your volume?
Or the impact side, but more the physical
Sir,
side of the climate
please
modelling.
increase your volume.
But
John,
I'll
sir.
make a few notes here that climate is changing, and lately
Gregor, sir, you are not audible, sir, please. Sir, you are not audible, please.
Are occurring, which are getting people very worried.
Hello.
The number of hot days has increased. Number of heavy rainfall days has also increased.
Hello, John,
and,
sir.
Less cold days.
Yeah, what happened that he has removed his headphone. Yeah,
and
let
as
it be.
you know, in India there have been changes in tropical cyclone activities with some very severe tropical cyclones, much more severe than in the past. So this conference, I believe, is looking at what we can do to adapt climate change, what we can do to mitigate the impacts of climate change, and also look at the impacts on environment, development and sustainability. Now in Australia we have a lot of these problems to do with land use and droughts and everything, but we are seeing many more extreme climate events, but they are not really unexpected. We've been predicting them for quite a long time. When I started in climate modelling back in the early 90s, we did simulate some extreme events, but we were more worried about the mean changes and how that might affect crops and sea level rise and other things. But we did see, we were forecasting that there would be these sort of extreme events, but not till a long time off, we thought, which seemed like 2010 or 2020, but we've arrived in 2020 already, and indeed these extreme events are occurring. So recent instances are of wildfires in Canada, Siberia and Australia, very large fires, some very big floods in Germany, China and Australia, and I'll show some pictures of that in a moment, and tropical cyclones in India and other places. So in Australia, in December 2019, we had a very large number of bushfires covering the country. There were hundreds of fires, and the news items reported they were blanketing the country, and the size of the fires was the size of Australia's the size of US or Europe, but 5 million hectares of land burnt during that fire, which is 5 times the size of the Amazon fires and 50 times the California fires. And here are a couple of pictures. These are on the coastal areas, and one of my daughters with her family was actually holidaying nearby at that time, and they had a great difficulty escaping back home along with a lot of other people. It was hard to believe that such severe fires could occur. And in March, and even now, there have been extreme floods, unprecedented in much of Australia. This is along the east coast near Brisbane or south of Brisbane, and the top right diagram is showing the accumulated rainfall in that area, and the red area is extremely heavy, and there have been rescues by boats, and the small city of Lismore has been essentially wiped out. And I have another daughter living in Lismore. She's fortunately on the hilly part, so her home is safe from the floods, but many of her friends have lost their homes, and the stores she visits are all out of business. And you see the streets of the Lismore in the top left corner, and the whole town has been underwater up to roof level in a lot of cases. In the bottom right corner, there's a cow sitting on the roof of a building, I believe, escaping the flood. And we've just heard today that the flood was a couple of weeks ago, but the rain has come again and the flood is resuming. So it's some very severe events. In my talk in a little while, I'll be talking about how we can model climate and such events, and the atmosphere. Atmospheric models have combined all the airflow and clouds and water transfer and fluxes to and from the surface, and we have a biosphere which we must get input from to affect the atmosphere, and then the model also affects what occurs in the vegetation and the biosphere. And we also need an atmosphere ocean coupling to an ocean model and ice coupling. And I'll just show a diagram of how we model the vegetation and canopy. So on the left, there's what's going on inside the trees and grass and vegetation, and how that gives fluxes to the atmospheric part on the right-hand side. And I imagine we'll hear other talks during the conference on this aspect. And the final one, we also need hydrology models if we're going to find out how floods are occurring, and so we have flow into rivers and along rivers and runoff, and the top right we can see interception of the canopy, the precipitation, and how that makes its way to the surface and into the soil, and how that also feeds back to the atmosphere. So that's my introduction, and so I wish you all the best for a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you in detail in today's afternoon session. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request our President, Honorable Sadanandaji Bhagwat sir, to deliver his presidential address. Bhagwat sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. I congratulate our college, our very efficient staff, the principal, for arranging this conference on sustainability and many other related topics. The world has seen the pandemic and its severe effects on humanity and nature. Today, this conference is being held when Russia has attacked Ukraine due to power hunger and other political reasons. Such conferences, they become academic in nature most of the time. Its practicality and its practical effect needs to be given equal importance as far as driving the public opinion is concerned, and also creating the political will among people as well as rulers of at least democratic countries. Dictatorships in the world are too many. We have to generate such power other than academic power to force the dictators as well as elected heads of states to change the attitude of development and progress, because development and sustainability most of the time they are considered as oxymorons. They are opposite to each other. So we have to understand the nature and to develop the world or to develop our region, we have to use nature as the source of development. So if we develop nature itself, then only human development is possible. Human greed has taken control over everything else. So we have to have this opinion creation as far as such conferences are concerned. So we have to make a roadmap as to how we can educate the public and create the political will that will only be able to change the way we want to change the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are really very much thankful to you, sir, for your presidential address. You have always been a source of inspiration and motivation to all of us, including organization of such a conferences. We assure you our best efforts making the conference successful. Thank you, sir. With the kind permission of President of today's inaugural function, I hereby declare the inaugural function to be over. We are now moving to the technical sessions of the conferences. Dr. A.D. Sawant, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, India, will deliver his keynote address. I call upon my colleague, Dr. Sagar Sangpal, to take the charge and introduce Dr. A.D. Sawant, sir, and conduct further proceedings of the conference. Dr. Sangpal, sir, please.
Dr. Kale, madam. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce today's chief guest, Dr. Professor A.D. Sawant, sir. Dr. A.D. Sawant, sir, is a well-known academician and eminent scientist. Sir has held several administrative positions like Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, Joint Director of Higher Education, Mumbai, Government of Maharashtra, and the former Professor in Chemistry, Institute of Science, Mumbai. Dr. Sawant has born at Wada, district Palghar. After early education, there, sir has obtained his BSc from Patkar College and MSc and PhD from Institute of Science, Mumbai, University of Mumbai. He joined as a lecturer in chemistry at Institute of Science and rose to the post of professor in chemistry in the same institute. After doing research under the legacy of an eminent professor, Dr. B.C. Haldar, soon he established a strong school of research in a field of nuclear, inorganic, analytical, solid state, and environmental chemistry. Sir has guided 26 students for the PhD degree and published more than 150 research papers, out of which 87 research papers are in foreign journals with high impact factor and high citation index. Sir also has published article in Encyclopedia of Analytical Science published by Cambridge University. Sir has executed 17 research projects, including one from IAEA, Vienna, Austria. The research work of Dr. Sawant was of applied nature. Sir has developed several analytical methods, which was significant contribution to the field of chemistry and were used to pollution studies, mainly of aquatic ecosystem of Mumbai. The research team of Dr. Sawant sir studied and reported many dreaded pollution issues. His research on toxic metal studies was pioneer and exposed dreaded pollution issues, including lead pollution at Dadra Nagar Haveli, which further resulted in introduction of unleaded petrol in India. Contamination of fish, and aquatic ecosystem of Mumbai. As an administrator, Sir had made landmark contribution on Shikshan Shulk and Admission Committee of Professional Courses. He was member of writing Private University Act, Law University Act, amendment to the Maharashtra University Act as a pro-vice chancellor and vice chancellor of the universities he worked. Sir has brought out landmark changes and reforms in administration and development of infrastructural, including establishment of new centers during sesquicentennial year of University of Mumbai. While he was Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan University, Government of Rajasthan appointed him as a chairman of high-level committee for restructuring and improvement of higher education. Sir has recipient of several awards from many organizations. He is engaged in transformation of technologies for rural development and leads to many academic delegations to overseas countries, including an invitee to many international forums and conferences. Currently, Dr. Sawant Sir has worked as a director, West to Energy Research and Technology Council, and India chapter of Columbia University. Also, the Vice President of National Society of Friends of Trees and the President of Society of Clean Environment. Sir also is a Chief Trustee of Institute of Science Golden Jubilee Trust Fund, an advisor to many institutions and members of authorities of many universities. It is proud privilege to our college that Dr. A.D. Sawant Sir is with us as a chief guest for today's international conference. Without any delay, I invite Dr. A.D. Sawant Sir to deliver a keynote address. Please, sir.
Sawant sir, namaskar. Hello.
Sawant sir, over to you.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, very clearly.
And
Yes.
can you see my presentation slide?
Yeah, it's very much. It's a proud moment for me also.
Oh, that's okay. Good for you. But I'm running around, time adjustments, preparing lectures and all that. And I was so happy to hear our chief guest, John, and John has hinted us what is going wrong all across the world, including in his own country, Australia.
Sir, could you please add the volume little? Volume little.
Am I audible?
Little increase, just little.
Can
You
I
are audible, but
increase
still
the volume? Am I audible?
You may have to increase little intensity.
Volume.
थोडासा आवाज अजून वाढला तर म्हणजे बरं वाटेल.
पुष्कर,
बाकीच्यांना येतोय का आवाज व्यवस्थित?
पुष्कर.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
सर येतोय.
आवाज
येतोय?
येतोय क्लिअर सर. येतोय.
हा, sir is okay. Sir is okay.
It's
Okay, sir.
okay. Huh?
हा, yes is okay. Okay.
So, dear Principal, Dr. Narendra, and Chairman, the Chief Guest, and all organizing committee members and dear participants. This is a sudden call for attending your conference and give you a keynote address. And you know that professor of chemistry myself, looking at the status of the issues of the environment made me plunge into to do many aspects or handle aspects of the environment. And principal knows that his institute was the alma mater pioneer in starting the environmental issues, talking and monitoring. We were the first to tell at least our country, if not the world, as far as toxic trace elements. river pollutions, and some issues of climate change, including alarming people that radioactive fallout of Chernobyl and other accidents, so on. Friends, now it really worries me when John showed some slides of state of affairs in Australia. Is very close to or equal to that of what we have been seeing in Kolhapur last 2-3 years, And I was for a moment confused whether it is the slides from the Australia or from the Kolhapur, because of the flood. So issue is that already mentioned in inaugural talks of principal and the convener and the John, climate change is happening very badly. Before I move on the slides, I must tell you that efforts are being made to regulate the things. If I just tell you about the Kyoto summit of 97, can anybody answer saying that yes, we have taken care of carbon emissions? No. Combustions of fuel at low temperature so that there is a less of the carbon emission? No. John rightly said that even the photosynthesis takes a lot of water. We all believe that a lot of afforestation means water conservation. But you know that the trees, they intercept the rainfall, they help in percolations and holding water, groundwater. But at the same time, 12 molecules of water are required in photosynthesis with 6 molecules of carbon dioxide. And then you require a lot of water for the trees to undergo photosynthesis, So it's a win-win situation, And the industries having the emissions, automobile having emissions and all that. So carbon footprint, though we're talking, we have been not able to. Let's go to the Montreal Protocol of 87, 10 years before. The Montreal Protocol did not see the realities of CFC reductions, So this is how the problems are, with regulations that we make, and we have so many days to observe, and wetland days to that of environment day to that of so many other things, But as a result, we see the disasters on rise. Pandemic we have seen. That is the culminations of the mismanagement of environment, Resources are depleting. Urbanizations are going in a very wrong way. Are we all not responsible for this? It is a process to think very seriously and just not the talk, and we call it lip service. The climate change, believe me, is very fast, and the pace of restoration is very, very slow. Now you can take a cue from this, and I'm not able to move slides. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir. Please.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay. Now you can see some hiccups at the connectivity. Hopefully it will go well. So I have put now the hotspot. So a change in the statistical distributions of weather pattern, when that change lasts for an extended period of time. So no matter what the corrective measures we have taken, this is the ground reality. You can see the pasture, green pasture on the one side, and you can see I have a lot of pictures and slides of my last month tour to the industrial side, where I can see only the right hand of this slide and not the left hand. There's no time, otherwise I could have shared those industries, how emissions and adjoining trees have been killed. Authorities are not in a place to do rectification.
Sorry
What are these
to interrupt you,
processes?
sir. Can you view the presentation mode, because now we can see the editor mode. So,
Now, the significant causes of recent climate change. I will not elaborate much on the biotic process, variations in solar radiations received by the Earth, and plate tectonics and volcanic eruptions. These are natural calamities, but the factors causing climate change, the focus lies on human activities resulting into a global warming. But how many of us, even at the laboratory level, are taking care that we don't put any molecule which is highly responsible, we don't put into environment which is highly responsible for the ozone depletion resulting into global warming. So the cooling protective layer is also we have not spared, which is much above 35 to 45 kilometer. Forget about what damage we have been doing at the ground level. So recent and ongoing rise in global average temperature near Earth's surface, as you all have mentioned, and we have also collected good information, mostly by increasing the concentrations of the greenhouse gases. So GHGs, greenhouse gases, is the most important to be care about, and it is a real monster that what you see all the warming, and we have been receiving the warning that going to have very heat wave like. And so these absorptions of these and emission of radiation and thermal infrared range that affects the obviously temperature very badly. So this is the situation vis-a-vis that climate change and the ozone. So this protective layer is being really cut off like, and is punctured like, all these molecules. And when it is punctured from the troposphere to go to the stratosphere, we'll find that we at the troposphere have been badly affected because of this. So this phenomenon, for everyone to understand, a common man, that how it will be affecting is not only scientists and technologists and the governments and the IPCCs like and international UN bodies, but it is unless we educate and tell everyone. My factory opposite my house doesn't care about the noise pollution, doesn't care about the emissions, doesn't care about the how much gas is consuming and the emissions like that. And it's happening all around, and we see the resources that we have been living around. Our own rivers, our own wells, our own farming, our own consumptions at the home. I mean, it is going recklessly. So it's not a responsibility of ours, the educated one, and the NGOs like us. We have been working last 30 years. 30 years before we have told government that how rivers have been badly polluted. Now people go up to NGOs, up to Supreme Court. There are directions from that. But rivers around the city I've been living into, I hardly see any improvement. And with that, I see that he was talking about 30 years and why at least the Mithi River, which flows amid the city and flooding and having so much of the garbage receiving, not naturally or from rainfall, is all we people have been responsible and throwing it. And administration not coming into, no matter we have provided all the technologies, STP, CETP, sedimentations, percolations, and desalinations or desilting, everything we have. And you can make a sump and then take care of separately and then discharge. All the regulations we have given. And I will tell you that out of 113 CETP plants in industries in Maharashtra, hardly 2 or 3 are working. We can see near Vashishti also what is happening, or Tarapur also. If this is doable also, we have no mindset to do it. Other day I got an order of a closure of a factory to disconnect the power supply and water supply. And they said wait for 48 hours, and 48 hours they knew is going to be MSCB strike. So I don't know how long strike will go. The government's order is not being implemented. It is not responsibility of MSCB. but also by the factory owner himself. He should not wait for MSCB to come and stop the power supply. He himself should stop operating the factory. Now, these people are running the industry for, say, national wealth, the GDPs, revenue earning. But at the same time, you are hampering the public health. Maybe it is becoming suicidal or even so harmful that people cannot be restored back to the normal health because aluminum poisoning, and people don't understand. And if this is the situation, that tell me every industrial area, MIDCs or government of India sectors is a matter of serious concern. And nobody will shout and come on the street and agitate, And you can see this temperature change, rise in temperature, atmospheric CO2 concentration is touching to our required about 372 and it's going beyond almost close to 400 and average surface temperature. This is surface temperature rise, Now this rise in temperature of a surface means a lot. Little rise in temperature can result into your vanishing of the first layer, second layer of a soil which holds the water and the carbon. And with reduction of a carbon, there is a 12% with 1% loss of the moisture. See, all the situation, we go on waiting till we see the dry lands and the crops are no more. So look at the trend. And I am not very hopeful about it can come drastically, though in the last slide we can see what climate change that situation we want to achieve and whether it will be achievable, So John has said about this, so I will not repeat much about the greenhouse effects, thermal radiations and solar radiations, in and out and direct radiation. So this is the process. Now here comes the technocrats, engineers and the physicists, They really have to work hard on that, this radiation business. And so that your radiations coming out, the kind of cooling effects can be introduced into, the scrubbing effects can be introduced to the emissions of the SPMs, which will be also radiating the radiation. So all that matters, So we are waiting for whether you can take care of these greenhouse gases. I told you the water vapor also, which is intercepted by rainfall and trees going by transpiration, photosynthesis and transpirations, gives a lot of water molecules into the atmosphere, but those are different molecules freely floating into and maybe resulting into a formation of the free radicals, depending upon what atmospheric compositions, And your carbon dioxide, once emitted as a carbon monoxide, to become carbon dioxide takes 110 days. Even during the monsoon, it's not easy oxidation. So unless you have the mechanisms like that, not to release carbon dioxide directly, but carbon monoxide, but it has to be converted. And the simple things that the carburetors that your cars also, we have been not able to take care to throw out carbon dioxide instead of carbon monoxide, But this is how the public awareness that every action that we do in and out of the house and office working place is responsible for all this. And so is the methane, nitrous oxide, and ozone depletions and the CFC, one molecule of a CFC will destroy 6 lakhs molecule, at least 3 to 6 lakh molecules of the ozone. So you can see the potential of the CFCs. So though they are very small in concentration, but the potentials of the damaging or destroying the ozone layer is tremendous, So the CFC phasing out Montreal Protocol in 87, I don't see real impact of it that's yet, And so it continues to be, and they are not able to issue any regulations saying that how it can be really phased out or it is stopped, World is not going to die if you really stop producing of the CFCs, Let people tolerate non-cooling effects and say that how the life has to be sustainable, Now we go to the power generation scenario. Why? Because this is one of the very important source of the like coal gas, diesel, you can see all total together, then hydro and other renewable, and you can see the subtotal. So the percentage comes to so small to that of the thermal sources of production of the power, And when we talk of optional things, then people, there's a hue and cry without understanding what the scenario is. And if you do not have power, you start shouting. There is a load shedding, industrial production goes down. It creates an unemployment and so many other things start happening. So you want to ask for everything that you need, but you are not ready to go for options. Maybe they are slower at the slower pace, but you want quick electricity productions. There are super quick electricity production methods, but we don't want them for fear created into the minds because we are not technocrats. And so we yield to the political pressures and public pressures who are not techno savvy, and there's something seriously going to happen if this source of energy is explored into. So this power scenario is the main culprit. Now, can we all think of every day to save a kilowatt, if not megawatts and all that, a power consumption? If all of us to learn to stop the lights at a home, except when you are reading and after having food, entire house is well illuminated, Your consumptions of some sources of electricity at year, that is requiring 10 to 20 kg of a coal to be combusted to produce 40% fly ash and using all other radiations and menaces, So if each house takes care of that, 10 to 20 kg of a coal can
Sound, sir? Hello, sound, sir? You are muted, sir. Please unmute yourself.
It is saying, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah, another thing it is, sound, sir.
Sorry.
Now we can hear you. But another thing it is, your presentation as well as lecture is always very interesting. Today's one is also very interesting, and all the participants are also enjoying it. But yeah, due to time constraint, we have to complete it till 11:15, sir. Yeah, so that means you have 15 minutes more.
I know, please move this window away from shared application. I don't know what this caption comes to. I believe I have given time from 10:30 to 11:30, but I can finish it fast. That's why I made it a little longer lecture. But I don't know, please move this window away from this shared application.
Yeah, it is not from our end, sir. Maybe
my end, even if it doesn't bother you,
yeah.
I will take care of,
Yeah. Okay.
So,
thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
and this is a very important slide for you all living in Konkan. Look at thermal power stations and nuclear power. We have 7 plants in operations in India, and we wish to construct a nuclear power plant because it is a clean source of energy. But people think that it will be like a nuclear bomb, And having experience of managing nuclear power stations in India, unlike 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and all that, those accidents. So far, we are very successful in running the nuclear power stations. So we'll have to go for again win-win situations, and option for going for nuclear power, which 87 to 90% power is met with requirement made in European countries, and they have prospered. And we have such a serious fear of nuclear power plants, and so we are not willing to opt for it. So it's a question of mindset, whether you want a clean energy or you want a polluting industries or shut down industries which can give you a lot of problems. Our transportation is a responsible reason, but then I don't see there is any steady state of the vehicle in any city, town or village. They are ever rise, and bullock carts are phasing out rather than the gas emissions getting phasing out. So this is how, this is a real scenario. In fact, I said collected few slides from my, in my village, I don't see any bullock cart. So it must be same with you. And everybody has a four-wheeler, whether they need it or not. It becomes a status symbol, and they run around for a very small work. Take out the vehicle, one passenger vehicle moving in the city of Mumbai or anywhere, So this is the serious situation. And so all that leads to the greenhouse gas emissions, and you can see what are the factors responsible from everything, industrial processes, power stations, transportation, agriculture sector, pump out any amount of water, don't go for drip irrigations, land use, biomass dumping. All corporations are full of the municipal solid waste. There is so much apathy and no urgency they feel, except by passing the regulations, appointing officers, doing inspections, and issuing warning and all that. All the cities in India, 150,000 tons of municipal sewage is generated, taking over hundreds of hectares of the land for the dumping on the site, which will be continuously emitting out and leaching out the pollutants in atmosphere and into the water bodies. So all that is happening, So all these processes of ozone depletion due to the power generations and tremendous use of the energy in all sectors that I just indicated, the depletion continues. And then question comes to CFCs, halogens and methyl bromide, carbon tetrachloride. Have you able to stop even using carbon tetrachloride? Or have you modified your syllabi, which will not use carbon tetrachloride and methyl chloroforms or these solvents, which are responsible as a part of CFC, So these emissions are responsible for climate change because of functioning of the ozone layer, and all the life at the bottom we can see is resulting into these emissions. So unless you have everything at the bottom, you can see it is in your hand, including recycle, But it is, again, I said, the lip service. We talk, we study syllabi, and then we have the meetings. But the executive meetings to resulting into instant solutions, that's not happening. And that is how you see the health impact, and the pandemic is one of them. No matter how many lives have been lost, I don't know how serious it is. And still we boast upon that, yes, we could control the pandemic, but then we are not talking seriously whom and how much we have lost, So same is this issue. Other day we were talking about the groundwater, World Water Day, and so many issues, including that resistivity measurement in Konkan, Ratnagiri, my fellow friend did, and then we have the borewell explorations at the places where the water cannot be stuck, and still government sanctions those, and real knowledge of how to you can strike the groundwater, when, how much, and going for aquifers, There is no scientific lobby in administration, nor there are even NGOs equipped well with, all this. And so issues of controlling the climate change, to me, it is the most difficult task in the developing countries, but more in the developed countries, and situation is almost same everywhere. And the solutions for climate change, if you want, that if we can achieve something. Now 215 is gone. We could not achieve that, and even 222 now it is. So there is no fall into these emissions, like, you know. So solutions for the climate change quickly, I'll finish in a minute or two. As you said, by 11:15 I had to finish, but before that I'll finish. So developed countries must make cuts of 40% of their emissions, which were at 99 level, and by 2022. This is gone. I purposely have been showing this. So where are the governments? When are the global regulatory authorities and the country-wise? You know, we have been not able to achieve what was for which we spent so many meetings, and 2022 is gone. And so replacing these dirty fossil fuels, growth of emissions must be stopped. Tropical forest and all those special funding mechanisms, at least we can go in for replacement of this, and reject false solutions like nuclear energy. I put a red question mark. Now this is the mindset of people who have been thinking anti-nuclear, you know. And so fossil fuels against that. But you see, the carbon emissions is more in the countries where there is no greater use of the nuclear energy. So it's a win-win situation again. So there are n number of, if somebody says that what can we do, we can see the technologies which can clean the water. And I don't see, with all technologies available, I don't see any of the river around my city of Mumbai has been clean enough, you know. Good that we have catchments on the top of it, you know. So the nuclear fission helps generate electricity, but you know that fission fragments, if taken care of, is tremendous source of energy. As far as India is concerned, we have safe operations unless somebody gives a threat like what is happening in the war going on, you know. Again, those situations are man-made, you know. So the carbon sinks we have been damaging very badly, not opting for going for a nuclear energy, so that CO2 emissions will continue the moment you burn the fossil fuels and all that. So you can imagine that you'll have to prepare for something, you know. The options that is, and 900 megawatt nuclear power station in Konkan. I've been so strongly opposed to that, you know, and it is operating in Tarapur, very 20 kilometers away from my village. I didn't oppose it, and I'm living safe. All of us are living safe. We only monitor sometime. We do a lot of precautionary measures. We start shouting about if there is kind of the pollution going on, you know, and that is not happening so far, you know. So this is how the mindset has to be prepared. You have to prepare for the worst in situation that is everywhere. While you are traveling, taking flights, you are living, and there can be flood, there can be pandemic, you know. But if you don't want to take anything that somebody shouts about is risky methods of getting energy, I'm not for it, you know. And so unless these things are done, I would say that the people like you and coming from the region where so much anti-lobby for industrial development, I am not in favor of industrial development. It has to be for sustainable. It is to be done sustainable. So my talk is, I have the friend's factory in Canada, and not 1 ppm of fluoride comes into the colony, and it is operating amidst the colony by Dr. Lakshman, and again a student of my own institute. And you can see one can control the pollutions, like, you know, you can control the reactors also. You can't afford to have the radioactivity coming out of the nuclear power stations at Tarapur. But that is being done because we know the dangers of nuclear activity. Equally, we have to understand the dangers of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxides also, and other emissions also. Why don't you take them as seriously as the nuclear radiations coming out? Yes, you have more fear of a nuclear radiation. Have a fear for carbon monoxide also, and carbon dioxide, because it doesn't bother you immediately. You inhale so much of the gases, toxic materials. You take so much lead into your blood. You take so much aluminum into brain, and you suffer silently. Nobody knows that you are suffering because of the emissions coming from the industry. or the isotopes or heavy metals you are taking from the food chain and the water. So all these issues are happening, and you are very happy that getting a clean water from the city of Mumbai, because it is done, chlorination is done. But do you know that chlorination will result into formation of trihalomethanes, and these trihalomethanes will give you cataracts and cancer-like diseases, So you will not blame that the chlorination being done there. But some activity coming out from the nuclear power station, there will be hue and cry. But these silent players who are not having a better technologies are damaging your health everywhere, and you don't have it's not easy to get the debt for the cataract because of you have been damaged, retina damaged because of a lot of radiation. You don't have a time. No doctors will tell you have the mercury poisoning, lead poisoning in the blood, and your heme synthesis is stopped because you have taken a lot of the blood lead. Nobody will talk about it, and people have no time to know this. People have no time to listen to this. People have no time to act upon it. And administrations in a place, you can see these oil spills. Nothing new. You have seen in the Konkan, you have seen in Mumbai. We can see where all the islands around where the tanks are there. Your entire sea is covered with these oil films spills, and then a lot of killing of algae and food for a fish, and the water quality, sedimentation. So this is scenario at Mumbai. From the flight, we can see how many of this cover of the blooms have come into the oil spills, into the sea. So we don't even bother for minimum treatment of sewage that you are throwing up to use into such a pure Arabian Sea and aquatic bodies, and including the rivers around Mula, Mutha, and now you call people and asking for how you can clean our weed rivers. I'm telling you, it's difficult to happen that even Mithi where I'm not able to clean. So friend, this is what I wanted to say, that the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it, Someone else will save it, And all of us don't want to do. I do practice environmental good ethics at my home, even at my farm, using water, using food, all that. But will everybody do that? If we can take that oath in today's conference, I think certain amount of emissions can be stopped. With this, thank you very much for giving me opportunity and sharing my views and concern rather for this. So it's up to you. First thing, I want to see the college with not a piece of paper lying anywhere here. I want to see the college. They don't keep the taps open. They recover water and they use it for their gardening. They are using minimum lights and not putting them on one way not necessary. So if you can practice this save energy in your college, you can have a good feather in your cap for this practice, as you can prepare a model, and you can take a survey of yours monitoring that how much consumption has gone down and how efficiency the budget has been saved, and how the cooling environment you have failed, how much water that you save. So you have a water audit in your college, you have energy audit in your college. And if you don't do that, then I don't think it's useful to talk about the sustainable development, So development of educations and the manpower and the triggering their mind for something better will initiate with. And they'll remember why principal sir told me, save water. Why principal told me don't throw half the glass of the water, which is treated water. Why sir told me to put up the lights when not needed at institute or at a home. So when they will grow, when they'll become engineers, they'll be real practicing engineers, and they will not allow any pilferage or any bad practices even during their services also. So this, I would believe, if we can sensitize the students and teachers in our own institution, and at least manage the energy and the water, I think we have achieved a lot in this conference, Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sawan sir, for your knowledgeable lecture. It was very informative. I have also seen some of the messages on the chat box as well as my personal account that, this lecture, it was very informative as well as useful for all the participants. In the lecture, in this keynote address, Dr. Sawan has given the focus on the causes as well as the potential impacts of the climate change. Then he also discussed solutions for the climate change, and he has also given the knowledge, the information regarding the technologies to combat the climate change. Thank you very much, sir. In
No,
spite of
before
your
that, I must add,
yeah.
you have seen, I was a government officer,
Yes, yes.
class 1. I stopped cutting the trees on Cattle Road. I could have been suspended.
Yeah.
I stopped the fertilizer plant at the bank of water river Vaitarna. I could have been suspended. I collected my kit, took the PhD students to Dadra Nagar Haveli and could get the Hindustan Alloy Manufacturing Company closed, which were throwing the battery waste and lead waste, aluminum waste into the environment, leading to 400 cattle deaths. And I was still in need of the job. I didn't care for that for the sake of the environment.
Yeah.
Now, will your people also do that and will not have fear to act upon anything nonsense that is happening about? Some industry is throwing something around your water sources, water bodies, your land and agriculture. Somebody is spewing the poisons in around your village. Will you come forward and take the kajal with them and fight for it? Starting from fight against your sarpanch,
Yeah.
and then the authorities. Please do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. So great visionaries like you, as well as the government officials and common people must come close together for the conservation of the environment as well as to combat the climate change. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, because in spite of your busy schedule, you have accepted our invitation and delivered such a great keynote address. The second session is of Dr. John McGregor. So I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Ranjit Bansode, sir, to give brief introduction about Dr. John McGregor. Bansode, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. All distinguishing guests, participants, Principal Dr. N.P. Tendulkar, sir, my colleagues. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. My colleagues and student friends, good morning to all. I am Dr. Ranjit Bansode, and it gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. John McGregor, sir. Sir has obtained his PhD in computational fluid dynamics from Monash University. Sir has been conducting research into atmospheric model development and dynamically downscaling for over 40 years. He worked on several climate and weather models before developing the DAR-LAM, limited area atmospheric model, then CCAM, variable resolution global model, which is used as a several institution for climate downscaling. Sir's research interests include model development, model intercomparisons, dynamical downscaling, numerical techniques, and physical parameterization. He is presently an honorary fellow at CSIRO. So I request Dr. John McGregor, sir, to enlighten the participants. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much again. A pleasure to be here virtually. It'd be nicer to be here in person, of course, but virtual is good also. So this talk, I will talk about what's in a typical high-resolution climate model, give a few of the details and a few results towards the end. So I think probably the audience don't know so much about what's in a climate model. So a climate model is a simplified mathematical representation of the Earth climate system, and there are four main components: the atmosphere, land surface biosphere, the oceans, and polar ice. And the ability to simulate the system depends on how well we understand these. Whoops, sorry, I'll just tidy up my screen. I want to get rid of. Oh, that's better. I couldn't see all the pictures. And we need to understand the physical, chemical, and biological processes such as clouds, currents, radiation, and Dr. Savant in the previous talk discussed some of these things such as radiation and how the greenhouse effect comes into it. So the climate modelling started very first models were about 1965. So it's been going quite a long time. It's gradually improved, and computer power has increased greatly, and we can now represent better many of the processes in the computer models. Some of the processes are still quite tricky. Ocean modelling still needs a few improvements. Modelling of clouds is difficult, both from the radiation point of view and the precipitating point of view, and there's the improvement is needed in many aspects, really. So the atmospheric model has a grid covering the Earth and a number of vertical levels, something like 20, 30 vertical levels, taking you to very high in the atmosphere. So the radiation is very important, and we have long wave coming down, or short wave, I should say, short wave coming down, the yellow line, and we have long wave coming up, which is the reddish arrows going up. But we also have moist energy or latent heat transport going up, and rainfall coming down, and fluxes into the ground. And they're so this is a picture of the atmospheric boundary layer, and that's where we live, in the boundary layer near the Earth's surface, the bottom 1,000 metres, say. And there are many exchanges of energy, and I've got a picture here of vegetation, trees and bushes, and there's the various arrows show long wave radiation going up and down, latent heat flux going up, sensible heat flux going up or down, cloud processes, and a number of soil layers underneath it. A model like ours, we have 6 soil layers going down to a depth of 3 to 5 metres into the rooting zone of the vegetation of the trees. So each time step of the model calculates these exchanges of energy, water and momentum, and the radiation balance is calculated usually about once every hour, because that's a fairly expensive computation to do the radiation. And the vegetation affects the albedo, the amount of light, the amount of radiation taken into the Earth's surface. Now, in vegetation, I showed a drawing like this before. We have this green structure which represents the various impedance type effects for the fluxes going from the surface and into the atmosphere. And there's a stomatal resistance, a light intensity, vapor pressure deficit, leaf water potential. And in these models we have many vegetation types, maybe up to about 40, including crops and forest, all with different characteristics that are used by the model. And trees, as I mentioned, can draw moisture from the very deep soil layers. I'll just see if I can get rid of the top of this screen so I can see everything. I don't think I can. I can't see the top of my screen, but it doesn't matter too much. So the coupled GCMs are what we use in the IPCC reports for simulating large-scale future climate change, and there have been several large groups of models performing that task. There was CMIP3, then CMIP5, and the most recent is called CMIP6. The resolution of those coupled atmosphere-ocean models has improved with time, but it's still around 100-kilometre grid size, and that's it's not bad, but it's too coarse to resolve steep orography, coastline details, complex land use, or capture the small-scale extreme weather events. And a way to get to the finer scales is there is statistical downscaling, but the preferred method, I believe, is dynamical downscaling, and that's what I've been doing for some time now. So this is carried out by having the coupled GCM, which is run first, and that's used to drive a finer scale model in some way at finer lengths. Now, the early model that I was developing in the early 90s was called DARLAM, and that's a limited area model we used for climate modelling. And that is a model with a grid. It was quite fairly coarse then, 125 kilometre grid, and it has a boundary. So there were, I don't know, 100 by 100 grid points, something like that. And at the boundary, you take information from the prior coupled climate model simulation. And that method has been used very widely, and a lot of groups still do it that way. But there are some issues at the lateral boundary, some reflections and mismatch between the physics in the different models. So what we have moved to at CSIRO, and a number of other groups do this, is to use a global climate model, a whole globe, but we have variable resolution, so you have fine resolution over the region of interest, which might be Australia or India or wherever you wish to have the resolution. And the advantage there is you don't have any lateral boundaries, you avoid those boundary reflections. The limited area approach assumes that there's a flow, a flushing flow which gives you the information from the coarse model. We don't need that, and that we would expect that should give you better behaviour in the tropics. And also you save on data sets, and the whole process is more efficient computationally. If you like to have conservation in these models, and that can be enforced properly with this variable resolution approach. Now, the coupled GCMs themselves, they've progressed over the years. For a long time, they used a latitude-longitude grid, and I show one here. This was from the UKMO some years ago, and that's all fine. But you'll see near the poles, the grid points get very crowded, and that gives you wasted grid points. And there are also computational issues from the crowding of the grid points and handling flow over the poles. And as a result, many modelling groups have moved to a more efficient quasi-uniform approach. And the two main approaches used are a cube-based approach, and that's shown on the left. And here you draw a grid on the cube and project it onto the sphere. So you have 6 panels, a fairly uniform resolution at each grid point. The other approach is to use an icosahedral grid, shown on the right. And there are a number of groups that do that approach. For quite a while, the icosahedral group had more followers, but recently the cube-based grids seem to be taking over in popularity for a variety of reasons. So what we have at CSIRO is a cube-based model, and the original grid's the top left, devised by Sedorny in France back in early 70s. That's not quite uniform, so you can transform it with a simple transformation to the bottom left-hand corner, equiangular, although the grid lines are not orthogonal there, which is a little inconvenient. But there's a grid of the top right, which we use, CCAM, conformal cubic, and the advantage there is that all the grid lines are orthogonal, and so the equations are relatively straightforward. It's a little more crowded near the vertices, but we can get around that problem. Now, taking that grid with its 6 panels, we can move one of the panels over the region of interest, such as Indochina, and then we apply a zooming transformation. It's called a Schmidt transformation, and that zooms in to give 20-kilometre resolution in this case. So the original grid had 200-kilometre resolution, but by this zooming it's 20 kilometres over Vietnam, and on the far side of the globe it would be 10 times coarser, which is 2,000 kilometres. And we've used that grid for some studies over Vietnam with 20-kilometre grid, driven by a prior simulation, as I'll describe in a moment. Now, a few technical terms. I won't go into details. Because the grid points do get a little crowded near those vertices, we need to use some method that can handle flow over several grid points, and that's called a semi-Lagrangian method. And so we have what's called a 2-time level semi-Lagrangian semi-implicit method, which allows you to use large time steps and gain good efficiency. Vertical advection, there's a total variation diminishing, which is more accurate. I'll show the grid staggering in a moment, and it's non-hydrostatic if you're familiar with that, and there's all sorts of numerical features which handle flow over the poles and over grid points and so forth. This shows the how the grid points are located on the 6 panels. So the variables are kept at the dot points, which is at the centre of a quadrilateral cell, and the velocities are kept there as well normally. But during part of the computation, we handle the atmospheric waves, and that's best handled if you stagger the winds to the edges of the cell. So you see the U's and V's are shifted to the edge. We have a technique called reversible interpolation that performs that in a very nice way and gives very accurate wave behaviour for gravity waves and other atmospheric waves. Now I'll just describe the downscaling methodology. In the top right-hand corner, there's a standard type of coupled GCM. This was called the Mark III GCM, but you tend to get some temperature biases in the ocean temperatures. Coupling the ocean atmosphere is still a bit tricky, and you tend to get some biases. So what we do here is we are going to drive CCAM by those ocean temperatures and the sea ice, but we do a bias correction of those SSTs, or sea surface temperatures. So as I describe here, we take the corrected, bias corrected SSTs, also variance, which corrects for any biases in El Niños or La Niñas, and then we run a uniform or quasi-uniform 100-kilometre CCAM run, like shown in the bottom left-hand grid, and we run that from those SSTs, and we do a full atmospheric climate run with that, and that will be for 100, 140 years, something like that. And that run then drives the stretched run. So there's a grid I've shown there, 14 kilometres over northern India, and we use that for some preliminary experiments. And as I mentioned earlier, the resolution is very coarse on the other side of the globe. It's fine over northern India here, but over the other side it needs some assistance. So the simulation on the left assists the solution on the other side in the coarse region by what's called a digital filter technique, where lengths of a certain coarser than a certain amount are produced more by the prior uniform resolution run. Or just a little bit about the physics in the model. in the left-hand column. There's we need to look after precipitation processes. We need to look after precipitation processes, and we have a cumulus convection scheme for doing that. And the water vapour has liquid and ice phases, and they're also handled carefully, and they determine the clouds in the atmosphere, which then feed into the radiation scheme, determining the radiation reaching the surface or going out as long-wave radiation. We have parameterization of the turbulence near the Earth's surface, and we do have a vegetation model. We use a model called Cable, which has a canopy treatment, and we use 6 layers for soil temperatures and moisture, and 3 layers of snow if there's snow on the surface. And we also include direct and indirect aerosols. Just a diagram of the cumulus convection scheme, which is one I've worked on a lot. And within a grid cell, we represent these processes. We have an updraft on the left of inside the cloud or cumulonimbus. It entrains at the lower levels, or it entrains and detrains. We have subsidence in the environment. We have a downdraft, and there's detrainment and moistening, which the falling rain moistens the environment. So it's quite a tricky thing in itself, the cumulus parameterization, and that's very important for achieving good behaviour in the monsoon regions. An interesting little example here is we did some runs over Sydney and southeast Queensland, present day, doing a 50-kilometre global run going down to 2 kilometres over Sydney and Queensland, and looking at the extremes in rainfall produced by the system. And we show that 95th percentiles, and compared to the Australian observational data set for rainfall. And the top here is the southeast Queensland, the topography is the left one, observations in the middle, and the modelled rainfall, the 95th percentile rainfall. So I was even surprised that we can capture those extremes so well. This is present day climate for 20 years. And the bottom is over the Sydney region, and again topography on the left, and then observed in the middle, and simulated 95th percentile rainfall. The peaks are about 22 millimetres per day. We've done quite a few downscaling projects, and here I show a few domains. Top left is over Indonesia, of the Lombok type area and Sulawesi. The big picture on the right is a big Pacific Island project. We ran globally at 60 kilometres, and then we put 7 fine-scale domains on top. There's New Guinea and Samoa and Fiji and so on. And the 60-kilometre run drove those in the manner I mentioned earlier. We do a lot of work with South Africa, and that's in the bottom left corner, some domains there. And one of our first projects was down the bottom for Tasmania, the island south of Australia, where we ran at 8 kilometres and 14 kilometres, and that was used to provide guidance to the Tasmanian authorities. The Pacific Islands one is a bit interesting. Here I'm showing the rainfall change from future to present, and the 60-kilometre run. You can see the regions where it's getting more rain and less rain, and on top we've put the 7 small domains, and you can see that broadly the response in those small domains is similar to what's going on outside the domain. but you do pick up a fair bit of extra detail within that 8 kilometre subdomain. A little example from the Indonesian runs. So in the top left-hand corner is the stretch grid, which was down to 14 kilometres over Sulawesi Lombok region. There's the map showing the top right, what it looks like in an atlas, and the topography in the bottom right. So there's some quite steep orography there and a few volcanoes. It's an interesting domain, and it's a region which has a lot of sustainability problems, and it's not a prosperous region at all. And just an example from that is just showing the rainfall month by month for 4 of the stations, Jakarta, Bandung, Denpasar and Amphenon, which is on Lombok. And we do the purple is the observed, or the light purple is the observed rainfall month by month, and the dark purple is the simulated. So we do capture the annual cycle of rainfall reasonably well, and the biases are those orange lines going below the curve. We've done a number of projects with Vietnam, and there was a large project where we downscaled to 10 kilometres and 20 kilometres over Vietnam, and this is showing we used a 50 kilometre global grid on the bottom left for our Corsa solutions, Corsa runs, and then we went down to 10 kilometres, and we're looking at tropical cyclone behaviour, and they did a lot of analyses of number of rainy days and sequences of dry days and that type of thing. So we did that for 6 GCMs, and then we downscaled to 10 kilometres over Vietnam. I won't show any Vietnam results for that, but those 50 kilometre runs, we had a look over India at the time, and the 50 kilometre runs showed these rainfall changes in the future. This was for June, July, August, September, the monsoon season, for a high emission scenario, RCP 8.5 from the 50 kilometre run, and it's at CCAM driven by 4 of those couple GCMs, and showing these are showing basically some increase in rainfall over India, but they all seem to show a drying over Myanmar, that sort of area. We also did some downscaling to 14 kilometres, only for present day as a pilot simulation, and the edge panels are showing the observed IMD rainfall. So the monsoon observed is the bottom left panel, and next to it is the 14 kilometre simulated CCAM JJA rainfall. So that run was doing quite well, we think. The other seasons are not bad, although DJF we seem a bit wet in the northeast. And since I was attending a conference in Nepal at the time, we showed the precipitation over Nepal, the observed in the top, and the CCAM 14 kilometre precipitation for Nepal in the bottom. We're a little bit light on with the precipitation, but it's not too bad. Then I'll move on to a recent project. We've had some intercomparisons over the Southeast Asian region, Indochina, Indonesia, Philippines, and we've carried out a number of 25 kilometre runs together with Friedel and Tangeng and a number of groups in that region. And for this project, we used three different coupled TCMs, and then did a 100-kilometre CCAM run, and then down to 25 kilometres. And this is the 25-kilometre grid over the region. It runs quite fast. It does about four years per day on the computer at that resolution. And then one of those runs was we've downscaled to 5 kilometres over Indochina. So the 100-kilometre run drives this 5-kilometre run. So there's a close-up view showing every 5th grid point. So there's plenty of grid points there, but it's a bit too crowded if we show them all. So every 5th one, and that was C150, which means 150 by 150 on each panel. And again, that ran quite quickly. And at the same time, we did another 5-kilometre run over the Peninsula Malaysia, the bottom part. So there were, which is a smaller domain. So we did two 5-kilometre runs, forced by that 100-kilometre run, that by the 100-kilometre run. And here's a few results here. We'll just look at the bottom left, I think, which is the 100-kilometre run. We can see the India monsoon region and the high rainfall over China and in their monsoon as well. The 5-kilometre run is second from left on the bottom, and that's similar to the 100-kilometre, but you see a lot more detail over Indochina. And the observed rainfall is the next panel along the trim, which is agreeing quite well over Indochina. And the bottom right one is that other high-resolution run over Peninsular Malaysia. And I think this is almost to the end. So this is showing the 5-kilometre rainfall changes, early century, mid-century and late century. Monsoon, JJA are the bottom series, and you can see over, if you look at the third from the right on the bottom, you see that over Indochina it's showing a decrease in rainfall in the early part of this century. In the mid-century it then starts to increase, and we're actually getting increased in rainfall in the late part of the century. And the set on the bottom left panels are the 5-kilometre runs, and they're the right-hand side of the 5-kilometre, on the left they're the coarser 100-kilometre runs, which do resemble the 5-kilometre runs, but there's a lot more detail in the 5-kilometre runs. So we have a fair number of collaborations, and the model is open source, so other people are welcome to use it, although it's best if you know a reasonable amount of meteorology if you want to understand how to run it. We have a big collaboration with CSIR in South Africa, and I've been going there once a year before COVID, and dropping off in India several times. So that's a convenient collaboration, and a big collaboration with Hanoi, New Zealand. We do high resolution sailing at 1-kilometre resolution. That's a side interest, and also collaborations with Indonesia, Weather Surface, Philippines, Queensland, and a small collaboration with Sri Lanka. And I think that's my last slide. So thank you very much. There might be time for a question or two if you have a question or two.
If there are no questions from the other participants, anybody has a question, please go ahead. Otherwise, I'll have last question. Organizers, are the questions in the chat box? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, what are the measures at the country level to do the reductions of the radiations and emissions, particularly radiations?
Sorry, I missed that. Could you?
What are the strict measures being taken in your country for reductions of the radiations from sources?
Oh, I see. That's a little bit tricky. We have an election coming up in about a month's time, and our government is suddenly getting a bit more active in trying to reduce the CO2 emissions. They've been a bit slow in the past, but I think they're now realising they have to get a move on with all these disasters occurring with bushfires and floods. There's a lot of pressure from the public to get some more action. We do have a fair number of renewable energy sources. There's quite a number of wind farms and solar, though they've occurred as mainly from the initiatives from power companies and the public themselves.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned the nuclear prospects in your talk, but in Australia they're nervous about going down that path, so that's not likely to happen soon.
Thank you.
You don't need also, actually. You have enough.
That's probably true. Yes, that's true.
We are less than 10%. Not even able to go to 7 to 8%.
Right.
And against that, we burn lot of coal. Lot of coal, and we have very successful track record of managing nuclear power plants.
Right.
Yeah, thank you very much, John sir, for giving a very valuable, informative lecture. In his lecture, John has given the information regarding various global climate models, as well as downscaling techniques, as well as he has also discussed CCM downscaling methodology and other methodologies which are very useful for the global climate modeling. Now the session is open for the discussion. Any one or two questions are invited for this session. So dear participant, you can directly ask question to John by unmuting yourself, or you can ask your question in chat box. Even the participants who are joined on YouTube Live, they can also ask their question in the chat box of the YouTube Live. Yeah, thank you very much, John. Your session was so self-explanatory. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John. So, in spite of your busy schedule, you have accepted our invitation, and though you have a vast experience to work in the global World Meteorological Society as well as on the various climate modeling. Thank you very much, John. Now, dear participant, it is time for our third session. So I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Amit Varale, to introduce our guest, Sinhasini Madam. Varale, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Naikode, sir. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome our resource person, Pankau Sinhasini. Madam is presently working as Executive Director in the Bird Conservation Society of Thailand. I will read the biodata of our resource person. She has key skills and experience in the forest ecology, forest restoration, pollination ecology, Thai and English. Her education, she has PhD. She is a PhD candidate in environmental science program. She is in the final stage of thesis submission. In the year 2002, 2005 to 2008, she has done her master's degree in biology from Thailand and BSc in biology from Thailand in the year 2001 to 2004. She has a vast experience in different fields, that is student transition and mentoring officer, Australia. She worked in the lead facilitator, Australia. She worked as a senior mentor and co-facilitator, Central Mentor, Australia. She worked as a leader of instructors of political ecology of forest at the International Sustainable Development Studies Institute, Thailand. She worked as a project manager and coordinator. She worked as a field researcher and education officer. She is having different projects from different institutes. There is mining, connected project, phenology, seed germination and seeding growth experiment of real tree restoration. She worked as a teaching assistant. She has a vast scientific. She has published many research papers in reputed international journals. She got grants and scholarships also from. She got Young Science Ambassador for the Wonder of Science award. That is grant, and also she got gifted University Thai Student Association, the Great Mekong Basin Youth Program for 2 weeks, E-Idea Project for 1 year, international training in Kunming, China, Youth Leaders of Environmental Study Tour, Japan. She completed 2 weeks. She got grant for conference presentation at King's Mongkut's University of Technology. She got grant for conference at the Seed Ecology Conference in Perth, Australia. She got BRT research grant for master thesis research. With this brief introduction, I'm requesting you, madam, on behalf of our organizing committee, please share your valuable thoughts to us.
Thank you so much.
And welcome, Khongko Siasini, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, your name is new to us, and we generally pronounce it, I think, in the wrong way. Yeah, but I think you will consider that.
No, all good. Don't worry. I think that is such a perfectly and also very nice introduction about myself and my background, and the pleasure that I have been invited to join this conference and also have a great opportunity to meet many colleagues around the world. And today, just think like I would like to share my experience in the field of the research. And anyway, I still have a plenty of gap that I can learn from other colleagues and other participants. Feel free to share your idea with us. And also now I would like to share some of the experience like I have been done so far related about the forest ecosystem service and about how this related to the sustainable agriculture, especially in the tropical region. And I'm sure like some part of Indian is have a kind of the tropical zone that maybe is quite similar from my experience that I would like to share with all of you today. I would like to start my talk now. For my talk today, I will cover a few things, and I just try to make things easy to follow for my presentation. But keep in mind, the main idea of this presentation is about how forest ecosystem service support the agricultures and how we can get the benefit from the nature to make the farming even better. And this is one way that we can communicate it in terms of generate income for the people, and also we can conserve the forest. And this is the key information that I would like to deliver today. And anyway, I try to make in the sub themes to make everything easy to follow. First, I will cover about the ecosystem service. And the next one about the economic value that is quite trendy for this recent world. Like people talk about the economic value of the ecosystem service. And the next one is from the case study that I have been conduct my research and also combine many things around. And the last and not least is I would like to share some key messages or take home message, what we can do next if we can find out this information, and what is another knowledge gap that we can keep continue in the future. Let me start about this one first. We talk about the tropical area. When we talk about this area, it looks like very small area. It's like a beautiful belt of the world. I'm really sure that if some of you study forest ecology, conservation, you have a plenty of experience to know more how important of this lovely belt in the world. And this is contains such a beautiful tropical forest, and also make things become very unique because it's very high biodiversity. Many places in the tropical zone become a high biodiversity hotspot. That means have been categorized in the term of the high value in terms of conservation. Now, I would like to touch more about some information. Now we know about the beautiful forests around the tropical area and how that forest relate to our life. That's term that invented recently, and I'm quite sure like many people really know this term already, the term that we call ecosystem service. Making simple, ecosystem service is mean how some nature provide something for our human being that we can get benefit for our life. That's why this is a kind of the idea of the human-centric. We are the center. We try to analyze something around and we label it like this provides some benefit for our life. But keep in mind, this is great because this is a good way of the communication. If we want to do something on conservation, we have to make the public or people in general understand this. So that's why the word ecosystem service is quite more touchy for many people now. Especially in the world, they have like a kind of two big groups. The first one we can call like people who live close to the forest, live in the rural area, and about 450 million people who live by there. They rely on the forest product for their livelihood. I can say for them, this is a kind of the supermarket. In another hand, for our people who live in the urban area, we also get many different benefits from the forest ecosystem service as well. And you can see from this slide, I try to group some of the beautiful forests and also how benefit that we can get from that. Like about the first one, we talk about the water regulation. And for this one, once you have a wonderful forest, also attract many people, we can get the benefit from the ecotourism. Apart from that, this one is quite reflecting about the circulation of the air, carbon exchange. And this is touch about the climate change once people talking about the carbon credit. And the next one, can anyone guess what is this guy doing? Anyone want to share with me from the floor? Can you guess what is this one doing? If not, I will give the answer now. Like the bat, they also play a very important role as the pest control agent. I will show another research around like how important of the biodiversity and the wildlife to help us to control the pests and also provide the benefit for the food production. And for this lovely bee, this is in the same idea as well. This is about the pollination service. It means we want to produce some more fruit, and this lovely animal help us to change the flower to develop to be the fruit. More details later. And the last one is also a kind of the bioresources that we can get the food, the medical herb, or even some resources that we can develop in the biotechnology. In general, I can say forest ecosystem service provide plenty of things for the human, even who live next to the forest, or even people live that far from the forest, still get the game. Maybe some get some benefit, the same topic, or probably can be similar or different. But anyway, we got the benefit from the forest ecosystem. Try to make things more specific. This model have been developed to talk about the ecological agricultural food system. The thing that we would like to explain is, for the ecosystem service, we rely many things on the forest ecosystem, especially for the pollination, even the soil erosion, provide a good nutrient, and to make the climate more stable, and then we can develop and produce more fruit. But anyway, once I show you the good side and the beautiful side of the world about how great of the forest, but we always have some sad news happen ongoing about the deforestation. FAO have been reported since 1980 up to 2005. Even this information is not that updating, but the thing is quite clear is tropical forests decline along the way. Even we try to stop it, the rate of the deforestation is still up to 0.4% per year. So this is small, but it's not. Think about if this continue consistently, that means one day the forest will lead all the forest loss in the world. Now FAO try to promote to many countries and also from the COPs 26. We also would like to protect more forests and try to restore forests. And the aim for each country, we expect that we can cover about 40% of the land area to be a forest. But is this possible? And also it's very challenging once the population growth and also related about the economic growth as well. So that's why in this case, so that's why this has become very great challenging for the people around the world. If we want to stop deforestation and we have to do the reforestation in the same time, do we have enough space in the world that we can do that? But let me show you more stuff later. All right, now we try to be more specific about the pollination service, because two things that I would like to touch today. We know like there are many kinds of the ecosystem service from the forest, like I show you at the second slide. But however, today we want to focus on the biodiversity that provide ecosystem service. And one of the most popular service recently that people keep studying is about the pollination service, especially for the fruit production. Like today, I would like to share some information with you. Some of very famous and very high value around my Southeast Asian region is durian and the pakir. This is like in this two photo on the top, in case some of you never see the pakir before, and this is also the lovely durian. I can say the major pollinators for durian and pakir, very surprised, is the cave bat and some bee. That means if we lost not that beautiful bat, it means we have no chance to eat durian anymore. And also another product and very popular around the world, like coffee, also relied on the bees. And we found that like while pollinators really support the coffee production, is clean, it can be increased up to 20% once your farmland close to the forest within 1 kilometer. And this also quite helpful in the way of the insect pollinators. Try to reduce unsatisfied condition like a pea berry, coffee bean. That means once we rely on the nature, we don't need to invest anything. We just be next to the forest and the nature. Our crops will increase by the time. Let me give you a few examples, like the longan that we can see here, and also some macadamia. I'm sure like even in Australia or even in India also know this plant too. They also rely on the pollinator mostly is the insect pollination. And if you farm even closer, about 500 meters next to the forest, the benefit that you get is increase the product. However, they say if the farmland is really isolated, we will lose the service of the pollination. And of course, the reviewing from many literature say in the tropic have been more intensive than in the temperate zone. Let me touch more about, of course, we know now they have many ecosystem service to support the farmland and the food production. But if we think in another way, okay, we know this is have a high value, but what is exactly value? One of the classics study from the Contanza since 1997, they find out like in terms of the global situation, this is the list that he tried to do and value how important of different ecosystem service type from the ocean, the coastal land, and the tropical forest. Also very high level of the conservation because this is also very high value in terms of ecosystem service. Let me show you another one. And I think this one very interesting. Sometimes we thought like the value of the pollination service may be very important for the people who do the farm, but how about people who live in the city? Do this very important as well? One of the data that showed, and I can say like this is very interesting one, is one of the big flooding in Thailand. From this, they revealed that from the Reuters said, during the time of the flooding in Thailand, we lost the economics up to 8 to 11 millions. That means even if we thought we live in the city, we not really have the effect from the ecosystem service. That is not true, because another big function of the forest ecosystem service is about disaster prevention. For example, like I show you here is about the flood in Thailand. Once this flood happened, that means we lost a lot, especially in terms of the economic growth. We lost the tourists to visit us. We lost many places because it's the water blocked everywhere and people even cannot go to travel. So that's why my point is everything from the forest quite related to our life, even wherever we live, both in the urban or even in the rural. Now, that means it's touch more. People really want to know the value of the ecosystem service. Let me get back to you about the pollination again, because the pollination is a kind of one of my favorite. And also a part of that, I think is very touchable because it's quite related to many people because everyone have to eat food. And in the world, we realize that 1/3 of the food for human rely on the insect pollination. It means without insect, we will lose that production. So that's why this idea is come up from that, and they try to convert the production to become a beautiful number. And we can find out like in general, it's about 153 billion euro is the value of the pollination for the worldwide of the food production. And also this is quite very emphasizing because if we lost some small insects or even some not that beautiful rat, it means we lost our food as well. And also coffee is one of the big industrial in the world at the moment, and we can consider it's like a high crops in terms of the value of economics. That means like in one production is nearly 60,000 US dollar per year that we review in the Costa Rica is the value of the wild pollinators. And also they can convert in different way. Anyway, I think we no need to go to the detail like how economists work to conduct this. But in this case, I can say we still have a plenty of gap to do the research in economic value in terms of the ecosystem service. Let me show you this data. People have been reviewed for a while about the difference literature online in 2007. Once pollination service is rarely studied. Mostly people really study a lot in recreation and also about the water supply or analyze everything in the bundle. It's been like a multiple service in the same time. But anyway, since this published last 10 years, people even study more about pollination. And I can say also have some very great publication from India as well about the pollination service. And I can say this is a good achievement that we try to find some background information and then we can develop the further information that we can communicate to other people. All right, let me show you another things. Of course, we know like ecosystem service from the forest is important. And many people love to study something about the water, about carbon, some about pollination and the pest control. But anyway, most people study that in the natural forest, how this service provide from the natural forest. Some people study in agroforestry about the pollination, but rarely people study something like this in the different type of reforestation, like in regal forests, in one technique that people call A&R technique for reforestation. And of course, some people study this in the wood production, especially about the carbon sequestration and the water regulation. So that's why we can find a lot of people who study on this field. And anyway, now carbon is very trendy. That's why people also start studying in the ecological restoration. And I will talk about this in the future in the next few slides. So my point is, even now, people studying more in about forest ecosystem service, but they will choose some specific of the service, mostly study in the natural forests or some wood production, but still have a huge gap in the reforestation that people rarely study and still have a place that for us that we can say, if we want to bring the forest back, can we bring some ecosystem service back as well? And this is a kind of another key message that I want to drop here. You see, it's quite a big gap at the moment. All right. Anyway, before I move to the case study, I would like to sum up a bit to make sure like we are all in the same page. Ecosystem service is very important for our human being, especially for the food production, and the value of the ecosystem service. It can be a good tool for the communication. And also this will help to support many kinds of the policy like payment for ecosystem service. But without the background information, we cannot develop to the PS. And also another thing is can be a key or the tool for us to make the consideration once we want to do the trade-off about some project. And of course, this is also to make some recognition of the on-site effect once things change. Let me move to about the next and the last theme for today. I would like to show about the case study that I did for the lychee. I use lychee as a case study and related about the pollination service and the landscape. Why? Because the lychee is quite a high value product in my home countries. And also I can say in general, we export around the world. But another thing is like lychee is very fascinating as well. And I know even in India, you also can produce lychee. That's why now we can share some information. And another thing of the lychee is very interesting is like in one inflorescence like this, one flower branch is nearly 3,000 flowers. But in the end, we can get the fruit only 5 to 60 just from one bunch. My point is from these flowers, of course, it's mixed with the male and the female flower. The chance to be the fruiting is very low, especially without this guy. is making even harder. I will show the result to you very soon. That's why my research topic will cover like what is the kind of the main pollinator of the lychee, and also how important of that, and also how habitat related to this. So the case study of mine is in Pui National Park. That is quite a great mixture of different type of the forest and the farmland. The thing that I try to do is I use the direct observation to observe the lychee flowers. And also I pick like a different orchard. In total, it's about 20 orchard. And then I also use the sticky trap to collect some insect who visit the flower. And this is the result that I found. I can say like there are plenty of the flower visitor, but that for Trigona is the stingless bee, and the 4 apis is the honeybee, are the group that very interesting one. And I can find this information from the direct observation. Why the sticky trap one, they collect variety of the stuff. But this is quite help me to confirm the species in terms of the identification. But for the pollination study, I can share my experience. The flower visitor by direct observation, that is the best way to do for the direct observation. And then I would like to make sure like, okay, how important of the lychee, I also did the experiment. I have like a kind of 4 type of the treatment. The one I call close back, it means I put the back like this. And the next one I say open back is I put the back and I also cut some hole. That means insects still access. And the third one I call open pollination. It means I do not think. And the last one I try to do the hand pollination. How the human can increase and maximize the pollination for the lychee. And also I keep collect. Yes. Can you hear me? And now I collect the data and I want to show the result here. I can say like open pollination is quite increase the production a lot. It means the close back make the production drop a lot. You can see from this bar chart. And even I try to do the hand pollination, it doesn't increase the production. That means in this area, even I try to do the hand pollination, but I cannot do better from the insects that visit the flower. Another thing I can find out is very interesting is about the size of the bees. The bee who visit the lychee flowers, mostly it can be the very efficient one should be bigger than 7 centimeters and try to make the production is upper, while the bees who smaller than 7 millimeter not really increase the fruit set for the flower. Anyway, in terms of the landscape, I want to share a bit. My hypothesis means if I have a farmland next to the forest, it means I can get more service. Why? If I'm not really have that, probably I have to do more action like apply the fertilizer or the pesticides. But this is the thing that I try to keep in mind. Then I analyze the data. Of course, it means like, look at this, total crops related to a few things. And then that's why I can come up like for the crops, they really need to be close to the mature forest. I'm gonna show this information for you now and make things quite simple for everyone. Once for that preliminary modeling, I can find out like the mature forest really increase the crop production. But how if I convert that land from the mature forest to another type of the land cover, to the herbaceous cropland, to abundant farmland, it means the farm that people don't want to use anymore, or expand the lychee orchard. The thing that I show you here is the production loss. If I change 1 hectare of the mature forest to the abundant farmlands, I will lose this production is about 180 kilograms per hectare. My key message about this is if we convert the land, we will lose the production. So that's why in general, I can come up with like lychee really need a group of the apis or the honeybee to support the production. And the landscape is the place of this kind of pollinator to live around. And if we change the farmland or if we change the mature forest, it will have a huge effect on the pollinators and also about some multiple service. But the thing is about next challenging is like, okay, what we can do. I can say from my research say, if we change the land to become other type of the area, it means we will lose some ecosystem service. And anyway, if we want to do some reforestation, they have many methods. And anyway, we need plenty of input as well. And we also need plenty of money to maintain that. But if we want to maintain ecosystem service for our food production, I can say we have to consider ecological restoration, that we make sure like we can increase the structures and also the service that provide to our people who live next to the forest. And I would like to say thank you for everyone to attend this talk. And my publication is still ongoing. I would like to share with you. If you want to have a chat, feel free to contact me by email, or even you can have a Q&A after this section. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Siansini ma'am, for your nice lecture. In her lecture, Siansini has given information regarding the different aspects of forest ecosystem services in tropical farming in Thailand. We know that the forest service system for agriculture production include different areas such as the pollution service, pest control agents, climate stability, water regulation, nutrient cycle, etc. Thank you very much, Siansini ma'am. And now the session is open for the discussion. So, dear participants, you can ask your question directly by unmuting yourself, or you can ask the question in the chat box. Another also request, I'm going to request the participants who have joined from the YouTube live link to ask the question on the YouTube live. Yeah, anyone want to ask question?
Yeah, the participant, if they have other, I have some question, a small discussion. Are you allowed?
Just want to let you guys know, I put my email address in the chat box. I know like sometime maybe you can not come up with some question or maybe further collaboration. Feel free to search me after this session. I just put my email here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Perfectly all right. Abhijit sir, are you there? Abhijit? Dr.
Hi,
Abhijit?
Pratap. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Siansini ma'am. And
no, I have a question. Wait.
Yeah.
It's a very important, very important question. And you people are kings of the mango Alfonsos in Konkan. Huh? So it is very important to understand the great work Siansini has done on pollination. You know, it's a hand pollination method. So my question to her is, can it be like you have done on lychee and all that? These are the very well growing plants here. Bihar is very well known, famous for UP and Bihar for lychee production. But here in, you are speaking to the region, it's Konkan of a state of Maharashtra of India. And it's a coastal area, and it is known worldwide for its production. In a natural sense, Alfonso mango is a king of mango. Is a highly sought.
I know that one. Yeah.
Yes, you must be trying to get it in Thailand also from India.
That's right.
Now, can your method work out so these farmers here can enhance the production of the mango, even in adverse conditions also, when there is a cloudy atmosphere, a lot of withering takes place, but these climate adversities are affecting the yield. So in that sense, this hand pollination method or any other method, can we try to enhance the mango production?
All right, let me share my idea with you, please, because some people from my review and I have to connect with someone try to do something about the mango and the pollination. Okay. I can say they also mango rely on the bee as well. And also with the fly, One thing is a little bit quite helpful in terms of the pollination. I can say for the hand pollination, it's quite a lot in terms of the human consuming time consuming, I can say. One way is that people try to do, yes, that's right, like someone shared here, it's like they put some beehive in the orchard. Or another way around that people try to do is they plant other herbs to attract more bees and the fly. Not only try to plant only one single species to maintain the population of other pollinator ongoing on year around. Why I say this? Because for the mango or even the lychee is fruiting once a year. But
Yes.
think about that. Once for a while, where is this pollinator goes? They're looking for other habitat. So that's why if we try to put something mixture in the orchard, that's mean we can maintain the population of the pollinators. This is one thing that I would like to share with the floor. Thank you so much. Such a great question. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. You shall share your experience by your mail informations on your mail ID, so we can really get in touch with. Because in India, we have been not yet thinking about pollination service as such, in agro-horticulture practices, unfortunately. So we're trying to do that. We'll try.
And feel free to search me after this section if you want to do some collaboration or share the idea with us. And if I can share some of the paper or some of the thought, feel free to do it. I'm so glad.
That is what we
Thank
thought
you
of.
so much.
We thought of, yeah. Really.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, any question?
Yeah, is there any question from participants? Okay, great
Thank
session,
you so
ma'am.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Namaste, everyone.
Namaste, ma'am. Thank you. Have a great day ahead.
You too. Thank you.
So, dear participants, the next talk is on digital innovation management, and Dr. Abhijit Satwekar, who is innovation manager at Merck Group Italy, will going to share his thoughts on the digital innovation management. Welcome, Abhijit. I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Hemant Chauhan sir, to give a brief introduction of Abhijit. Sir. Hemant Chauhan sir, over to you. Chauhan sir. Just a minute. I think there is some technical problem to join Chauhan sir. Dr. Abhijit Satwekar is working at Merck Group. Merck Group is very much famous as well as very leading industry. And to work at Merck Group, yeah, Chauhan sir, yeah, you can.
Sorry, sir, I getting net connection issue. Sorry for the interruption. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our today's speaker, who is going to talk to us about digital innovation management. Dr. Abhijit Satwekar, sir, who is a lead innovation scientist, who is a lead innovation manager in the Merck Italy. Sir has completed his BSc microbiology from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Later, he completed his MSc biotechnology from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, and later he moved to complete his PhD in biotechnology from University of Padova, which is one of the Europe's largest, oldest, and most prestigious university. After completion of his PhD degree, Sir had joined as a research scientist in Reliance Life Sciences Group, Mumbai, during 2011 to 2013. After 2013, he moved to again Italy and engaged as an analytical expert in Italy. So he worked as a lead innovation scientist in Merck Group since 2018, and later on, since 2019, he is acting as a lead innovation manager in Merck Group, Rome, Italy. So I am sure we will be definitely enriched from the talk of such an excellent researcher for this today's international conference. With this brief introduction, now I request Dr. Satvekar sir, please deliver your talk.
Thank you very much, Hemant sir. Abhijit, over to you.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So first of all, thank you very much for this nice introduction and also for inviting me to this great event. So I was really fascinated by all the topics.
Abhijit, sorry to interrupt you. I think your voice is breaking.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah, even now also.
Just a moment. Let me know if this is clear now.
Yeah, you can talk. I will tell you.
Okay. So thanks a lot again for inviting me to this event. So I'm really glad to be part of this event. And as you know, means I come from Aurangabad region, so I'm pretty much familiar with let's say the university structure that you have, and it's really a privilege to explain and discuss about the topics which I have developed after my period abroad here. So specifically talking about digital innovation management, so I guess means every one of you is a bit more aware that we have digitalization that is happening around, and my topic is very much focused on the management part of it. So in my role currently means I'm also supervising some PhD students in management, and this topic is really coming from those collaborations where I want to really share how the management part has to be taken care with using some strategies within it. So the structure of my talk means it's divided into these 4 sections. So I will also give a bit more information about Merck Group and which are, let's say, our areas where we work, and then focus on these 2 key topics, which is about the digital innovation management and something what we have termed as an advanced project fingerprint. And I hope these topics would be of help to you, because even in your, let's say, day-to-day work, you would deal with managing projects. And I hope this would enlighten you to further move beyond that one. Okay, so starting with the first section, so you may have seen a lot about Merck. So just to give a bit more of an information who we are. So we are Merck. So we are completely a vibrant science and technology company. So in US, we are called as EMD Serono, Milco Sigma, and EMD Electronics, so which is due to, let's say, the legal restrictions for our naming there. Then across the world, excluding US and Canada, we are referred to as Merck. So the company is really large. So we have almost 56,000 employees worldwide in 66 countries. And this is one of the oldest pharma companies founded in Germany, Darmstadt, which is the headquarters for this.
Abhijit, sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, voice is still breaking. I think it is background sound or somewhat maybe electrical instrument, or I'm not sure about that. Yeah, but yeah, we are not clear to hear you.
Okay, so let me. So now if I turn off the video, is the quality clear?
No, even now also, yeah, maybe it is background sound, or maybe it is a technical problem due to.
Problem is with the microphone.
Yeah.
I think, sir, you should reconnect your mic again. So just.
Yeah.
Now can you tell me if it is really?
Yeah. It is totally all right. Now it is perfect.
Okay. So because I changed the mic for my laptop one.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ravi.
No, thanks for highlighting it. Okay, so what I was saying, that this is really a very old company based in Darmstadt in 1668. And moving further, what we are actually doing in terms of the different businesses. So we have 3 main businesses.
So one, which is the healthcare, which is about developing medicines, medicines for treating cancers, infertility treatment. So we are really a leading company working on these products in fertility. Then our life science business is supporting the researchers with lab consumables. So I guess means you may have heard about Sigma. So Sigma was acquired by Merck, and it is the part of Merck where we are supplying all the lab consumables, chemicals to, let's say, the worldwide needs of researchers. And finally, we have the electronics division, which is working to develop, let's say, the liquid crystals, the OLED materials, the pigments, and so on. And more recently, means we are having a very strong presence in the semiconductors business. So here we are also producing this material in order to enable the digitalization, which is ongoing across all, let's say, across the globe. So a brief introduction on where I belong into this big environment of Merck. So I come from the healthcare part. So, you know, within healthcare, we have many organizations. First organization, which is basically the R&D part, which develops the molecule, and then the next one, which comes, is the global healthcare operations. So I come from the global healthcare operations, which is, you can call it more like a technical operations. And what we actually do is to come in place when the molecule has been selected in R&D, and the one that we have to really optimize and bring it into the market and supply to the patients. So within these organizations, I wouldn't go much into the details, but my role is to lead the biotech analytical innovation. So in the healthcare, we do have small molecules as pharma, and the biotech part, which is a large molecule part. And in our organization, which also deals with both molecules, I am more expert and focused on the biotech molecule development. And so we are based in Rome. So that's a view of our site here. So this was originally a site which used to produce recombinant hormones in the past. And now this has been upgraded to produce, let's say, the state-of-art molecules such as monoclonal antibodies and so on. So this is just to give an overview about a typical drug development process. Okay, so like I said, that initially you have the drug discovery, which takes 3 to 6 years. Then we have the preclinical phase. So that is where the drug is really tested in the animal models and so on. Then it enters the clinical phases from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The phase 1 is mostly focused on the toxicity assessment, and phase 2 and phase 3 are focused on the safety and the efficacy of the drug molecules. So our role, it comes right from the point when the molecule enters into clinical phases, and then we take care of all the analytical part from the clinical phases towards the health authority reviews, to the manufacturing scale up, to the change management that happens, and to bring the tech advancements and so on. So we are really covering major part of the flow, as you see here. And then this is just a typical example of our products, which is a monoclonal antibody, which is currently used to target cancers and so on. And you know, these are self-injector pens that are used for self-injections and so on. Okay, so now coming to the core topic about the digital innovation management. So to begin with, I would really start on with this simple definition, with what do we know about digital transformation in such, right? So the terminology of digital transformation is to integrate the digital technologies into all areas of business to generate values. So be it in your operations, your culture, strategy, capabilities, business models. So this is really a very, very vast domain, and it is continuously changing and as well as challenging your current status quo. And therefore, managing the digital transformation is really a broad topic where organizations are trying their best in order to move into this new needs of this changing environment. So these are a couple of technologies which many of you are familiar with. So they are everywhere around you. So we have mobile internet, cloud technologies, next generation genomics, advanced materials, renewable energy, 3D printing, Internet of Things. So all of these are digital technologies that are happening around, that are evolving around you, and which you are also experiencing in your day-to-day work. And to define clearly what the digital innovation means, so this would be a creation of new products, processes, and services by the use of these digital technologies, which is, if I have to define in a very simple terms, the business process that you have, you combine with technology, and that becomes your digital innovation. Now, what are, let's say, the current challenges when we talk about digital innovation? So, people are investing, so the industries are investing, but how is the current outcome which comes from those investments? And I want to give you an example of this case study, which is a well-known brand. So you are familiar with Adidas, right? So many of you may have been using the shoes that they manufacture, the way they maintain the quality in that. So Adidas wanted to have the digitalization of their factories, and they wanted to bring the full automation there. So they constructed these facilities in Germany and US to have these customized sneakers. Okay. So they brought automation with robotics. They introduced this machine learning to understand the user needs, and they also brought 3D printing in order to prepare those products as per the user necessities and so on. Okay, and with that, so they were really committed to bring this value to the consumers. But what happened that just within, let's say, the 3 years period, they had to shut down these speed factories. And so this opens really a question that even a successful brand like Adidas, means they were not able to scale the design and innovation even after they were really getting the full privileges of technology, etc., etc. So what really went wrong here? So this is just one of the challenges that the industries are facing. And there is really a very nice assessment provided by Accenture, where they have assessed means how to successfully scale the digital innovations to drive growth. And during their exercise, where they surveyed almost 1,350 senior global executives, where it was found that 70% of the companies who are investing in digital innovations, they are not meeting their expectations for the return of digital investments. And a couple of reasons that they highlight is mainly because of organizational challenges. So, which also starts with the alignment deficits, that when you propose a topic, how aligned the management is in terms of its value and the approach that you are going to take. Then there is the infrastructure deficit, where you need IT technologies. And as you know, the current state of organizations, you are somehow dependent on your legacy systems, and it really takes time to evolve and to constantly upgrade to the latest technologies. Then you have the skills deficit, because the need for the digital skill is changing at a rapid pace. Even in your field, means you are seeing this change where you need data scientists who are better in organizing data and analyzing the results that you see. So there is also this skill landscape which is changing, and we still also need some skills to operate those digital technologies. Then partnership deficits, so also in terms of collaborations, where the right partners are needed in order to build and scale up. And then you have the measurement deficits, where you have an active, let's say, a tracking system which is really sensitive enough to guide the decision making while driving such projects. And finally, the important one that maybe you may have heard around, which is the cultural deficit. So the low cultural maturity to adapt and monetize. So for, just for an example, that if we bring a digital technology, I know that we have some operators working in our manufacturing sites and so on, which may not be so much familiar in the use of such technologies, and that creates a barrier as a cultural deficit there. So to simplify things, means I would just refer these more as a systemic barriers. So one which comes from the system, and the one that is coming from people and cultural more as a cultural maturity. And so coming from this, the key question was to understand when and how to move digital innovations across these stages from proof of concept to scale up and to deliver it as a pilot and adoption. So as a theory on our, let's say, problem that we wanted to solve, so the value about digital transformation, it is never a constant. So you can never reach a value that is constant. It will always keep evolving based on your business process and how you integrate technologies. And this value is limited by the systemic barriers, and which is then amplified by the cultural maturity, right? So this is key to understand, let's say, the business logic behind it in order to get a maximum value from digital transformation. So if we have to play around to have a maximum value of a digital transformation, I need to make sure that my systemic barriers are really minimal as such to impact the change that I want to bring with my technology. And also the culture is really mature enough to adopt this. And therefore, this success is really influenced by this interplay of between these factors. And so in order to manage this, what we have developed, so we have developed a process framework on digital innovation, so which moves from in a phase appropriate manner. And we have this advanced project fingerprint. So all these two things means I would be explaining in my next slide. And just to let you know, means this article means I have just submitted to in IEEE on the Engineering Management Journal, and in order to, let's say, share this approach with the global committee and so on. Okay, so coming towards the framework, which is the Digital Innovation Management Framework. So this is categorized into these three different phases. So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And within the first phase, which is termed as a proof of concept, what we intend to do is to build a confidence in your topic. So either developing a minimal viable product, keeping the risks low, costs low, and we have faster testing within this. Okay. And on the left scale means you see the business adoption also, which increases from low to high, the research engagement, which also increases from low to high, and finally the risks, which also increases from low to high. And this is how it has to be managed across the phases. You know, within the corporate organizations, we typically gate these stages by assessing the go, no go into the next phase by evaluating a business case. So business case is basically a sound reasoning that you can define for the projects, explaining the benefits, the costs, risk, and so on, and which is then discussed with the leadership, the stakeholders, in order to approve the budget, the resources, and the engagement to move across. So I explained to you on the proof of concept, so where we usually suggest to adopt an agile format. So I will come in the next slide what I mean by agile project management. And when it moves into feasibility, a suggested approach is to go for a design thinking. So where the topic is really discussed by involving different interacting stakeholders. I would say putting it in a real business setting, because here, you know, it was still a controlled setting in the proof of concept. And in proof of feasibility, we really test it in its actual settings and iteratively optimize them. And once we see it is really fitting with our needs, it is fitting with the entire our business processes, then we push into the transformation phase, which is the proof of value that it is going to bring and integrate with the existing process, and it moves forward from then as a routine business process. So this is how means we bring this transition from the first phase towards the transformation, and it is really slow so that the culture also gets time in order to adapt with these changes and so on. So now specifically focusing on what is the difference in the management practices when we talk about traditional innovation and the digital innovations, what we are doing, right? And I want just to explain this in these three simple categories, right? When we talk about the scope with traditional innovation, so we are already defined and bound to product, processes, and services, whereas in digital innovations, you really need to keep it less bounded and to allow this continuous shifting from outcomes in order to capture the maximum value as possible. And this is what really means agile, right? To be flexible and to change as per the environment changes around. Then in terms of organizations, so even the organizational structures have been previously defined and centralized, which was bringing a bit of rigidity. So when we talk about digital innovation, you have to be as close to the process and make it less predefined because you need a less rigid structure in order to evolve, right? So you really don't, you won't be able to change if you already have a rigid structure. So this needs to be kept less predefined on scope, even the capabilities, as well as the outcomes, what we expect. And finally, the operational part, that is how you really build those innovations. So in a traditional innovation, so these two parts were really kept separate. So the innovation process, that is how you are building innovations, and the outcomes, that is the predefined target delivery. So they were distinct and regarded independently. So no matter whatever technique or approach you choose, you will be first told to define the outcomes and then decide which approach you are going to follow more as a process. Whereas in digital innovations, so you really need to decrease this gap between the process and outcomes and make it closely connected with these dynamic interactions. And this has to be kept evolving as the building process evolves. So all this, let's say, theory is adopted from this Nambi-san, who has really given a very nice article on it. So if you want to read a bit more on this, means I would recommend going to for this author. And so finally, the end message is that if you really want to evolve to build digital innovations, you have to move the traditional innovation management by adopting these new theoretical principles and such. So coming from this article, what really brings as a methodology, as a change, that these are, let's say, the 4 key things or the 4 key logics that Nambi-san has proposed. So the first one is about using the dynamic problem-solving design pairing. The second is technology affordness and constraints. The third is social cognitive sense-making, and the fourth is orchestration. So I will go into each of them to just to give a glimpse of it and what it really means when we have to do it in terms of practicality. The design problem-solution design pairing is an approach where you start with your problem statement, you define the scope, and then you investigate on the functional features across it, and at the same time do the value assessments. So you initially start to explore these different possibilities of the scope that you have to really focus on, and then decide on converging one of the scopes and to give a proper definition to the problem, right? So you have really explored a large area, you assessed it, and you have chosen and defined your area where you have to really build something on. Then, in terms of building it, again, you have to move into the mode of divergent mode, where you develop different solutions and finally choose that one specific solution which is clearly meeting your need and then deliver it. So this is how means you have to develop your mindset and to bring it. And we have adopted this approach in a phase-specific manner of defining these objectives that are constantly evolving and concerning the benefit focus and the opportunity areas. Then, when it comes to the social cognitive sense-making, means here it is about how let's say your idea or your topic is further shared with various actors within your organization or even with your collaborators, right? And as I told you, that the business case is really one instrument that we need to assess to move into this next phases. So we have adopted this phase-wise definition of business cases. So we are not overdoing each of the phases, but trying to limit the information that we capture in each of them and keep on incrementally increasing this information. So, for example, the POC is more about creating a vision and benefit scenario. Then once you know or understand the confidence where your solution is going to fit, then you create a focused business case from your feasibility study, which is based on your experience and exploration. And finally, once you move into your environment, you monitor it so that you know the real metrics and the real change that is happening around. Okay. And in terms of discovery part, one digital innovation is released as a solution which may have opportunities in different areas. So there is a constant scouting of these different opportunities between different groups that is being suggested as for extending further the use of these digital innovations. Okay, so together means I have given you. So together in this description, the phase-specific business cases and negotiations are key, where we talk about forecasts of the value and then go on focusing and granulating based on experience and exploration. Coming towards the technology affordness and constraints. So as you know that on delivering a digital transformation, it always has the component of IT systems, right? And these are not really cheap, right? So currently the organizations will have your legacy systems which may not be up to date to deliver value, and replacing them is a hard challenge, right? So there are these two modes of driving the project. So either in a waterfall mode where you define, build and release in a single cycle, where your risks tend to be lower towards the start and which exponentially rises when the solution is already deployed, because there is not much of an experience that is gained with the technologies, and somehow you find that some of the features are not really meeting your needs. So for this, the agile project management, which is a well-established concept where you have these sprints of short sprints where you define, build, release specific features, so that your risks are really minimized as per these sprints, and somehow you are really controlling the costs with it. So there is an iterative defined build leading release, so you end up building it up. And also in terms of delivery, which is slowly you keep delivering the features, you get it cross-validated from your users, and then so they are really confirmed by them to be used into your process. So this is also a flexible approach which gives for negotiating with decision makers to incrementally request for IT budget. So in this case, you don't really need to have the entire IT setup already from the start, but you can try, plug and play, and with the different setup that you have, optimizing on the costs and so on. And as I said, this really would allow you for a step-by-step experience-based evaluation to build and reposition them for the extended benefit. And finally, the orchestration part, right? So this is similar to the social cognitive sense making, where let's say it is about who drives it, because making the digital transformation happen means it really needs someone that takes the accountability of driving it. So it is not a phenomenon that can be autonomously brought about into an organization, but it really needs a bit of a care as a project manager to drive it. And he has to take care of many responsibilities, right from communicating it across to keep people informed on what is happening, how it is happening, involve other organizations where it is needed, benchmark it with the external ones on how they are developing and so on, and with respect to quality, and bring these messages to the teams, to the leadership, to the different stakeholders, create those business cases, and get the endorsement of the function. So this is not really an easy job for a single person to manage this type of complexity. And this is where we have seen some of the roles that have evolved in this specific type of coordinating roles, and which are being supportive to drive the digital transformation within our organization. So the key thing for this person is to really drive the integration across various stakeholders, tackle the systemic barriers for the smoother transition into the adoption part. So this was more about explaining to you a bit more in the theoretical terms, right? So which maybe have been a bit too much on management theory, but we will really look at some practical examples just to give you an understanding on how this is practically deployed. So the key learnings from these slides was to be lean by adopting some framework which allows you to quickly experiment in a phase-appropriate manner. So focusing on the risk, costs, and resources. Then the second is to have a smoother transition, because usually in our organizations we have the innovation function that takes care of driving this change, and so we really need someone to bring this smoother transition across to the business units. And thirdly, to have this startup mindset. So we need to move away from the rigid setup that the organizations have, and to adopt this startup mindset in order to be ready to be changed as per the requiring need, and tackle the systemic barrier that come across. Now I will move to the second topic, which is about the advanced project fingerprint. So which is a second tool that we have deployed in our project management. And so this is about data-driven project management, right? And so why do we need a data-driven project management? So you are familiar with the classic project management practices that you typically do to advance the project, right? And coming from a biotech industry, so we have a lot of emphasis on the real time, right? So what is real time? It is a system or process where your input data is captured as quickly as possible. So this input data is processed quickly, and the decisions are taken rapidly, so that you have an enhanced control and feedback. So the concept of real time means, it is also common for other industries where people, they prefer to have real time data acquisition in order to take this decision making part. And so we want to bring this real time concept into project management and to have it more like a data driven project management as such. And so how are we going to do it? So the concept is really great, as you see, right? Now, what do we need to do to build it as a digital innovation? So there are three considerations that we have to start from it, right? So first, define what is the real-time metrics collection system that you want to do, which is going to give you the real-time metrics. Second, how we are going to phase appropriately structure the project so that we are so that we are really building the digital innovation as per the framework that I have explained to you with those benefits. And finally, about the digital technology, how this was used and how it is used to enhance the whole process, right? So when we talk about, let's say, one of the key elements in the project management is the communication. And this slide here, means it really explains to you means what can happen wrong during the communication that happens within the different phases or the different stakeholders in the project. So when you reach out to a customer, right, so they tend to explain to you needs which can be termed quite let's say, I should say, exhaustive needs. So something more that they require as such. Then how a project manager understands it, it is really dependent on the way means he grasps those things and he notes down those things. So probably he would imagine this swing to be between these two here, which you see means practically it wouldn't make any sense here in terms of use here. When he communicates this back to the design team, so they try to solve this practicality by, I don't know, putting something like a support towards the end and trying to do a setup which could actually make the swing and make its action. But you know, this is again not doable in terms of using it by a user. And when it really comes to the practicality of the situation, right? So you cannot really chip off the middle part and give support, but the solution team tries to develop something that they can based on the realistic situation. And once this solution is developed, so, you know, the marketing guys are really smart enough to communicate it and say that, okay, we have really given you a very comforting swing, which is almost good as a sofa on the tree, right? And so when we go around and check back what has happened, so the knowledge related to the documentation is really scarce. So if you're familiar with good manufacturing practices, where which is used in the pharma and biotech industries, where we really are very focused on this phenomena of documentation, that when there is no documentation, for us, it is not done. And that's why the pharma industry is really highly regulatory and documentation intensive. And this also brings one of our mindset to also tap the what happens between this communication step in order to come to derail the problem and why it happened. And if you have really understood what a customer actually would have needed, means it could have simply been a tire put on the tree, right? So it could have done the job as simple as designing the whole setup, right? And so this has been one topic that we chose, the communication, and how we can apply real-time metrics in order to manage this part, right? So you may be familiar with a typical project communication structure, right? Which has the project status updates, you have project review meetings, you have team follow-ups, you have project progress meetings, and you have the project key decision or closure. So all of these communication steps, they have a particular scope, right? So and the method that they are done, and also the frequency that is being involved, and also the different stakeholders that are being involved into these communications and the level of information. Okay. So I wouldn't go much into this detail, I guess everyone may be familiar with how a project management is to drive it. So I would only focus on the method, frequency, and the depth of information, right? So if you see around the method, the meeting is one of the mainly methods that is being conducted within the life cycle of the project, between the project reviews, the team follow-ups, and so on, in comparison to the email and Gantt, which is less informative as such. Then you have the frequency of the meeting is really high. It can be daily, weekly, monthly. Even sometimes when you have problems, you usually conduct it on an ad hoc basis. Then the level of information, it is also quite high in terms of meetings, because you discuss on very high level of points, you write it down and so on. And these are also detailed discussions, which you take it as a brainstorming to solve problems, and also some decision-making steps on and so on. So the meetings captures every details on the project. So they can tell you the whole story of your project. And that's why we chose the meeting to be one touch points where we want to bring the real-time metrics onto this. And a bit more on, again, moving a bit more on the theory part, where in Merck, where we value these elements, so which is about which is really needed to enable innovation. So from curiosity, engagement, creativity, innovation, and transformation. So you may have heard that curiosity increases innovation, engagement increases innovation, creativity increases, right? But in order to turn them into metric form, which is quite challenging. And we really need to evaluate how and what we have to monitor. And this is what we try to explore further to create the right relationships between them and to choose those indexes in order so that they could be monitored and they could give a meaningful information for us. So there is a vast literature in management which focuses on different things. So I would not go into this detail, but let's focus on the different factors which are quite regarded as an enabling for innovation. So participation, ideation, discussions, openness, agility, collaboration, dedicated efforts, etc. So we chose these, let's say, action steps which are used in enabling innovations. And then we correlated with this check-it, which is basically the creativity, engagement, curiosity, and innovation and transformation, what I just told in the previous slide, and to come with these basic metrics to drive the innovation potential. And so we came with a very, very basic calculation, 4 basic indexes. One focusing on the curiosity, which is to have the number of ideas divided by the number of participants. That gives you your participation and idea generation index. Then you have the discussion on your ideas, which is the engagement. That is how much time that is really given to discuss those ideas. So that's your engagement index. The third is the defined action items, which is a combination of creativity and innovation. So this fosters that how many action items you are committing within the time that you dedicated to you. And this is really important that I want to stress that when we talk about the number of action plans, this is the plans that you are confident of, and these are the plans that you are committed to deliver, right? So that means that your decision making has to be really sound enough to commit on this. And the fourth one, which is basically really the simple one, where you have the transformation, where you just evaluate the index on how many implementation of those action items that you have defined versus the number of action plans. Okay. What it really tells us about the metrics and how to interpret it. So you see these elements that I told you, the curiosity, engagement, creativity. So what we have done, we have mapped the relationship between them into those indexes. And these indexes means they would have a value of 1. So if it is greater than 1, so then you know that the people that you are putting in the meeting, they are actively contributing. So you don't have your resources, which is just sitting there and then just not contributing much. So that also increases, that also pushes the participation level. The engagement on discussions is to have an efficient meeting, so shorter times to discuss more ideas, more topics, so you're efficiently using your time. The creative and action plans, more than 1, that means that you are creating effective meetings. And as I explained to you before, that you are taking decisions when you conduct those meetings, so which indicates good creativity contribution to the projects. And the implementation, so anything more than 1, it's really good. So you are somehow showing that there is a project progress that is done and it is being tracked at the granular implementation. So this allows to give some information on the innovation capability, a sort of a baseline that we tend to monitor for each of the organizations, aggregate it and see what is the performance of a team, what is the performance of an individual organization, or even at a business level, right? And this is how the metrics are telling the information. So how this process is done. So you have seen, I have been talking a lot about metrics, indexes, numbers, but in terms of practicality, means what is really the effort that you need to make. So we wanted to introduce this method without making too much of an effort. So basically what we did is to adapt a simple meeting minute summary capturing template. So you don't have to do anything, just write the points of the meeting summaries in a structured format. So we used Word file initially, then transfer it to an Excel, and that's it. So it's really simple. So it would really take 5 to, I would say, 15 minutes post your meeting to just align on this point and put it together and put an Excel file which automates the calculation. So it is really as simple as it is, right? Now, so am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so to give you some real examples of real projects, right? So what you see here is this project fingerprint on various projects that I've shown you, and I'm going to explain to you how these metrics are communicating what is happening in the project. So this is, let's say, a lengthy project which went from September to August, right? And you see the progress, which is also giving a spike within the POC phase. The team was really delivering a lot of things, but the moment we moved into the no-go decision, you see very less deliverables. And finally, in the proof of feasibility, the rise is really slow in terms of delivery, right? The metrics, what they tell you that within the first phase, the pink line, which is the curiosity, it is the red line is more or less the level where you have to really reach it. So it is really fine. There are brainstorming that are done, so your resource is engaging. The green ones are the committed plans that the team has proposed, which are high, but you see that the yellow ones are low. So even if they are committing to a high plan, they are not implementing it as such. So what happened was when the months progressed, they understood that there are a lot of backlogs here. And what they focused was they took a meeting here. So that's why you see the blue one, which is really high. They didn't do much of brainstorming. They didn't generate new items on activities, but they just focused on delivering what was already committed here. And that's why you see a big bar on yellow. And then as it progresses, means you have high number of discussions. You see there is a lot of discussions happening around, but no concreteness in terms of curiosity coming or let's say the committed plans that the team is doing. But this is a quite long period. It's a 4 months period where you are just trying to discuss and not figuring out what to do. Okay. And then slowly you try to set up some items and try to move the project somewhere. The second project, means this is also a typical case, okay, where you have where you see the curiosity was almost below this thing. So the team has not really brainstormed well here. Okay. And they were without proper brainstorming, committing on action items which were never realized. And so you see there is very high spikes of these action items committed by the team, but which was not benefiting to the project as such. So, it is a type of a project which keeps on moving on with some items that the team is proposing, which are not really making sense to the project, I should say. Yeah? And that's why you see it's just a few delivers here and there, but not really a concurrent approach. Then to show you the worst case, what can happen here. So here means you brainstorm, you commit action plans, but you never deliver anything. So there is absolutely zero deliveries. Okay, so there are lack in ideations, lack in concrete plans, and low implementation. And then what I would reflect here, what is an ideal project? Yes. So which has a steady project progress, good ideation, where you have, you do conduct the meetings in the start so that you clearly define your scope. Within that, you brainstorm on the scope to define the action items, and then you gradually keep on delivering it. So you see the curve also, it gradually keeps increasing, it's incrementally increasing, and so on. What you see that it is always at the stagnant line, that is because this is the max that you can do because of your resources, the time, etc., that you can deliver in that period. So this is normal to see in this format. So overall, what an advanced project fingerprint does, it really gives you the microscopic view on your project management. And this is about the digital DNA, what we want to build into the way we drive project management. So these are, let's say, the new digital KPIs that are focused more on behaviors rather than success or failures. And this is what is reported by Capgemini, where they also talk about the new changes that we need to bring in this one. So now I told you let's say the descriptive part of the problem, right? So, but what is prescriptive? You see your project fingerprint, you understand the problems. Now, how do we solve it? So this is again a bigger question where you would need a bit more investment there to understand what steps you need to take. So as a couple of examples, when you see that the ideation is missing, where there you could propose the design thinking as a mechanism, as a technique to increase this ideation, brainstorming, and keep the team on the track. And some areas where you see implementation is missing, so there you can enhance this, you can try to enhance decision-making tools and to define these intervention strategies where you see are the gaps or which are limiting your implementation part. So this would come case by case, and you have to really focus on it. So maybe I give you a view on how we organize this project phase appropriately. So we have the proof of concept where I showed you that we knew the concept, we demonstrated the concept with selective projects as you've seen here. The outcome was to show that the metrics can provide insights for intervention. And this was more as a test, and we didn't adopt it. And we did it with basic IT tools. So what you have seen that I just used the word file and an Excel, right? Which can sometimes become difficult also for some users to maintain, to track, and so on. Now we are in the proof of feasibility where we have optimized it with the iterations with the users to develop a first prototype of digital innovations, to have a pilot adoption, and with the use of an extended IT tools. Yeah. So conducting this minimal feasibility for the user needs, and then moving further, it would be to integrate into our operationals to continuously monitor the way the application is evolved, then release the digital innovation tools for continuous upgrades, scale it into our routine operation and routine use. So these are, let's say, the advanced phases where it would come. So what is seen here is the quick experimentation to adoption in a phase appropriate manner. So reducing risk, costs, and resources. So if you can clearly imagine that when we talk about moving from basic IT tools to an extended IT tools, the costs are really less, risks are less, and the resources are less, right? And this is the way how we bring a smoother transition from an innovation function to the business unit. And what we did as a technology to enhance the process. So in the proof of concept, you have meeting minutes in Word, Excel files, and with Office 365, which is really a very, very powerful features that Microsoft is offering. That has the SharePoint Online, Power Automate, Graph API, which again has frameworks inside it. It has the React framework and many different JavaScript that you can really play with, let's say, minimal level of expertise there. And so it is really easy to build and scale up such simple innovations with Office 365, right, for managing items and so on. So in our development journey, we had the idea which was on the paper. We defined the concept by brainstorming, etc. And finally, this is the real tool that we have built, and which really allows the users to have a real-time project management for their projects and so on. So looking at the Check It map, which is the curiosity engagement. So initially, this idea was triggered. So we had this advanced project fingerprint as an idea. So we only knew that we had to monitor the projects to solve the issues, to make it more transparent and so on. We engaged to develop this idea with Luis. So Luis is one of the renowned business schools in Italy. So one of the top in Europe, I should say. And in order to work around the management theory part, and our internal IT were involved to bring their IT development skills to manage the building of the Office 365 environment. Then in terms of creativity, we merged our expertise together and defined this tool. We made the tool. And when we made the tool, other benefit areas which came out to our notice, which was the data-driven project management. We simplified the whole process. And also, once you have a single platform, a centralized platform built on cloud technologies, it was also managing the knowledge. So within the platform, means if I have to onboard a new team member, I have to just open an access to him into that specific projects, and he has the entire history and the tracking for the project. Means apart from the regular introduction meeting to the project, means he can by himself move around, look at the files, and understand the project. So this is how the digital innovation tool was built to cover these extended benefit areas. And finally, we have in the transformation phase where this is prototyped, and we are also continuously discovering what additional advantages this simple digital innovation is bringing, right? So finally, I hope I am still in time, so I would just cover the key messages that I want to give to you. The digital innovation management, you need to define an approach which allows you to build its phase appropriately, so that you don't risk up putting more expenses or cost in your already scouting phase, or conduct a feasibility and then put the right costs and drive it with a startup mindset. Then think that the value from digital transformation, it is continuously evolving. So you need to continuously discover it as within your innovation, within the solution that you deploy. So it's not just that you prepared it one time, you deploy it, and then you just let it progress and happen around. And that's how you also explore the scale and scope of the digital innovation. And finally, be more like a smart manager, right? So effectively use the communication for data-driven project management. So you know how you are driving things, you know where are the gaps, in terms of, let's say, the soft skills to manage your projects, and then leverage this with the available tools, etc. So with this means I would just extend my thanks to my boss, which is Mara, the PhD student who worked on it from the business school. So we have all the leadership members from our side in Budonia, Rome, and our collaborators and IT partners. And I'm really open to your questions, so feel free to ask even in Marathi if you prefer. So no worries for the language.
Thank you, Abhijit sir. Thank you very much for your very informative lecture. And as Abhijit has told that the session is open for the discussion. So dear participant, you can ask your question. This is interdisciplinary conference, and so therefore some of the earlier lectures, they were related to the environment as well as the climate change, etc. But this lecture, it was specially arranged to have some more interdisciplinary approach, and we are living in an era of digital innovation, and so therefore it is a must that some focus must be given on the digital innovation, and Abhijit has expertise on that. So dear participant, you can directly ask question or you can write it in chat box. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Abhijit, for such a nice lecture. In his lecture, Abhijit has given that information regarding the theoretical base of solution, as well as different challenges of the digital innovation management in theory to practice, as well as the technology affordance and constructions, as well as he has given information regarding the measuring innovation, advanced project fingerprint, etc. And lastly, he has also given a very important message to all of us that be smart managers. So thank you very much, Abhijit, because I know that you are very busy in your work, but yeah, you have accepted our invitation, and you have given a very nice presentation, which was very, very useful for all of us and all our participants. Thank you very much, Abhijit.
Thanks a lot, Pratap, and thank you, everyone.
So, dear participants, now we will take a 2 minutes break, and then at 1:30 sharp, we will start our next session, that is of the poster as well as the oral presentation. So today we are going to have mainly abstract 1 to 50 oral as well as the poster presentation. So all the schedule as well as the sequence of the presentation has been already made to you. So yeah, let's regather here within a minute. So, a very good afternoon to all dear participants. And now it is time for the oral as well as the poster presentation of abstract 1 to abstract 15. Dear students, as well as my dear colleague, as well as all the researchers who have joined here for the poster as well as the paper presentation, and all the participants who are not going to present their work, or they are not going to have the presentation in oral or in poster form, but they are here to listen from all of us. So, dear participants, in this session, chairman will be Dr. Hemant Chavan, and now I would like to request Dr. Hemant Chavan sir to give instruction regarding the poster presentation as well as the oral paper presentation session. Yeah, Hemant sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. So all the participants are requested to finish your presentations in 5 minutes. So first 5 minutes will be given to you, and later on there is 1 minute given for questioning and answering session. Okay. So as per the order, we will start our presentations. Question number 1 to 15. Question number 1.
So, dear participants, thank you very much, sir. For
okay, just a second, give me.
Yeah, as a chairman. So the paper 1, which is going to be present now, the name of the presenter, it is Rahul Yadav, and his title will
Rahul
be,
Yadav, yes.
Yeah, and his topic will be the impact of agricultural activities on urbanization in Haryana and inter-district analysis. So Rahul, are you there? Rahul Yadav.
I think is not present. So next participant or next poster is from Shankar Gopinath Yadav, entitled as a phytoremediation, emerging eco-friendly strategies for maintenance of environmental health and ecological restoration. Shankar Yadav, he is present to present his paper. Okay, I think he's also not present. So next participant is Amit Arun Gawai.
Yes, sir.
His poster entitled. Okay, sir. So please you start your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amit Arun Gavi, and I'm a PhD candidate from Gokhale Education Society, Arts, Commerce, and Science College, Srivardhan. So, my topic is about ethnobotanical investigation on wild edible vegetables used by Thane residents. So, what are these wild plants? The wild plants are the plant they are appropriated directly from the nature, and in the form they can be most useful. So, what do you mean by wild edible plants? They can be used as a food if we collected them at appropriate stage of growth and then properly utilized. These species are not farm or domesticated, but they are actually available in their native habitat. From the ancient time, these wild edible plants plays an important role in human life, utilized for food, medicinal purpose, nourishment, as well as for feed for domestic animals. Several studies has revealed that these wild edible plants are more nutritious than the conventionally consumed crops. These plants are consumed in many countries like including China, India, South Asian countries, Africa, and Australia. So more than 4 million tribal peoples rely on these wild edible plants as food reserve, and forest dwellers like livelihood methods heavily rely on these species as a source of nourishment. These plants are found in plentiful quantities from the season ranging from July to September. Also, they are found in the forest, along hill slopes, near river banks, surrounding ponds and hamlets. So our aims and objectives were ethnobotany investigation on wild edible plants, carrying out their ethnomedicinal applications, collection of wild vegetables, and plant identification. So these all specimens and species were identified using the standard procedures of flora by the help of Flora of Gujarat, and the tribes were interviewed to learn about the local vegetable names and their ethnobotanical uses. We found that 23 wild edible plants, they are the most common plants used by the residents, and they are from 18 families and 20 genera. They were collected and examined with 3 species of Amaranthus, followed by 2 species of Dioscoriaceae and Malvaceae, and rest with 1 species each. Here plant parts are used as leaves, fruits, tuber, stalks, and the rest with 1 species. So these are the most commonly 23 wild edible plants. So our study found that 98% of these plants have been reported as medicinal properties and having therapeutic properties in them. They are often utilized for basic ailments like cough, asthma, stomach problems, skin infection, and any urinary problem. So why should we eat these wild edible plants, vegetables? According to river literature, it helps you to avoid the chronic diseases like cancer, obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease and metabolic syndromes. So our first plant is Abormoschus ficus, commonly known as ranbendi, from the family Malvaceae. So fruits is used as vegetable, and it is used to cure abdominal pain or any kind of gastric problems. Plant number 2 is Eagle marmolus, known as bale, from the family Rutaceae. Here fruits are used, and it is used to cure any kind of density problems. Plant number 3 is Amaranthus spinos, known as Katharimat, from the family Amaranthaceae. So it is used, the roots of these plants are used in the treatments of bronchitis, asthma, skin disease, and any poisonous things attacks. So plant number 4 is Amaranthus paniculata, also known as Rajgira, from the Amaranthaceae family. And this plant leaves are used in the treatment of constipation, piles, and anemia. Fifth plant is Amaranthus. So this is the third plant of Amaranthus family, and also known as Math. And here leaves are used as a vegetable, and this plant is used in the treatment of any urinary problems or any skin disease problems. Plant number 6 is Amorphophallus sylvaticus, known as Jungli Suran, and it is from Araceae family. Here comb, tender, and petioles are used, and it is serves as duty as tonic or as energetic. Plant number 7 is Bambusa arendense, also known as bamboo gum, from the family Gramiaceae. And this plant parts like leaves, branches, and seeds serves as a duty as astringents and also used as laxative in the traditional medicines. Plant number 8 is Balesa alba, known as Ran Palak, from the family Balaceae. And this plant's juice, leaf juice is used against constipation and particularly given to small children and the pregnant women because it have antidiuretic properties in them. Plant number 9 is Caparis zelanica, also known as Vagate, from the family Caparaceae. And here unripe fruits are consumed for good for stomach relief. Plant number 10 is Carthamus tinctorius, known as Cardi, from the family Asteraceae. And here it is used as vegetable. And the plant's paste is used to apply to the wounds or scars. Elon plant is Xenopodium album, also known as Sakpat, from the Xenopodiaceae family. And it's used in the treatment of any throat infection and the after symptoms of any chicken pox. And also it is given to the person who is suffering from the vomiting. Plant number 12 is Cordia dichotoma, known as Bokar, from the Boringaceae family. And here flowers are used as vegetable and fruits are used against diarrhea. Plant number 13 is plant number 13 is Dioscorea pentaphylla, known as Gaboli, from the Dioscoreaceae family. The plant is an aphrodisiac plant. It is believed that eating a lots of flowers and vegetables can make you look more attractive to the other people. Plant number 14 is Dioscorea bulbifera, also known as caducan, from the family Dioscoreaceae. Here the roots tuber plays an important role in healing the wounds and affected skin. Plant number 15 is Hibiscus cannabis, known as Ambadi, from the family Malvaceae. Here, the leaves are used against the dyspepsia caused by the mohava oil because it's an pain reliever. So, also, if there is a urine passing problem, so a decoction of seed is given to the patient. 16th plant is Holarhena antidicentrica, known as Kuda, from the family Apocynaceae. These plants have many alkaloids and therapeutic properties in them, especially in the fruits. So roots and bark are used to cure diarrhea because they have antidicentric drugs present in them, and it is good for digestion cooling purpose of the body. Plant number 17 is Lia macrophylla, known as Dinda, from the Vitaceae family, and root tubers are served as astringents, and the leaves juice and the mucilage used to treat wounds or scars. Plant number 18 is Momordica dioica, known as Cartuli, from the Cucurbitaceae family. Here fruits are used as vegetable, and these plants roots are used in the treatment of any bleeding piles, digestive issue, and any urine passing problems. Plant number 19 is Moringa oleifera.
Yeah, try to conclude now. Yeah, very nice presentation. Yeah, but as due to time constraint, you have to conclude now within a minute.
Okay, sir. My conclusion that so for the better nourishment, this plant should be consumed in the daily life. Then proper management and the utilization of these wild edible plants should be given. And with the rising population pressure, people will be forced to rely on these wild edible plants as an alternative source to conventional ones. So, thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Now the session is open for discussion. If you have any queries, participants, please. Okay. Thank you, Amit Kawai. Participants are requested to be ready as per your chronology. So the next presentation is by Sushil Salve. Sushil.
Sushil Salve, are you there? Okay, let it be. We can call the new next participant. Yeah.
Next participant is Arnab Chaudhary.
Yes, present, sir. Present.
Yes.
So can I share my screen?
Yes, sure. So please try to finish your presentations within 5 minutes, please.
Okay, sir. Sir, can my screen is shared?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon to all the delegates present in this online platform. My topic is based on National Education Policy 2020, transforming the vision for teacher education in India. So I am Arnab Chaudhary, and with my co-guide Dr. Jayant Native will be presenting the paper. Due to shortage of time, this introduction I am just leaving. So please. The objective of the study is to offer an overview of the recently recognized policies of teacher education system, NEP 2020. The National Education Strategy 2020 is a sharp contrast to existing policy in India. Identification of innovative improvement in national teacher education policy for 2020 as a way to forecast how NEP 2020 may affect teacher education in India. NEP 2020 higher education policies will be discussed in depth. Additional suggestions for ways to make NEP 2020 more effective in achieving its aim. My research methodology is NEP 2020 is compared to current education policy in a conceptual discussion outlining the national education policy framework, highlighting major portions of NEP 2020 and comparing it to existing policy. Determined innovation are discovered by conducting a focus group discussion, analyzing the policy ramification, makes use of the predictive analysis method. Now, result and discussion principles of NEP 2020 in order to ensure the whole education system and its particular institutions are operating in accordance with this essential principle. Each student's unique qualities and abilities should be recognized and cultivated. As a first step, educators and parents must understand the importance of encouraging a student's total well-being, which includes academics as well as extracurricular activities. Grade 3 reading and numeracy proficiency is the most important goal. The student can pick up their own learning courses and program for the sake of avoiding harmful hierarchies and silos within different field of study. There are no formal divides between arts, science, commerce, extracurricular, and others. It is essential that students have a broad education in the arts, sciences, and sports. Instead of rote memorization and exam preparation, the focus is on conceptual comprehension. Now, more sessions are there that regular formative evaluation technology should be used with an idea that education is a concurrent topic. It should be respected all curriculum, pedagogy, and policy. If all students have rapid access, curriculum coordinations at all levels should be there. Faculty members should be at the heart of education process. They should well recruited, well trained. Education should be audited and publicly disclosed to maintain its integrity. For greater education and growth, there must be a constant examination of progress. Pride is one's Indian rich heritage, including one's deep ties to countries' historic and present customs. A high quality education should be basic, entitled for all kids, and investment in public education and charity improvement by business and community partners are very much essential. Now, regarding teacher recruitment and employment, the TET demonstration class, interview, and fluency in local language, these are all highlighted. TET should be made compulsory, foundation, preparatory, middle, and secondary for all levels. TET will be conducted by NK exam. NEP 2020 suggests recruiting teachers for school complex and then dispersing them throughout a group of schools to solution of the teacher shortage. Teachers for classical language and vocational and skill classes are in high demand. So NEP 2020 encourages schools to hire master instructors who are experts in a variety of fields. Teacher career and professionalism. As part of NEP 2020, teacher will be required to meet performance criteria that outline their responsibilities. Professional standards for teachers, which they say at NPST by 2020 should be maintained. Regular teacher audit should be made. Continuous professional development and personal development should always be entertained. Now, regarding the higher education, they said that NEP 2020 aims to change education by reimagining it and putting students first. Included are those of the Education Commission and the Burma Commission. A decent education has never been more accessible than it is now. In order to ensure that all students have equal access to quality education, this technique places a high priority in the development of each individual student. Some of the policy benefits accrue to people working in the education sector. Early childhood care and education are intervened with the schooling and post-secondary education in an effort to improve students' achievement. Strategy 1, they follow that aim at improving the educational results. Additionally, the long-term overdue implementation of evaluation changes is a major priority area. As part of India's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the NEP 2020 intend to provide everyone with access to lifelong learning opportunities. Finally, conclusion, I conclude that the enable of NEP 2020 by the Indian government has generated a lot of interest and speculation. A comprehensive and all-encompassing educational delivery system is impossible to exaggerate. As a result, these parts are not well defined. Much longer than the present projection is feasible in the future, nearly 2 decades or more. It begins in the elementary school and progresses to high school and beyond. Because that what's planned, the primary focus will be on interdisciplinary, integrative, and all-encompassing training. The early start of the school year is meant to be a major component of vocational education as well. One part of the policy is for each level of learner, and a fourth part deals with how the policy will be put into action. Secondary and post-secondary education are separated into 3 stages: elementary, middle, and high school. It sets the stage for corrective action that give resources for all people, starting with their impressionable youth to study, think, and go critically and creatively. A world-class education system is envisioned for India, where all students, regardless of social or economic background, have equal access to world-class education. Even while this is a lofty objective that calls for a re-examination of the educational system as a whole, the following measures represent a step forward in the right direction. Now, these are the references I have taken help, and thank you for providing me the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Arnav, for your nice presentation. Any queries from participants? Session is open for discussion. Any queries from participants? Next presentation is by S.Y. Jadhav, entitled as Plant Diseases Controlled by Using Effective Microbial Biological Control Agents. S.Y. Jadhav, are you there?
Yeah, yes, right, Shinde, and his topic is plant diseases controlled by using effective microbial biological control agents. So, yes, Shinde, are you there?
He's not.
Okay, then next one that means abstract number 7. He is of V.S. Chauhan, sir. And his title of the presentation will be Microflora from Rhizospheric Soil of. Yeah, dear participant, please mute yourself. Dear participant, please mute yourself. Yeah, so the next presenter will be V.S. Chauhan. V.S. Chauhan, are you there? Okay. Then the next presenter will be Sumant Bharadwaj and S.C. Agarwal. They will going to present effects of nutrient supply on vegetative survival and reproduction of green alga. So, Sumant Bharadwaj ma'am and S.C. Agarwal, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah. Please, ma'am, you can start.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Here I'm sharing my screen. Namaskar everyone. Am I audible too? Myself, Dr. Suman Bharadwaj, speaking from Mumbai. I have done my PhD from University of Allahabad. Here I am going to present my research work as effects of carbohydrates on vegetative survival and echinid formation in green alga Phytophthora idogonia under light and dark conditions. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Objective. The main aim of the experiment was to study the effects of carbohydrates along with light and dark conditions on vegetative survival and reproduction of freshwater green alga Phytophthora idogonia. Algae, which are the primary producer of aquatic ecosystem, are fast-growing photosynthetic organisms which requires light and nutrients favorable for its growth and survival. Nowadays, modern chemical residues from different sources like pesticide, antibiotics, and many more chemical substances are challenges to survival of algal population. So I have selected green alga Phytophthora idogonia, which is a filamentous algae, belongs to order Cladophoriales and class Chlorophyceae. This alga is reproduced through the echinid formation of only a sexual method of reproduction. What are the echinids? Echinids are a very thick fold cell, dark green to blackish green in color, originated from vegetative cell. They are formed under unfavorable condition and continue to germinate to give a new vegetative filaments under favorable conditions. For I have selected nutrient supply, carbohydrates, mainly glucose and starch, to find out its effect on the alga. Materials and method. Equal amounts of alga measured with electronic balance, inoculated separately into equal volumes of BBM, as well as desired concentration of carbohydrates taken, that is glucose and starch. And all inoculated culture tubes were placed in the culture chamber at a controlled culture condition for absorbing the effects of carbohydrates in total dark condition. All inoculated culture tubes were wrapped with black paper and kept in a culture chamber in absence of light. Culture were examined periodically to determine the growth, survival, and reproduction of alga, and all data were analyzed statistically with the help of software. This slide showing the filaments of alga Phytophthora idogonia. This is the green vegetative filament, and second one is showing echinid bearing filament. We can clearly see that the echinid formation, that is a very thick fold and dark green to black in color. And this slide is showing is image of algal filament, that is germination of echinid. Here it is a protruding, small tiny protruding filament from echinid object. This is the table showing the percentage of echinid formation and vegetative survival under different concentration of glucose in presence of light. Here I have taken a different concentration of glucose from 0.1 ppm to 1000 ppm and analyzed 10th day to and 15th day of inoculation. This is the graphical representation of that table. Here we can easily see as the concentration of glucose increases in presence of light, vegetative survival as well as echinid formation both increased in presence of light. While in case of total dark condition, we can clearly see the echinid formation is very low, as well as the vegetative survival of algal filament. In case of starch, that is the table representation of percentage of vegetative survival and echinid formation. Here we can say that at a higher concentration, 1000 ppm, In presence of light, algal filament were able to survive, but in case of absence of light, higher concentration of starch become stressful and alga filament couldn't survive. Findings and conclusion. In presence of light, glucose and starch increase the vegetative survival and echinid formation in alga, and percentage of echinid formation also increases linearly. But in case of total darkness, vegetative survival and echinid formation were higher in lower concentration. And as the concentration of glucose increased above 1100 ppm, it decreased. At 15 days of inoculation, echinid germination, not formation, echinid germination was also observed in 250, 500 and 1000 ppm of glucose in presence of light. Comparative studies shows that in presence of light, higher concentration of starch induce the echinid formation rapidly in algal filaments. Glucose and starch both acted as a growth promoter, increased growth and survival of alga. Both increase the percentage of echinid formation in algal filament in comparison to control culture. It has been identified that the alga had the capability of utilizing the organic substrate under both in light and dark condition. For increasing algal growth and survival, presence of light is must with carbohydrates. In between glucose and starch, glucose a monosaccharide, easily feasible with the algal filaments and acts as a growth enhancer in comparison to starch. That is my conclusion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Suman ma'am, for nice presentation. Any questions from participants? Okay, yeah. So algae is a very important component of the plant kingdom, and many workers, many researchers, they are working on the algae. Thank you, Suman ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now the next presenter will be V.S. Chauhan and D.S. Varange. Are you there, V.S. Chauhan and D.S. Varange? Medicinal application of Adathoda vasica as well as uses of indoor plants. So these are the two presentations allotted to you. Okay, the next one is abstract number 11, Rani Taggi. Rani, are you there? Rani Taggi. Lean and green thinking, sustainable development. The next one is Usha Shukla. Usha Shukla, madam, are you there? Abstract 12, Usha Shukla. Mechanism and applications of bioluminescence. Yeah. Usha Shukla, ma'am, now we can start your presentation. Usha Shukla, ma'am, you can unmute yourself. Just a minute, I will see. You can unmute yourselves. Usha Shukla. Yeah. Usha Shukla, ma'am, now you can speak. You are unmuted, Usha, ma'am. Maybe Usha ma'am has any problem. Usha ma'am, you are not muted now. You are unmuted. Maybe your mic is having any technical problem. Usha ma'am. Okay. Still Usha ma'am join us. We can move to the next presentation of Janki Srivastav and Vartika Srivastav. And they will.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I'm here, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So they are going to. Yeah, you can continue.
Sure, sir. I'm going to share my presentation. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, we can see that. Yeah, now we can see it.
All right, sir. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Janki Srivastav. I am presenting this paper along with Dr. Vartika Srivastav, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. The title of my paper is A Survey on Eco-Friendly Practices Among Youth for Sustainable Development. So we are going to see in this paper how youth contribute in the protection of the environment and make it available for the future. So I'll not read the whole abstract, but I would just like to focus on the main point of this abstract, which says that we are going to consider, we know that there is a crucial role of youth in protecting the environment and make it a better place for the future. So this paper is going to inquire about the eco-friendly practices adopted by youth for sustainable development. For this, we have conducted a survey through a self-prepared questionnaire to find out the eco-friendly practices among youth. And we have found that youth is quite aware about the depletion of natural resources, and they are making it practice to protect the environment. They are doing simple things in their life to protect the environment. So we'll move on to the next one, introduction. We need to understand who is youth. Youth is a period of transition from childhood to adulthood. The United Nations defines youth as a people between the age of 15 years to 24 years. So according to National Youth Policy 2014 in India, it defines youth as a people between the age of 15 to 29 years. So in this research paper, we have considered youth as the people between the age of 17 to 28 years who are pursuing higher education. What is the meaning of sustainable environment? So in 1987, World Commission on Environment and Development submitted a report to UN General Assembly, and for the first time they have used the concept of sustainable development. According to Wikipedia, sustainability refers to the ability to continue over a long period of time. UNESCO said that sustainability is often thought of a long-term goal, while sustainable development refers to many processes and pathway to achieve it. And this is what we have tried to find out in our survey. So according to UN Nation World Commission on Environment and Development, the environmental sustainability is about acting in a way that ensures future generations have the natural resources available to live an equal, if not better, way of life as current generations. The US Environmental Protection Agency defines it as the meeting today's need without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. In this paper, sustainable environment refers to the environment which should be available for future generation to live a natural and healthy life. Objective of the study is to find out the eco-friendly practices adopted by the youth for sustainable environment. I've reviewed some of the literature. So the adverse effect on environment is causing serious climate issues. It is harming air, water, soil, all the natural resources. There is a study which shows that environmental sustainability is actually needed because our biodiversity, environmental degradation is happening, air pollution, plastic pollution, global warming, one of the very important concern. And our speakers were also talking on this global warming. So these are some of the very, very serious concerns because of unsustainability of the environment. According to Harvard Business Review, it shows that there are multinational companies who effectively limit emissions where environmental regulations are strict, but many of them are not following. Young people constitute a large part of the world's population. Many, especially young children, are particularly vulnerable to environment risks associated with, for example, access to clean and safe
Janki ma'am.
drinking water.
Yeah,
Yes, sir?
sorry to disturb you. Yeah, please try to give observations and conclusion.
Yes, sir. I'm just quickly moving on to that.
Yeah,
Right, so I'll just move on to the methodology. It is a descriptive survey method used, stratified random sampling. Data from 47 graduate and postgraduate students were collected. A self-prepared questionnaire was used. A tool consists of 10 items were there, and youth we have between the age of 17 to 25 years, and it was collected through Google form. So I'll just show you the results here. We have asked the questions, do they use polybag to carry things? So most of the students say yes, they carry, often 40%, but rarely says 51. So the ratio is almost same. We need to aware them more about the use of polybags. Question number 2 says, I use separate dustbin for wet and dry garbage, for which 47%, 44% of the respondents says that yes, they use separate dustbin. So this is a quite good ratio. If you'll see the other questions, question number 4 says that I reduce, reuse, and recycle waste material, and we can see the ratio of often is quite high. It is 53.2%, which needs to be converted into always. Then the next question says that they use it is not visible here, but I'll just read it, that they use paper, they use cloth napkin instead of paper napkins. So we can see a lot of people use paper napkins. So this is one of the very important thing. We can protect the environment, we can save the environment. Then the next question, I keep on lights on during the daytime. So it is required for the energy conservation, and 46% of them says that they do not they do not turn on the light during the daytime. Sixth question says that I use metal utensils instead of plastic disposals. So 74% says we always do this. So this is quite good response. Then I carry my own water bottle when go out for home. So it is again help to reduce the plastic waste, and the ratio is quite good, 78.7%. I save electricity by reducing unnecessary wastage. Again, the ratio is good, 72.3%. I decorate my home with plants, which says that we are trying to make our environment green. So good percentage, around 53% of respondents says that yes, they do that. I use eco cleaning products to clean the houses. So here we can see the ratio is often. So these are some of the questions that we have put in a form of a questionnaire, which shows that students are quite aware. So the results shows that youth in India is quite aware about the environmental issues, and they have adopted healthy practices in their day-to-day life to keep the environment clean and safe and available for the future. Youth of this generation is using less plastic, conserving the energy, and is following the concept of 3 Rs. They are working ahead to use natural resources and going to keep it available for future use. There are certain suggestions. It says that there is a need to keep on conducting various workshops, seminars, and sessions to make youth aware about, to make them use it in their daily day-to-day practice. The community, the school, youth council should be made so that they can conduct the activities to make people more aware and active. Then experiential learning related to environment education should be included in the curriculum of school, colleges, and higher education, so that they are always keep in touch. These are some of the references that I have used, and thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Janki ma'am, for conduction of a nice survey on eco-friendly practices among youth, and the results and observations are also encouraging that youth are thinking to conserve the nature.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Usha ma'am has already sent her recording of the presentation, because due to technical error, she is not able to present now. So I am now going to share the screen. And here, yeah. Dear participants, can you hear?
So voice is very low.
Yeah, voice is very.
Now the types of luminescence, there are so many types of luminescence. Photoluminescence. Luminescence, input energy may be any form of energy, but output energy is always in form of light. So in photoluminescence, energy source is photon of electromagnetic radiation, that is photon. Fluorescence, phosphorescence, chemiluminescence. Chemiluminescence, energy source, chemical reaction. Bioluminescence and electrochemical luminescence. Now, crystalline luminescence, energy source, crystallization, the process in which solid crystals that from a solution. A melt of more rarely inverted directly from a electroluminescence, it is the direct conversion of electrical energy into light energy. Chemiluminescence, mechanism, energy source, mechanical energy, that is mechanical action on a solid. Bacterioluminescence is the light emitted when irradiated or irradiated solid substance are different. Now, solid, what is solid? The solid state is that state of matter in which the constituent particles like atoms, molecules, or ions are closely packed to the lattice and are unable to. Okay? And crystalline solid, in a crystalline solid, the structural units, atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a definite pattern. This definite pattern is repeated constantly throughout the solid. Temperature, the arrangement of the constituent particles deviate from the perfectly ordered arrangement. Any deviation from the perfectly ordered arrangement in a crystal constitutes disorder. That is, any departure from the perfectly arrangement in a crystal is termed as imperfection or defective. Okay. Metal axis defect is to anion vacancy. That is, this type of defect arises when an anion is missing from its bracket side, creating a hole, and the hole is missing from its bracket side, creating an electron, and the hole is occupied by an electron to maintain the crystal neutrality of the crystal. The electrons trapped in anion vacancy are called S centers. S centers. S color. Now, mechanisms of mutation. When an energized halide crystal is dissolved in solution, the entire process of bioluminescence takes place in two stages. In the solid phase of the sample, when it is irradiated with an X-ray or a gamma ray, and the other in the solid phase, then it undergoes distillation. And when an alkali halide crystal is dissolved in water, two effects occur simultaneously. One is an electron is released from an F center and a hydrated electron is formed. Now, mechanism of fluorescence for organic materials. It has been shown that in organic materials, such as fat, free radicals are involved with inside the bioluminescence process in a manner analogous to the reactions of the trapped electrons from the F center with inside the alkali halide. Combinations of free radicals, reactions with dissolved oxygen, or reactions with the solvent resulting with inside the emission of free. For example, here R plus O2 is equal to RO2, this is O, capital O. And out of many possible reactions, RO2 plus RO2 is non-radical products is one of a small minority squad which already is happening. And this is the dilution sensor, addition of dilution the different gamma exposure of CNCS dissolvent water. Applications of dilution. These are the different materials. And applications of dilution. Dilution dosimeter. Very important application dosimeter are used for measurement of a skin dose in X-ray therapy. They can be used for extracavitary measurement. They have been tried for radiotherapy and processing of food and utilization of medicinal materials. Dilution can also be used for measurement of radical activity of chemical compounds, particularly those with potential for use as radioprotective agents. Future of bioluminescence. The future of bioluminescence is vague and showing documentary the major application of bioluminescence and can be further modified. Bioluminescence documentary has been used to monitor skin doses in radiotherapy, that is within inside the clinical range of doses 0.5 to 0.5 by. Other significant areas are medical dosimetry, wherein the specified treatment absorbed dose and collateral absorbed dose is monitored. And in environmental dosimetry such as radon monitoring building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Usha ma'am, for your presentation. And now I will call abstract number 14, Zhode Ravindra, Valay Tagde, and Mahesh Kavle for the presentation on livelihood of the people living in forest fringes of Gondia district, India. Zhode, Tagde, and Kavle. Are you there? Okay, next one is R.S. Ukre and R.R. Kurzekar. R.S. Ukre and R.R. Kurzekar. Abstract number 15. Abstract 16 is by A.N. Chandore sir. Chandore sir, are you there? Or your student? Regarding mangrove diversity. Yeah, Ukre. R.S. Ukre, are you there? Ukre sir, you have to share your presentation. But now we can see your mobile screen. Even now we can see your mobile screen only. Ukre sir, are you going to share the screen on laptop? Or you are only trying on the mobile? Hello, Ukre sir. Ukre sir. Ukre sir, maybe due to the yeah. You can talk, Ukre sir. Ukre sir. Tracer, please stop. Okay, let it be. Maybe a technical problem. It is unable to Tracer to share his screen as well as to present his research work. The next will be A.N. Sandore, abstract number 16. If Sandore sir are not present, then abstract number 17, Bala Sahib Kale and Shashikant Shisode. Abstract number 17. Are you there? Bala Sahib Kale sir and Shashikant Shisode sir. The next one is Nimisha Gupta. Nimisha Gupta, abstract number 18. Need of reforming Indian agriculture, issues and challenges. Nimisha Gupta. Yeah. The next one is abstract number 19. Praveen Cholke and Arundhati Sinha. Antioxidant status of some unusual fruit vegetables. Okay, and now abstract number 20, Sonal Prasad and Tabish Vidvi, I think. Yeah. Sonal ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, very clear.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Myself, Sonal Prasad, Faculty of Biosciences, Institute of Biosciences and Technology, Shri Ram Swarup Memorial University, Lucknow. My topic for presentation is assessing the antioxidant potential of Saraka Asoka leaves, bark, and bark extract as a nutraceutical. Here you can see on the slide. So the background of my presentation is that chronic diseases such as cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and other respiratory diseases are on upsurge due to the huge amount of reactive oxygen species, free radicals, and oxidative stress. All these factors play a very important, a very potent role in aggravating these diseases. So plants and plant-derived compounds have shown a great potential in reducing and combating the detrimental effects of the free radical and other harmful toxins. So in this current research work that I have done on the leaf and bark of Saraka Asoka is to evaluate the free radical scavenging properties of both Saraka Asoka leaves and Saraka Asoka bark. Though Saraka Asoka is popularly known as Sita Asoka, it has been used since many years, since decades, and has been used as a female tonic. Every time since centuries, it has been considered as a female tonic. It has been used to treat breast cancer, to treat menopausal problems, to treat many other menarche problems. But due to the presence of huge amount of bioactive compounds in Saraka Asoka, in every part of Saraka Asoka, not only in just leaf and bark and its roots, but also in flowers and many other things, it has been, I have decided to conduct a research or conduct a study on the leaves and bark of Saraka Asoka. So in this study, the methanolic extract of Saraka Asoka leaves and bark have been prepared by Zoxlet extraction method. In this study, the material and methods that have been taken was to assess the antioxidant activities. The antioxidant activities of Saraka Asoka methanolic extract were assessed by employing ARSC, that is ABTS radical scavenging capacity, then DPPH, super oxide radical activity, hydroxyl radical scavenging activity, nitric oxide scavenging ability, and lipid peroxidation inhibition activity. So the antioxidant properties have been performed by spectrophotometric method. The spectrophotometer was used in evaluating all these antioxidant activities to give the correct, accurate reading, correct observations. All these results have been performed, all these observations have been performed in triplicate, and with the level of significance was 0.01. So the ABTS radical scavenging activity in this study, the optical density value that has been taken at the wavelength of 745 nanometer was 0.245 as the control. The control group was 0.245 at 745 nanometer. Similarly, in the DPPH radical scavenging activity, the control was 0.195 at 570 nanometer wavelength. In superoxide radical scavenging activity, the control was 0.257 at the OD value of 560 nanometer. In hydroxyl radical scavenging activity, the OD value was 0.236 at 532 nanometer. In lipid peroxidation inhibition assay, the control was 0.252 at the OD value of 532 nanometer. And in nitric oxide scavenging ability, you can see the control was 0.2449 at the OD value of 546 nanometer. In all these things, why these these activities have been taken, because superoxide, hydroxyl, nitric oxide, all these are a part of particulate matter pollutants. So to combat the toxic effect of these free radicals, because these are so minute, and they can penetrate the lungs through the nostrils, they are so minute and ultra fine particles that they can harm the vital organs of the body. In when you don't wear mask, when you just don't when you just live a normal life, you think that the air we breathe, the water we drink, that is safe. But nowadays, due to the huge due to the upsurge in pollution, due to the Parali problem, we all can see that superoxide radical, hydroxyl radical, nitric oxide radical, and other kind of free radicals are prevalent. To combat these problems, the detrimental effect of these toxic pollutants, it has been decided to assess the antioxidant activity of Saraka soka and Saraka soka leaf and bark, so that it can be evaluated that whether this leaf and bark has the potential to protect the body, to protect the vital organs against these free radicals or not. So this was a research, an initiative has been taken to just evaluate and assess whether this Saraka soka leaf and bark can act as a cardioprotective agent and or not, or whether it can act as a rich and excellent antioxidant or not. So with this method, all these activities, the outcome of the study was something that we can see on the slide. In leaf extract, the half maximal inhibitory concentration in ARSC is 122.57 milligram per ml, while in bark extract, the half maximal inhibitory concentration is 128.89 milligram per ml. In ARSC. In DPPH, we can see 121.32 milligram per ml, and in bark extract, it is 126.32 milligram per ml, a half maximal inhibitory concentrations. In other activities, we can say in superoxide radical scavenging activity, the half maximal inhibitory concentration is 163.74 milligram per ml, and in bark extract, it is 165.63 milligram per ml. Similarly, in hydroxyl, we can see 154.
Hello, Sonal ma'am. Hello, Sonal ma'am. Can you hear me? Sonal ma'am, can you hear me? Okay, maybe due to technical problem, she will not going to continue. Okay, and then the next abstract number is 21, and presenters are Premlata Yadav, Sandhya Nitin, Rajesh Sharma, and Praveen Kumar Yadav. So, are you there? Then next one is abstract number 22, D.V. Borude, P.P. Bahlekar, A.N. Sandore, and topic of the presentation is additional records of herbaceous plants for Ratnagiri district, Maharashtra. So, Borude sir, are you going to present?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you can start and you can share your screen.
Screen is visible, sir.
Still now, no. You have to share the screen. I can see your name only. You have to click on the share screen, and then you will be able to share the screen, and we can see your presentation. Yeah, now.
Visible, sir?
Yeah. Very nice.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Borude Devidas. My research topic is additional records of herbaceous plant from Ratnagiri district. Introduction and methods. Ratnagiri district situated in the western Ghats of Maharashtra. There are 9 tahsil in Ratnagiri district: Chiplun, Dapoli, Guhagar, Khed, Lanja, Rajapur, Ratnagiri, and Sangameshwar and Mandangarh. During continuous field visit of Ratnagiri district, we have collected 49.7 taxa belongs to 59 families are herbaceous and ephemeral plants. Most of the species collected from lateritic plateau of Ratnagiri district. Collected specimens were dissected under stereosome microscope and microphotographs and of taken with the help of camera. Collection specimens were identified by various flora monographs and various revisions by Almeida, Cook, Jain, Misri, Mishra, Singh, Sharma. New records of herbaceous plant list for Ratnagiri district there. New records of herbaceous plants for Ratnagiri district. Echinnomini american belongs to family Fabaceae. Blixa echinosperma, Blixa octandra. It's are aquatic plants. Syrophagia bulbosa, Crotalaria mysorensis, Cynacum caliatum, Cyperus quercus, Eriocolon cetaceum, Eriocolon xeranthemum belongs to family Eriocolaceae. Next, Fimbristylis pubicomosa, Fimbristylis stolonifera belongs to family Cyperaceae. Ipomia pileata, Justicia wahaliana, Lindernia procumbens, Taurogyne zelenica, Strobilanthus crossandra, Teramnus mollis. Next, Syrophagia malvensis belongs to family Apiaceae. Crotalaria toxi belongs to family Fabaceae. Crotalaria Phillips variety Pantanki. Curcilago savoy, recently discovered new species. Dicleptrum pocli, Eriocolon colapurensis, Fimbristylis buscuti, Ichimum boli. Result and conclusion. The present work provides details, checklist, and photographs. 45 ephemerals and herbaceous flowering plants belong to 15 families new reported in Ratnagiri district. Total 11 species are endemic to India. Cyperaceae and Fabaceae families are dominant. Acknowledgement. ANC and we are thankful to the principal of Abasai Marathi College Rajapur, Ratnagiri, for provide necessary laboratory facility and Science and Engineering Research Board, Department of Science and Technology, the financial assessment. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The next abstract is abstract number 18.
Sir.
Need of reforming Indian agriculture, issues and challenges. Nimish Gupta.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
I hope am I audible? Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I missed my chance earlier. So
Okay,
I'm
sir.
here to present the paper on need of reforming Indian agriculture issues and challenges. I will be briefly talking about the requirement of the reformation in the Indian agriculture sector. As we know, India is once considered as the Annadata of the entire world and is struggling even to manage own demand supply problem with for various agricultural commodities. The farmers are committing suicides, are celebrating crop holidays, and are fighting with government for illegal acquisition of land for developing real estate or other commercially viable projects at the cost of agriculture.
Sir, you can share your screen, sir.
Sir, due to some this network issue, I'm not able to share it.
Okay,
My laptop stopped working, so I'm presenting at the moment directly.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Continue, sir.
So I was just talking about that the India is predominantly an agriculture-based economy, wherein 58% of the population relies on agriculture as a source of their livelihood. It accounts for 17.1% of the country's gross value added. Despite the fact that agriculture employs majority of the labor force in the economy in the country, it is seen as an inefficient sector incapable of fulfilling the aspiration of large number of people employed in it. Indian agriculture is the largest private sector in the country, yet it is the most regulated, restricted and prohibited sector of the economy today. Despite such a handicap, Indian farmers have performed near miracle in transforming situation of food scarcity to one of surplus. India has also emerged as a major exporter of agriculture produce, ranked 8th by World Trade Organization in 2019. But this has been achieved at a high cost. Today, half of the population remains largely dependent on the shrinking share of agriculture, 15% in gross domestic product. After independence, we have seen many reforms has taken place. After independence, the government of India initiated a series of groundbreaking milestone measures to provide equitable access to land and to increase agriculture productivity. Despite all these efforts, the farmers remained at the brink, persistently struggling with low income, diminishing profitability and risk-laden livelihood, which ultimately leads to agrarian crisis. Recently, 3 farmers legislations, namely Farmers Bill, Empowerment and Protection, Agreement on Price Assurance and Farm Services Act 2020, the Farmers Produce Trade and Commercial Promotion Act 2020, the people started opposing it, and due to which the government was bound to take these reforms back. It is again a debatable topic on which I will not go. Briefly, I'll talk about my recommendations, wherein I have just discussed about that farmers have more choices and potentially get better price discovery. But there are lots of uncertainties to realize the potential. To make them work, some conditions may have to be fulfilled and imperfections and concerns have to be addressed. More marketing infrastructure has to be developed outside the system. The Agriculture Infrastructure Fund of rupees 1 lakh crore announced by the government can be used for this purpose. Agriculture and markets are state subject in the constitution. Interstate trade is central subject. Center and state governments have to work closely in federal setup to for the success of these reforms. More transparency, communication and explanation to the farmers, particularly smallholders, on the benefit of reforms are needed. Other reforms needed in agriculture relate to subsidies, land issues, technology, institutions, rural infrastructure, and linkages with non-agriculture. These are some of the recommendations which I have listed. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir.
The next presentation is 21.
Sir, 1 second, sir. So 1 second, I was actually disconnected from because due to network problem it was disconnected. So please kindly let me to continue this, sir.
Okay, madam, within a minute, complete your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, this was the outcome of the study that I was just presenting. So, in short, I would like to present this, and I would like to say that as the concentration of the reaction mixture increases, the absorbance decreases, and the radical scavenging activity increases. And the lower value of IC50 indicates the highest antioxidant activity that you can see on the slide. This was the graph that you can say that as the concentration increases, the absorbance decreases, and the free radical scavenging activity increases. This is the ABTS radical scavenging activity of the methanolic extract of Saratoga leaf and bark extract. The green color is of leaf extract, and the brown color that is shown here, it is bark extract. Similarly, in DPPH radical scavenging activity, the antioxidant property of Saratoga leaf and bark methanolic extract is here. You get it is visible on the screen. And this is another, the hydroxyl radical scavenging activity, where you can see this is just exhibiting the same slide, the same slide. This is just elaborating the concentration and free radical scavenging activity proportion, that the percent scavenging activity, and this is the percent hydroxyl radical scavenging activity at the concentration level here. This is the lipid peroxidation inhibition assay. This is the nitric oxide radical scavenging activity. Now, coming to the conclusion, I can say that on the basis of the research work of the antioxidant activity of leaves and bark of Saratoga, we can conclude that both Saratoga leaves and bark possess excellent antioxidant and free radical scavenging properties. As I have already stated that it has been known as a female tonic earlier, but now with this antioxidant properties, excellent potent antioxidant activity properties, it has shown in this the slides, the research work. We can say that it can act as a cardioprotective agent, as an anti-inflammatory, anti-carcinogenic, anti-diabetic, hypolipidemic, and as an immune booster agent. So it can prevent and treat the body from the toxic effects of the free radical and other particulate matter pollutants, which are ubiquitous in the atmosphere everywhere in everyday life we are living. And the above compounds present in it can be used in the formulation of a dietary supplement, or either as a in a nutraceutical in the form of powder, in the form of capsule or liquid, and which it can help in boosting the immunity and just combating many disorders. So it could be an innovative study exploring the Saratoga as a wonder herb, and it can be used for the treatment of many other diseases, and can be used as a nutraceutical as well. And that's all. Thank you so much. Apart from female tonic, it can be used as a nutraceutical in treating many other disorders. Apart from female gynecological disorder, it can be used as a cardioprotective agent. It can be used as a anti-cancer agent. It can be used as a anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic, and anti-lipid hyperlipidemic agent. And thus we can say it overall, Saratoga is a wonder herb, and it can be used as a supplement and used in the form of nutraceutical. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me the opportunity again. Thank you, sir.
Next presentation is abstract number 21. Synthesis and characterization of NiO.SnO2 nanocomposites. Premlata Yadav. Okay. Next, abstract number 22. Additional records of herbaceous plants of Ratnagiri district, Maharashtra. DB Borude. Borude, sir, are you there?
So it has completed.
Complete. Okay. हॅलो हॅलो
हां सर बोला.
हा सर तुम्ही करताय का तिकडनं?
So next participant is poster oral presentation number 23, Mr. S.M. Sangale, whose title is study.
Okay, Chavan sir, you continue, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
SM Sangle.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
Sharing.
sir. Please share your presentation and start.
Oh, sir, is a.
Sangle, sir, any?
Yes, sir. His presentation is visible, sir.
No, sir, no.
Your chat box open.
Wait, sir.
Is there any issue?
Sir, I am trying to present, but it is not
Okay,
going to
yeah,
present.
okay. Try to reconnect.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Share once again.
Yes. So it is visible. Poster is visible.
No, sir. Not it. Share your entire screen, sir.
Okay, sir. Now, sir, it is visible.
No, sir, not it. Please try to share your entire screen.
Now, sir, it is visible.
Not it, sir. Please do one thing. Open your presentation, sir, and
Yes, sir. It is poster presentation. I have made a poster.
yes, yes, no problem. You just click on the share screen and share the screen. Don't share a separate tab.
Okay. When I'm going to share, this goes to the photo, document, web link, bookmark. It is not connected directly to posters.
Sharing with laptop or with mobile?
With mobile, sir, there is a problem. Electricity problem is there. In Maharashtra, there is a strike, so many problem in electricity.
Is there an option of sharing a screen?
There is no another option.
Okay, so you can present without sharing screen, sir, no problem.
Okay, sir.
If you are facing a difficulty.
Yes. So good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Dr. SM Sangle. I'm from Government Institute of Science, Aurangabad. My present research work is entitled Study of In Vitro Response of Ipomia clarki hook. The plant tissue culture is a culturing of any part of plant in a specially defined growth media under the aseptic laboratory condition. Ipomia clarki is endemic plant in India and reported from various regions of Maharashtra. Endemic species are more in danger to destruction than more privileged species because of their inadequate geographic ranges and thus have to become one of the most effective surrogates the identifying the conservation priorities. Ipomia is the Bigge genus in the blooming plant family, Convolvulaceae. Many shoot commencement from explant was detected after 30 days of inoculation, and several root proliferation was accomplished within the 40 to 45 days after subculture. In vitro propagation of using tissue culture is an important technique for quick multiplication upon the usual germination of seeds and vegetative means. Ipomia clarki, reported under the endangered category of IUCN. It is rare annual herb climber bearing golden yellow flowers. It has showing somatic chromosome number is 2n is equal to 30. Materials and methods. The seeds of Ipomia clarki was collected from Marshes Ghat of Western Ghat, and it is raised in the botanical garden of our college. Explant material cleaned with using liquid detergent for removing dust and waxy particles, then washed with distilled water and shifted to laminar airflow cabinet. The plant material was surface sterilized by using 0.1% HgCl2 and was rinsed into 3-4 times with sterile distilled water. The explants such as leaf, nodal sector, stem were removed into 2 to 3 centimeter in size pieces and inoculated in the culture bottles containing MS media with various combinations and stocks of various compounds as mentioned in the observation table. The success in a cell, tissue, and organ culture technique is related to the selection of or development of media composition. Result and discussion. Many shoot commencement from explant was detected after 30 days of inoculation, and several shoot for proliferation was accomplished within 40 to 45 days after the subculture. In vitro propagation using tissue culture is an important technique for quick multiplication upon the usual germination of seeds and vegetative means. The response of shoot germination to various growth regulators such as BAPA and NAAA are presented in observation table. The current examination, it was pursued development of multiple shoots on MS basal medium supplement with 0.5 milligram per liter of BAPA and combination of 0.1 milligram liter of NAA from nodal section. We have taken different combinations of MS media with BAPA. We use 6 different compositions, that is 0.5 milligram per liter BAPA. It shows response of shoots regeneration. It is about 86.66%. It is maximum and it is minimum at MS plus 2.5 milligram of BAPA per liter, that is 26.63. We also use the effect of plant growth regulators in combination of auxin and cytokinin such as naphthalic acetic acid plus BAP on a shoot regeneration. It gives maximum effect at MS medium plus 0.5 milligram of liter BAP plus 0.1 milligram of NAA, and the shoot responses of regeneration is 43%, which is highest, and it is lowest at MS medium plus 0.5 mg per liter BAPA plus 0.3 mg liter plus Na. The third and important experiment we have done with the activated charcoal. The effect of plant growth regulator cytokinin BAP with activated charcoal on shoot regeneration of Ipomia. We use activated charcoal BAP, that is a 0.5%, 0.5 milligram per liter, shows 76.66% for responses of shoot regeneration, which is highest, and these 3 compositions are very good for the shoot regeneration. So on the basis of observation table, one can conclude that in a present investigation, it was observed development of multiple shoots on MS basal medium supplement with 0.5 milligram per liter BAPA and combination of 0.1 milligram per liter NaA from nodal segment, which is very effective. So hence the presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay sir.
Sir.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay sir, for your presentation. And
thank you, sir. And sorry for this technical.
It's okay, sir. Sometimes there might be the issue with sharing of
yes.
files, so no problem, sir. So next presentation, serial number 24. That is Satnam Singh Sohal. Sohal sir, are you present here? Okay, I think Satnam sir is not present here. So next presentation number 24 is from Rahul Vaks.
Yes, sir. I am here, sir.
Please, sir. So start your
Yes,
presentation.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Please.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can you see that the picture, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Your screen is also visible.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Now, today I am going to present the topic ocular formulation development. So, marigold is like that is the name of the gender flowers, and the botanical name is calendula officinale. By the method of the herbal extract in diabetic cataract. Now, the diabetes-induced cataract is a major concern of several people who are having this Now, diabetes-induced cataract is a major concern of several people who are having this defect. The recent research showed that the herbal preparation are found very effective against cataract. In the literature review, it was observed that the diabetes person are found more prone to cataract. Diabetic patients also have a higher risk of complications after phacoemulsification cataract surgery as compared to non-diabetic people. In Ayurveda, nowadays, herbal remedies plays an important role to cure many diseases. The use of natural, herbal, and naturopathic medication has increased, as they have more therapeutic potential and lesser side effects as compared to
Dr. Naikode, sir, there is a problem of overlapping sound.
Allopathic and Ayurvedic medications. Our research is focused on preparation of eye drop.
Yes, yes, continue, sir.
Yeah, 1 minute, sir. The lesser side effect eye drop by using herbal remedies. We found that the flowers of marigold have antioxidant properties and found effective to inhibit the cataract in vitro propagations. In vitro conditions, calendula officinale flower showed that anti-cataract activity, and thus our study reveals that the calendula officinale flower showed inhibition for the prevention as well as treatment of diabetic cataract. Now, I'm going to second now what is a diabetes mellitus. Everybody knows about that, the diabetes mellitus. What is a diabetes? What is a diabetes? Now, the classification of diabetes, there are on the basis of their primary diabetes and secondary diabetes. Now, primary diabetes is the type 1 and type 2, and now in secondary diabetes, as per that, the disease of the disorder of the or disease of the human things like that, pancreatic disease, Cushing syndromes, and accordingly, chemical induced diabetes, abnormalities, and insulin receptors, like so on. Now, what is a cataract? Cataract is a dense and opaque and cloudy region inside the eye lens. It grows in eye-shaped proteins which prevent the lens from sending clear images to retina The retina works by converting a lens into signal its functions. The occurrence of cataract formation inside the diabetic population becomes increased due to many mechanisms, and the diabetic population remains in danger C, including diabetic macular edema, postoperative or diabetic retinopathy. Diabetes-induced cataract, also known as a diabetes-induced cataract, often refers to the cataract that has been one of the leading causes of diabetic vision deficiency. And the probability of the cataract development is increased up to 5 times more frequent, particularly in patients with diabetic mellitus. Removal of cataract is one of the most common procedure and increase the number of cataract surgery every year. Cataract in diabetes patients result from high blood sugar levels, which damage the blood vessels linked to the aqueous humor and lens of the cornea. Other pathogenic pathways include the polyol pathway, autoimmunity in diabetic patients, and osmotic and oxidative stress. The common signs and symptoms of the disease include changes in seeing the colors, sensitivity to light, and halo effects around the light, reduced night vision, frequent changes in eyeglass and prescription, and difficulty reading in dim lit rooms. What are the symptoms and signs and symptoms of these are the symptoms of the diabetic patients? Fading or yellowing of colors, difficulty with the night vision, brightener, light needed for reading, double vision, diplopia, sensitive to light and glare, seeing halo effects around the lights, and frequent changes in eyeglass or contact lenses prescriptions, difficulty reading to in dimly rooms. Now, we have to use these flowers, and I use this instrument part. Soxalate, I have to extract it. The extraction with the help of this oxalate extraction method was performed in the picture below. So I use this apparatus, heating mental water pump like this, rotovapes, and this is a fractionation methods. I extracted the liquid extractions, also known as the solvent extractions, and everybody knows about that how two different immiscible liquids, usually water polar and organic solvents non-polars. Now, this is a fractionation with the marigonda extract, ethyl acetate, and distilled water carried out in separating with the help of also rotatory evaporator. Now, this is a phytochemical investigation of the marigonda. So, when I phytochemical investigation of marigonda, so I have done that the following tests for reducing sugars, like that filling test, Bendick test, Thomas test, test for monosaccharides. Test for monosaccharides to detect the sugars, to detect the then I go for test for alkalides. The alkalides. What is already? Test 1 minute. Now, after that, the phytochemical investigation of marigonda. So I perform that the test for reducing sugars, and filling test, Bendick test, Thomas test. I test for monosaccharide to determine the sugar levels. I have also done that test for alkalides, test for saponosis, test for glycosis, test for tannins, and test for flavonoids, test for volatile oils, test for proteins. Fluorescence analysis of marigonda. Now, fluorescence is a phenomena exhibited by various chemical constituents present in the plant material, and it is seen in the visible range in daylights. Thin layer chromatography, I use that the thin layer chromatography when I extract the solution was performed using aluminum bucket plates coated with the silica gels, and solution of marigonda was prepared using in methanol. So I use in the TLC method. Then I perform that UV analysis, determination of total phenolic contents, and determination of total flavonoids contents, antioxidants. There are whenever we use that such a type of the solutions or emulsions. So we go through that the antioxidant assays. There are two methods: antioxidant assays and ABTS assays method, and then formulation of dry and drop. So diabetic cataract refers to the cataract as being one of the leading causes of diabetic vision deficiency in diabetic patient in condition that causes blurring of vision and is one of the major causes of blindness in diabetic patients. Cataract is indeed the main cause of vision disability. Removal of cataract remains one of the most common procedure and increase the number of cataract surgery every year. The cataract surgery has been advanced into enhanced surgery such as phacoemulsification. So these points as I already read on in the abstract point. Now this is the TLC, HPTLC. I use this method. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vaks, sir, for your
yes, sir.
presentation. So
yes, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, please ask to the.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a doubt. Can I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wak, for your very good presentation. But I have a doubt that calendula, is it called marigold? Because marigold is the common English name for Tagetes erecta and Tagetes patula. And you have worked on calendula. So I just wanted to know whether you have confirmed the name for marigold. You are calling it common name as marigold, right? Am I audible?
Vaks, sir, your mic is mute.
Ma'am,
No, my mic is on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Vaks, sir's mic.
Yes,
ma'am, he is using the term marigonda. Yeah.
Marigonda.
He used this term, marigonda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vaks, sir. The next presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Welcome. Sir. Next presentation is from A and Dede. Presentation number 26.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please. Dede, sir, please share your screen.
Yes.
Vaks, sir, you stop your screen sharing. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Share slide is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. It is visible.
Myself, Dr. Indre, Assistant Professor, Devdi, Taluka District, Satara. My research topic is study on faunal diversity in Bengal Lake from Devdi village, Mantasil, Satara, India. Introduction: the total amount of fresh water, 2.5% and 98.8% of water is the ice cap and polar region of the earth and groundwater. Less than 0.3% of fresh water is present in the form of river, lakes, streams, but greater quantity of fresh water is found in the interior of the earth. These are the Gillick 1998. And then Pisces are the most important group of vertebrates. So enormous diversity in shape, size, biology, and habitat. These are the Bovidae 2014. Biodiversity is important factor for the stability of an ecosystem. This is Shukla and Singh 2013. And India is the one of the mega biodiversity country in the world. And there are 450 families of freshwater fishes globally. And then fish diversity was studied by many workers. Different workers are seen. Ahmad et al. 2008, Sarvade et al. 2010, and Murga 2012. And this Maharashtra is a rich in freshwater reservoir fish diversity. And another, in this research topic, my research objective are to study the fish diversity in present study area, seasonal variation of fish, monthly variation of fish, study diversity indices of fish, to study awareness of water pollution in lake, and to analysis of water health status. And material method can be used for the collection of sample fish. These are the collected in different selected sessions, and as well as different nets can be used to collect the fish, different types of fish, and then identification of fish by the different standard key. Hamilton 1822, Day 1958, Ginger 1999, Ginger 1974. Different authorized or standard key can be identified the different species of the generic level with the help of confirm the ZSI Pune. And result discussion, the present study, 18 species of fish were found belonging to 4 order, 5 family during 2020, January 2022, December 2020. And maximum population of fish was found in December, minimum in July. And then different workers, previous workers can be studied. Ariu Ital reported 32 species, Valerao 15 species, and then Gube 15 species. And these are the different authors can be studied, fish diversity. And here in present study area, that can be fish population was high in the winter season, followed by the summer and monsoon season. And then lowest number of fish reported by the July, and similar result can be obtained by Galib et al. 2013 and Dede 2016. And then species dominance was high in the September and low in March. Salmon diversity index was high February and low July. And then Simpson diversity indices was the high in March and low in September. And then different indices can be used for the research work. And then salmon diversity value ranged from less than 3 indicate clean water, 1 to 2, 3 indicate moderate water, and less than 1 indicate heavily polluted water. And these are the used by the different previous workers, authors can be studied the diversity indices. And then order and family wise list sort of fishes from the study area. These are the 4 order, 5 families, and different species are seen. Family Cyprinidae, family Cilidae, family Chenidae, family Bagaridae, and family Pelonidae. These are the 5 family can be observed to the study area. And here a graphical representation of the fish population month-wise, seasonal-wise, and diversity indices in the month-wise can be shown in here. And conclusion, the diversity indices was indicate the lake water quality polluted because these are the environmental degradation was seriously affected the fish fauna, and management of fish diversity assumed to top importance under the varying situation of the habitat. And knowledge of obtainable resources and biological character of species serves the baseline information for the further study of resource conservation and maintenance, and is also helpful for researchers, fishermen to idea about tolerance the diversity of fish. And here the some photographs to the collect the my research area. Above Biomulcatus, Chana punctatus, Ore mozambicus, Osteococto, Genetodon cancellea, and separator or. These are the species can be collected, and these are the reference were used to the research work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. There is a kind request to all the participants. Please try to conclude your presentations within 5 minutes, because still we have 50% of participants are yet to present their work. So it's a kind request to all. So next presentation is presentation number 27. Yashodhara Varale ma'am. She is available. Okay, I think she is not present. So the next presentation, presentation number 29. Dear participant, please mute your mic if not necessary. Presentation number 29.
Yes, sir.
Mukul, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please present him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Mukul Mahabaleshwarkar.
Yes.
From MES Abasaheb Garware College, Pune, Department of Biodiversity. I am a PhD student of Dr. Nivedita Ghaya. I am sharing my slide now. Is it visible, sir?
तुम्ही तयार केली ती 100 पुढे आहे. आता काय नाही का ही नाही नाही मला येत नव्हते ना. नाही तुम्ही ही टाईप केलं की त्या टाईप करायला लागलं ना त्यात शेअर तुमचे
सर मध्ये कोणतरी बोलतोय.
एक मिनिट आहे. वर टाकायचं आहे काय नाही ना पेपरमध्ये जोर टाकून
Sir, other participants if can mute themselves. Hello, am I audible, sir? Hello.
Yes, Mukul, you can talk.
Okay, thank you. The paper that I am presenting is titled An Inclusive Approach for Conservation of Sacred Groves, a case study from Pune district, India. So sacred groves are called devrais in Marathi, that is in vernacular. These are very primitive age-old practices of dedicating forests to a deity, and these forests are conserved in the name of a deity, residing deity. There are a number of taboos associated with sacred groves which restrict access to the sacred groves and use of forest produce in the sacred groves. These are kind of climatic forests because they are never touched by local communities and others and are very rich in biodiversity. Sacred groves recently are threatened due to number of anthropogenic pressures. Also, they are very complex ecosystems due to the involvement of number of stakeholders and number of people around them. There are legal frameworks available for conservation of sacred groves. That is, there is Forest Conservation Act, or there is Biodiversity Act, the Indian Biodiversity Act, which has provisions to conserve sacred groves under different clauses. However, if we look at the on-ground conservation efforts or on-ground conservation success, then it is very low. There is hardly any sacred grove which is conserved under these two acts successfully. So we try to analyze what are the challenges are faced by the governing bodies to conserve these sacred groves. One of the major challenge which emerged is to see what are the exact number of sacred stakeholders and what are their expectations which are to be met adequately so that they will be satisfied and they will be discussed for conservation of sacred groves. So this paper attempts to identify different stakeholders related to sacred groves in Pune district from different perspectives, like the values of sacred groves, threats associated with sacred groves, and to seek stakeholder consultation for their conservation inputs. If we look at sacred groves in Pune district, then as per the records, there are about 240 sacred groves in Pune district. But if we look at the sacred groves which are studied under different research papers or different researchers, then there are more than 400 in Pune district itself. The methodology that was used for identifications of stakeholders was to actually visit the different sacred groves in Pune district to know about different stakeholders. We designed structured and semi-structured interviews for different stakeholders to know their opinion about conservation of sacred groves. We created a Google form questionnaire for interviews and communicated it with stakeholders. The interviews were taken in person, also online interactions were conducted, and site visits were also conducted for interviewing community representatives. Total 50 stakeholders were interviewed, different stakeholder groups were interviewed, and analysis of data was done. If you look at the results and discussion, then what are the number of stakeholders for sacred groves in Pune district? So local communities are the major stakeholders associated with sacred groves. After that, what comes is the government bodies, because they are one of the owners of these lands also and forests also. Then there are a number of researchers who always go to sacred groves and study them from different angles. Then there are surrounding urban centers. Urban centers are also involved in sacred groves as tourist economic centers, and they also pose number of threats to these sacred groves. There are interventions by non-governmental organizations, lawyers, policymakers, social workers, who are also major stakeholders in the sacred groves. If we evaluate these responses by the stakeholders for values as basis for protection of sacred groves, then ecological values come as the one of the major reason or major value for conservation of sacred groves. They are followed by hydrological, heritage and social values, but these are the four which are ranked top in the overall importance matrix. What are the functions of sacred groves? If we ask this question to these stakeholders, then biodiversity and habitat conservation, ecological services, overall environmental well-being, and identity to the local community, social harmony, they emerge as top-ranking functions of sacred groves. So we have to look at the sacred groves from these different angles when we think about conserving them, and we cannot be these sacred groves cannot be straight-jacketed as forest patches and they come under one particular act and to be conserved. So number of acts and laws should be involved and should be brought together to conserve these sacred groves. If we look at what are the threatscapes or severity of different threats to sacred groves in Pune district, then urbanization, ease of accessibility, that is roads, poor implementation of conservation laws, and declining belief systems are top-ranking threats. Nowadays, since these sacred groves are owned and managed by local communities, the belief systems that if we cut a particular tree in the sacred grove, then something wrong will happen to us. This kind of the belief systems which conserved sacred groves in the past are now vanishing and they are deteriorating. So this is one of the major threats for to the sacred groves. So what we out of this survey, what we concluded is that these opinion surveys can become important tool for understanding the stakeholders' expectations. We during our interviews we discussed with these stakeholders about why they are against conserving these sacred groves, why the ownership, although the ownership patterns are different, why these owners are not coming together for conservation of sacred groves. This opinion survey can also create base for creating win-win situation among the stakeholders. If we go for stakeholder expectation survey, then we can see that there are a number of expectations raised by different stakeholder groups. So unless and until we satisfy their expectations, it is difficult to conserve these sacred groves. So obviously we have to create this win-win situation among them so that all the stakeholders can come together on one platform to conserve the sacred groves. Unless and until they come together, it is difficult to prepare an effective conservation and management strategy. Although we know that every sacred grove is a different ecosystem, every sacred grove is a different system altogether, different set of conservation, on-ground conservation efforts have to be made for each and every sacred grove or a particular group of sacred groves. We have to come up with the management strategy and conservation strategy for these sacred groves. So I think this is all about the survey that we conducted for understanding the stakeholder expectations about sacred grove conservation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mukul sir. So the session is open for questions. Any queries, participants can ask you. Okay, thank you, Mukul sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Yes, thank you. Welcome, sir. And the next presentation is presentation number 30 from PP Bhalekar, DB Borude,
Yes,
and AN Chandores.
Yes, sir.
Bhalekar, sir. Okay, Bhalekar, sir, you start with the presentation.
Good afternoon. Myself Paresh Balekar from Abhasab Marathi College, Rajapur. Today our topic name is a preliminary checklist of monsoon flowering plant of Barsu and surrounding areas from Rajapur Tehsil of Ratnagiri district, Maharashtra. Next one is a abstract. The Barsu village is located in Rajapur Tehsil of Ratnagiri district in Maharashtra. It is situated 4 kilometers away from Rajapur. Total area of Barsu is 12.93 kilometers square. During our floristry study of Rajapur Tehsil of Ratnagiri district, we have prepared a checklist of 102 taxons of flowering plant belonging to 41 families during monsoon season. All herbarium specimens were prepared by using standard method, that is Jain and Rao of herbarium preparation. In the paper, near about 44 taxons are covered with only herbaceous plant. About 50% taxons are covered with trees and shrubs, and other 6% taxons are covered with climber. Total endemic plant is 18. The dominant family is, first one is Apocynaceae, that is 8 species are found. Next one is a Fabaceae, and third one is a Rubiaceae. Next is a introduction. The Barsu village is situated in Rajapur Tehsil. Most of the area of village are covered with the lateritic plateaus. On lateritic plateaus in monsoon season, various flowering plant diversity are found. During monsoon season, we have continuous visit to Barsu village. We have collected 102 taxa of flowering plant. Help of some floras, melons, and monographs, we have identified the all plants. Next slide is the endemic plant of the collected region. The first one is the Amorphophallus comitatus. Another one is a Ceropegia of attenuata. Next is a Cynosia belgamensis. Next is a Plemengia tuberosa. Indigofera dalgeli. Next is Impatiena minor, Garcinia indica, and Lepidogastris lutea. Other is a Terminalia paniculata and Tricholepis glabrima. Next is a Habenaria grandiformis, and last one is a Neonotis subspecies. Momodica dioica, Vigna vexillata, both are the climbing plant, and last one is the antenna camera. These are the checklist of flowering plant on the plateau of Barsu village. In this checklist, total 41 families are found. The total number of trees are 28. The total number of shrubs are 21. The herbaceous plant are 44, and 8 climber plant are found. These are data of checklist. Next is a result and discussion. The present research work prepared checklist of 102 monsoon flowering plant species belong to 41 families from Barsu village and surrounding areas of Rajapur, Tehsil of Ratnagiri. Total 18 endemic species reported from the studies area. Next one is the reference that are used in this paper and acknowledgement. ANC and PPB are thankful to Principal Abhasab Marathi College, Rajapur, Ratnagiri for providing necessary laboratory facilities and biological diversity assessment study and biodiversity Nanar village, Taluka Rajapur, district Ratnagiri, Maharashtra. And last one is thanks. Thanks to all.
Okay, thank you, Bhalekar sir.
Okay, sir.
Any queries, please to ask. Any queries from audience? Okay. Thank you, Balekar sir. And the next presentation is presentation number 31, Anil Award. Award sir, are you present? Is not present. So next presentation is presentation number 32. Gharpure Pallavi. Pallavi ma'am, are you present?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just a moment, sir. So can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. My teachers and participants. I myself, Pallavi Gharpure, representing as a student from Baburauji Golub College, Sangvi, Pune, will present my small work of my PhD. I first of all thank the organizing committee for the opportunity and my teachers and my college. So starting with a brief introduction of my topic as allelopathic effect of aqueous leak extract of Cosmos sulphureus on leguminous cereals, sorghum bicolor, Triticum estivum, Vigna aconitifolia from Pune district. A brief introduction of the topic. Weeds are non-native, termed as rudderals, found anywhere and everywhere along roadsides, wastelands, and agricultural crops. So the characteristics of a weed, to define a weed, are huge seed dispersal, faster reproductive rate, phenotypic and genotypic adaptations according to the environment and stress. And the fourth most important is allelopathy. Allelopathy is a biological phenomenon which suppresses the growth of other plants through release of allelochemicals, which are mainly the secondary metabolites for their functions as defense and to prevent herbivory. So first, the term was first coined by Rice in 1974. They defined as allelopathy as a direct and indirect effect of one plant or microorganism on another through the production of chemical compounds, as I have earlier mentioned it as allelochemicals. So the three main objectives I have designed based on the observation and literature review are evaluation of allelopathy or phytotoxicity of invasive weeds on agricultural crops, phytochemical analysis, basic qualitative test, and thin layer chromatography to know the presence of the compounds. Amongst all, Cosmos sulphureus was selected based on observation and literature review. Cosmos sulphureus is a native to Mexico, an annual weed, and it has been collected from the study areas Paud Pirangut area, Katras Ghat, Mulshi Dive Ghat, and its effect is being observed on three crops which are selected as sorghum, vigna, and Triticum estivum, commonly known as jowar, mothbean, and wheat. So the Cosmos was collected during vegetative stage from different study sites in the month of September, and the leaves were collected. They were air shed dry and powder, and they were stored in bottles. So the methodology is to prove that Cosmos is really an allelopathic plant. Experiments were conducted with Petri plate bioassays. The Petri plates you can see in the picture are lined with germination papers, brown germination paper, and they are moistened with extract regularly. So the control use was aqueous solution. The experiments were set up in triplicates, and the germination parameters, the parameters used for study were germination percentage, root shoot length, vigor index, and the results were noted after 8 days. So the results here we can see that the control the good growth of root and shoot, but as the concentration is increased of the extracts, we see inhibitory growth of root and shoot length as compared to the control. So phytochemical analysis showed the presence of alkaloids, phenols, tannins, flavonoids, proteins, and amino acids in varying amounts in these cosmos weed. These are the results here we can see in a tabular form. The comparative results of cosmos acting on jowar, matti, and wheat. So the results are they are inhibitory to jowar and wheat at 70% concentration, and it is found to be stimulatory at 80% concentration. So there is a difference in the response to the bead. The next objective is thin layer chromatography was conducted to know the compounds, organic compounds present in the weed. So silica gel was activated on a glass plate. Different solvents first was used, but later on 12 different spots were isolated from cosmos. I mean from ethanolic extract of cosmos with chloroform as a main solvent. The spots were identified or observed under spectrophotometer, and iodine as universal spray was used. So this is the last slide. These are the references which I have used. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, madam. Now the session is open for discussion. Any questions from participants?
Good evening, sir. May I know my research paper number, sir?
Pallavi ma'am, your research paper number 32.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I have finished my presentation, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. Who asked for the presentation number, ma'am? What's your good name?
I am Sridevi from Karaikal, sir. My research paper is on seed priming.
Sindhuri ma'am, you can start your presentation.
I can stop my.
Yes, yes, yes. So no questions from audience, ma'am. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome, welcome.
Sindhuri ma'am, are you there? Sindhuri ma'am, you can start your presentation. Hello, Sindhuri ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Sindhuri ma'am, you are not audible. Please check your mic. You are audible, ma'am. Sindhuri ma'am, you are not audible. No, still you are not audible. Please connect your mic, connect your audio. Not audible. Your mic is, I think your mic is off. Mic is not connected properly. Because your mic not appearing here. So please try to reconnect. No. Please remove one second, remove your headphone and then again reconnect it. Sindhu ma'am, you left out from the meeting. Rejoin again. Meanwhile, next participant will present. Next time you will present your presentation. Okay. So I request next participant is T. Yugandhar, presentation number 33. Yugandhar sir, are you present here? T. Yugandhar. Okay, next one, next presentation number 34, T. Srinivas. Srinivas sir, are you present here? Okay, next presentation number 35, Dhanraj Ahire sir. Are you going to present? Dhanraj sir? Next one, presentation number 36.
Yes, sir.
Nilesh sir, are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, please start your presentation.
My presentation is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, clearly visible. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nilesh Madhav, and I'm studying research. I'm a research student at Department of Botany, HPTR, Sarvakya Science College, Nashik. I'm presenting here my piece of research work, Occurrence and Recollection of Coax lacrima jubi variety Pulerum from India. Coax lacrima jubi variety Pulerum is a less known taxon and reported from India, China, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam countries. And in India, it is newly reported from Sikkim state. Previously, it is reported from Arunachal, Assam, and Mizoram. And we are collected it after 117 years from India. Little about genus Coax. Coax is from family Poaceae, and it is described by Linnaeus in 1753. It is a pantropical genus, and it is found in Indian subcontinent, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Queensland. Globally, it is represented by 3 species and 3 varieties, and India is blessed with 2 species and 3 varieties, in which only Coax guscheni is endemic to Australia, and all other species, Coax aquatica, lacrima jubi, and its varieties, Coax lacrima jubi variety Mayun, variety Pulerum, and variety Stenocarpa, are found in India. These are the fruits of Coax, followed by Coax aquatica, lacrima jubi, Pulerum, variety Stenocarpa, and variety Mayun. This is the identification key for the genus and infraspecific species, infraspecific genera for Coax lacrima jubi. This is the world distribution for Coax Pulerum. We are described a new record for Sikkim state. This is the plant which I have collected in the Sikkim state. This is a microphotography of quax. Flowering and fruiting occur in August to January. Locally, it is common, grown along the streams and slopes of moist places of hilly regions. The name Puleram, the specific epithet Puleram is derived from the Pulea, means girl, a girl which in East Asia makes necklace from the urticles, which are the fruits of this plant. The distribution globally, it is China, Myanmar, Thailand, and India. In India, it is found in Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, and Mizoram, and presently we have described it from Sikkim. The Coax lacrima jobi variety Puleram can easily be identified from other varieties of Coax lacrima jobi by the characteristics of perennial habit. Verticals are globose, discoid. Width is more than the length. Verticals are without B and usually bluish white in color. The research findings are we are rediscovered it after 117 years from India. Detailed microphotography and descriptions was made first time. New distributional record for the Sikkim state and correct identification and distribution for the world and India. These are some references which I have studied for my presentation. I acknowledge my gratitude to HPT Arts, RYK Science College, Nashik, and ACRB for financial assistance and laboratory facilities. I acknowledge my gratitude also to my mentor, Dr. Kumar Vinod Gosavi, for valuable guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh, sir. So this session is open for discussion. Any questions from participants? Thank you, Nilesh, sir, for your nice presentation. And
thank you,
next, Sindhuri ma'am, you can start your presentation now. Are you still you are not audible, ma'am? Hello. In the beginning, your voice was. I don't know what is the issue. Okay.
Sindhuri ma'am, are you using your laptop? Yeah, then it is better to remove headphone and you can directly increase your volume of laptop and then you can directly use.
Yes. Use the mic of laptop.
No, still it is not. Okay, Chavan sir can call the next participant. Sindhuri ma'am, you can try and whenever you are getting your audio, then you can get.
Okay. Next participant, presentation number 37. N.A. Madhav sir.
Yes, sir.
Madhav sir, are you here?
Yes, sir, I will.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Is visible screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's visible.
Shall I start, sir?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nilesh Madhav, and I am studying in Department of Botany, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Srivardhan, Raigad. Today I am presenting my piece of research work, Checklist of genus Furina in India. The umbellus sage Furina is a genus of sage family Cyperaceae. While studying the genus Furina for India, after consulting herbarium and relevant literature, it is revealed that 10 species and one variety of Furina are reported so far from India. The family Cyperaceae consists of 91 genus and 5,400 species. It is highly ecological and economic importance. The genus Furina is named after the Danish physician and early botanist George Furin. and it is distributed pantropically. Globally, 55 taxa are there, and in India, 10 species and 1 variety is present. Furina cuspidata, Furina pubescens, variety Pergamentaceae, Furina simpsoni, Swami, trilobites, tuensis, ciliaris, pubescens, umbellata, uncinata, and ponmedicens are the Indian species found in Indian species. While investigation, intensive and extensive field work is done in 2019 to 2022, and accepted names, synonyms, its nativity, Indian distribution is studied on various relevant literatures, and also revisionary works and monographs. Also, the databases like Plants of the World India, IPNI, Tropicos, and Gestures are studied. The microphotography of some species of genus Furina. In the left, there is a habit, inflorescence, bloom, and perianth and nut are there. The presence of laminate hypogynal perianth-like appendages around the nut and nut morphology is a key characteristics for identification of genus Furina. In systematic treatment, Furina ciliaris, cuspidata, and ponmodensis are studied. Furina ponmodensis, Furina pubescens variety Pergamentaceae, Furina simpsoni, Swami, trilobites, tuensis, and uncinata are the endemic species of genus Furina. Many species are found along the waterlogged soil, coastal swamps, rice fields, and associated with the grasses, shrubs, and trees. Furina ciliaris is used as a fodder for cattle when scarcity of grasses. Endemic species are having less distributions areas, and because of anthropogenic activities, the strict conservation strategies are required, because that 60% of the genus Furina are endemic to India. During the revisionary work on some genera of Cyperaceae, authors are studied different aspects of genus Furina as detailed taxonomy, nomenclature, phenology, distribution, etymology, nut morphology, which helps the future researchers to understand the genus thoroughly. Result and discussion. In India, the genus Furina is represented by 10 species and 1 variety, in which 6 species and 1 variety are endemic to India. Endemic species are having less distribution area because of anthropogenic activities. Their strict strategies are required to conserve the species, and about 60% of the genus is endemic to India. These are some references which I have studied. I thank to Principal HPT Arts, Aravaki Science College, and Arts, Commerce and Science College, Srivardhan, and ACIB for financial assistance. I also thank my guide, Dr. Kumar Vinod Prasad. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhav sir. Thank you for your nice presentation. Then next, Sindhuri ma'am. Still, you are not audible. What's the issue? Is it possible to join this meeting from mobile? You share your presentation via your laptop and start presenting with mobile. Is it possible?
Hello?
Yes. Your audio is connected, but voice is not getting this.
Okay, sir. Thank you and excuse me for due to some interruptions. I am Sindhuri from Tanjore.
Okay. Continue, ma'am. No problem.
Dietary intake and nutritional status among adolescents at puberty level. Well, I have taken the study in Andhra. Okay. First, let us go to the introduction. It might appear astounding to us from the 30% of the world population emanated from idea, out of which one of the 80 to 90% in developing nations. Most of the people in our country, 80% of the children, whether in infant stage or adolescent, and even pregnant women are suffering from anemia in our country due to nutrition in lack. And among lactating mothers are even suffering from anemia and some nutritional disorders. So due to this nutritional disorders, I have taken my study where as a part of myself as an example, I have chosen this study, sir. And the aims and objectives of the study, sir, to understand the socio-economic status of the respondent, dietary habits of the adolescent girls, and to suggest and bring out the existing best practices and suggestions, how we can support them, or how we can module them to take the perfect diet. And the review of the literature, as per the WHO, pediatricians are the first interaction opinion for various health problems of children and adolescents till 19 years of age. It has also been noted that most of the problems are related to dietary habits from the initial age of a child. The habits lead to micro and macronutritional deficiencies of all the deficiencies. Iron deficiency is the most common, causing anemia and various health issues. As per 2012 survey, nurturing a girl child from infancy to childhood to adolescence is one of the paramount important. But when a child comes to adolescent stage, they are facing a lot of problems. Even how do we can say it? Gender inequality is becoming in their home premises itself. Whether he's having a boy or a girl, they're giving much preference to a boy when compared to the girl. In many cases, it leads to many issues. And I have taken this study among 300 students in the age group of 13 to 15 years, where both in government schools and even in private schools. In Vijayawada city, I have taken this study. Here in the first table, we can see about the age category, socio-economic status of the respondent. Most of the people here are 13 to 14 years age group. 191 respondents are available, and most of the people are from nuclear family. And the family positions are even they're having single child. Most of the people are having 3 children in their home. And here, second table comes at the skipping of meals, where I have studied 181% of the people among 300 respondents. 181 respondents are skipping their meals due to some involuntary actions. Some people are very having habit of skipping meals of 181%, like breakfast or dinner. Some people are going to skip their breakfast and lunch, and some are skipping their both breakfast and dinner in the same way. So we have looked to the reasons. What's the reason for skipping? Then we have gone through the inquiry about most of the people are fond of eating outside habits. When compared to in-home preparation dishes or home food, they prefer to eat some outside. So, and we had strategized into daily eating, weekly, monthly, or yearly, or they're going to spend their food on habits. So here we have listed rarely 116 people are attending to fond of eating outside, and 59 respondents weekly. That most of the people they are suffering that no, we cannot get the pure diet from our home as well. So we are not interested to take my daily food because where it was there mentioning, and I follow the recommendations of stretching about the present study. Students skip their breakfast, and it must be serious concern for all the age groups. School authorities, teachers, parent meetings, they have to be conducted and should inquire about their meal status, and they should inquire about their growth and everything. And it is clear to say that poor dietary is main habit for getting the poor practice of having the food. Good eating habits and necessity of regular exercise should be habited from the kindergarten itself. Then only they can stop the skipping diets, and then they can secure their healthy habits of their health. And finally, conclusion comes here. Conclusion from the study, it can be determined that the occurrence of underweight was found to be the common and among adolescents irrespective of gender. The result also throws light on the emergency to speak the health status of adolescents. Adolescents should be given proper awareness about the prominence of healthy lifestyle suggestions in their future life. The curriculum of the adolescent should focus on healthy eating habits, and it should be given to very early stages of growth, right from the school-going period. Having an adequate diet, and especially the significance of having breakfast at the proper time in the required capacity and quantity, is very essential for a healthy and sound body. And thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And very sincere, honorable thank for Hemant sir and Pratap sir for considering me as for one day before for this presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sindhuri ma'am. And now I would like to request the next presenter. Abstract number 38. Deshmukh Sadia Sultana, Khurshid Ahmed, and Sabia Sayyed. Abstract number 38. Deshmukh, Khurshid, Sayyed, are you there? Okay, then the next abstract number is 39, and presenter is Degvekar Yene.
Yes, present, sir. Mr.
Yeah, Degvekar sir, start.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, you can share the screen now.
Oh, yes. So, very good evening to all. Myself, Dr. Narayan Degvekar, is Department of Chemistry, Geometry College of Science, Raigad, and extraction and spectrophotometric determination of copper 2 with 4-chloroisonacetoacetyl semicarbazole. Then the contents, introduction, procedure, result, discussion, and conclusion. So, introduction. As we know that the solvent extraction is an important in inorganic and analytical chemistry, because this process is you can use for the isolation of the component. The process is very simple, clean, and rapid, and it's convenient, and that's why it is used in industries in the large scales. Technique is applicable to trace, ultra trace, and large amount of the materials. Oxime react with the metal ions to give a color complexes which can be extracted into organic solvent. And that the reason behind it, we can use this solvent extraction for the isolation of many compound complexes we are using it. Then procedure for the preparation of semicarbazole derivatives. Preparation of enamel nitrate, 95 gram of sodium nitrate in 375 ml of distilled water was taken in a flask having mechanical stirring. Solution is cooled to 0 degree. A solution of 25 ml of water, 34 ml of concentrated sulfuric acid, and 125 ml enamel alcohol was added at 0 degree, and then mixture was allowed to stand for 90 degree, and upper layer that you are getting basically is the amyl nitrate. Then preparation of the 4-chloroisonacetoacetyl. So these are 11.5 gram of sodium and 230 ml of this absolute alcohol and 58 ml of enamyl nitrite and 70.5 ml of this 4-chloroacetophenol, allowing standing this for 2 days and the refrigerator and filter the solution. Then you have to prepare basically the semicarbazole derivatives. The semicarbazole derivatives are prepared by the adding mixtures of an aqueous solution of semicarbazole hydrochloride and an aqueous solution of potassium acetate. Solution mixture was kept for 30 minutes and it gives the semicarbazole derivatives you are getting it. Then you have to prepare basically the metal complexes you have to be prepared, and then the results and the discussion. That is the 4-chloroisonacetoacetyl semicarbazole from a blue color complex with copper 2. Extraction coefficients of copper increase with the rise the pH of the aqueous solution. Many organic solvents have been studied to determine the most stable solvent for the extraction, and it is found that the chloroform is a suitable solvent. Effect in the variation in the concentration of HICAPSC shows that 1 ml of 2% alcoholic solution of HICAPSC is sufficient for the color development and extraction. Then the effect of variation in the concentration of HICAPSC shows 1 of 2% alcoholic solution of HICAPSC is sufficient for the color development and extractions of 10 microgram of copper. The calibration plot of absorbance against the concentration of the copper 2 gives a linear and reproducible graph in the concentration range of 0.2 to 0.8 microgram per ml of the copper, indicating that it obeys the Beer's law in this range. And the study of this change in the absorbance with the variation in equilibration time for the extraction of copper shows that the equilibration time of 2 minutes is sufficient for the quantitative extractions of copper 2 complex. The precision and the accuracy of the spectrophotometric method have been studied by the analysis of 7 solutions, each containing 5 microgram of copper-2 in 10 ml of the aqueous solution. The mean of 7 determination is found to be 4.97 microgram. The standard deviation observed that from the analysis of 8 solutions is 0.04 at the wavelength of 368 nm. Then here you are getting basically determination of copper containing sample. So this is Minaco 90 is gives 0.28, and this is basically the present method, and known method you are getting have to be compared. So this is the 0.28 and 0.32. Magnesium alloys that is given 0.048 is 0.051. Beer is 5.48 and 5.47. Wine you are getting it at 3.7 and 3.61. So mixtures from that 3.52 and 3.57. So this result is used basically the compared to the known method. So that conclusion is observed that the copper-2 can be separated from the number of metal ion by the extraction with HRCFAC in organic solvent, and the color of the organic extract can be measured directly for its spectrophotometric determination. The stability of the color of the extracted species is 72 hours. The present method suffers from much less interference with the foreign ions. It has broad B's range is 0.2 to 0.9 microgram ml and can be applied to determination of copper in several real samples. Thank you. Thank you for this given an opportunity to give a paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Degwi, for presenting the nice piece of research. Any questions from the participants? Okay. Thank you, Degwi, sir. Now, abstract number 40, and presenters are Meher Nirgudikar and Nivedita Ghayal. So, Meher and Nivedita, madam, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, clearly.
Good afternoon, all.
Yeah, Degwi, sir, you can stop your sharing the screen. Yeah. Now, Meher, ma'am.
Shall I start?
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, all. I am Meher Nirgundikar, pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Professor Dr. Nivedita Ghayal from Abasaheb Garware College, Pune. Today's my topic is allelopathic effect of aqueous literates of Chromolina odorata on some selected legumes in Mawar Tehsil of Pune district. Weeds, as we know, these are invasive or alien weeds, are those which are non-native and introduced intentionally or unintentionally. It has been assumed that weeds, in the sense of rapidly evolving plants taking advantage of human disturbed environment, evolved in response to the Neolithic agriculture revolution approximately 12,000 years ago. Now, these weeds, they are undesirable plants which affect crop production, their quality and quantity, other resource utilization and income generation activities of the humans by interfering the cultivation or utilization of land, water, and or other resources. Now here these weeds, they are tolerant of a wide range of soil and weather conditions, produces large amount of seeds with easy dispersal mechanism, aggressive root and shoot generation time. They spread everywhere in each corner of the world, and so that this weed problem is global now, as they are responsible for global environment changes, biodiversity crisis, species endangerment, and disruption of ecosystem. Now here we know allelopathy refers to any direct or indirect or stimulatory effects of one plant to another through the production and release of secondary metabolites into environment, which are known as allelochemicals. Now, these allelochemicals, they reduce natural phytodiversity and crop diversity. They are mainly alkaloids, phenols, saponins, flavonoids, tannins, glycosides, and steroids. Out of these, phenolics, terpenes, fatty acids are more common. Now here, one such serious invasive weed, which I have selected for my study, that is a Eupatorium odoratum, introduced in India as an ornamental plant. It is an invasive shrub belonging to Asteraceae from Central America. It is included in the list of top 100 worst invaders according to Global Invasive Species Database 2010. Now, this Chromolina having characters such as vigorous growth, high regenerative and reproductive potential, prolific seed potential with prolonged viability make the plant as successful invader. It is one of the most obnoxious weeds in the western Ghats of Maharashtra and northwestern parts of the country. Now, this is my study area, that is a Mawad Tehsil, which is situated in Pune district of Maharashtra, that is a Paschim region. This area is rich in biodiversity as high rainfall is also recorded here. Now, this area covers forest as well as agricultural land. Near about 269.16 square kilometer forest area is there, along with total gross cropped area 60.92%, where in weed encroachment is occurring. Now, some major weeds recorded in this area, they are Chromolina odorata, Cassia uniflora, Xanthium strumarium, Alternanthera tenella, Silosia argentina, and Echinocula colon. Now, methodology which I have used here for my study, that is first collection of this plant material. Chromolina odorata plants were collected from different sites of Mawad Pune district. Then they brought to lab, washed with distilled water, separated as a root, stem, leaves, then spread on paper for shade drying at room temperature. Then this dry plant material was ground to prepare powder. From this, 20 grams of each root, stem, and leaf powder soaked in distilled water for 24 hours, then filtered through machine cloth to obtain leachate. And now this leachate act as a stock solution. From this stock solution, different concentrations were prepared, such as 4%, 8%, 16%, 20% by adding distilled water. After preparation of these different concentrations, they all stored in refrigerator to avoid degradation by sunlight. Then next, laboratory bioassay carried out. This laboratory bioassay carried out in autoclaved petri dishes lined with germinating paper with 6 different treatments, such as control 4%, 8%, 12, 16, and 20%. Now, for this bioassay, local varieties of matki, that is mothbean vigna aconitifolia, and kurit, that is horse gram macrotyloma uniflorum, were obtained from Tung region of this Mawad, where the cropping is common. 10 seeds of this mothbean and horse gram were kept equidistant on germinating paper in each petri plate, and 3 ml of this leachate of different concentrations were added in each petri plate per treatment. Now, these treatments were replicated in the randomized block design thrice. Different seed germination parameters such as germination percentage, inhibition percentage, root length, shoot length, root and shoot length ratio, vigor index, RER, relative elongation ratio of root, relative elongation ratio of shoot were recorded. Now we can see here germination of this gram seeds, horse gram seeds, control, that is a distilled water. Then here I am showing leaf leach, effect of leaf leachate on germination of this horse gram seeds. Here germination of mothbean seeds. Then graphical represent of this horse gram germination analysis. We can see here in 20% that germination is inhibited or affected. Now here this is graphical representation of mothbean germination analysis. Here also we can observe the same. Along with that, physicochemical tests of Chromolina odorata were carried out. That is a loss on drying, total ash, acid insoluble ash, water soluble ash, alcohol soluble extractive, water soluble extractive, and we can see the result over here in root, stem, as well as leaf. Next. Physicochemical test of Chromolina odorata. Macroscopic and microscopic characters also observed. Especially microscopic characters, they showed presence of cork cells, cortex made up of parenchyma cells, lignified stone cells, pitted vessels, and lignified fibers were also seen. Calcium oxalate prisms were found. In stem, single layered epidermis made up of parenchyma cells observed, multicellular trichomes are seen, lignified pericyclic fibers are present. Even in leaf glandular trichomes are also present. Then phytochemical analysis of chromonita also carried out in lab, and we detected all these flavonoids. They are present in root, stem, and leaf. Saponins, they are also present in root, stem, and leaf. Tannins, they are also present here in root, stem, and leaf. Glycosides, they are also present in all these. Alkaloids, they are also present in root, stem, and leaf. Steroids, present in root, stem, and leaf. And terpenoids, they are also present in root, stem, and leaf. Now, result and discussion. See what I observed here, the inhibitory effects of aqueous leachate on seed germination of these stage crops were concentration dependent. 4, 8, 12, 16% concentrations reduced seed germination, but the effect was more prominent in 20%. Similar was finding of Bunimol and Santoshima in cowpea. The inhibition effect in seed germination may be due to presence of allelochemicals in root, stem, and leaf aqueous leachates of Cromolina odorata. Asifa Gulzar also noted reduction in germination, plumule growth, radical growth of Pisum sativum, Triticum aestivum due to Calotropis leachate. Conclusion. The Cromolina odorata had inhibitory effect on seed germination of moth, bean, and horse gram. Aqueous leachate inhibitory effect with increase in concentration. This inhibitory effect on seed germination reveals allelopathic potential of weed Cromolina. These allelochemicals like alkaloids, flavonoids, saponins, tannins, terpenoids, steroids were identified in its leachate, and this leachate negatively affected seed germination due to presence of these allelochemicals. Now, these are some references which I have used here. Thank you so much. I would like to say thank you to organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present my research. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor ma'am. We know that Cromolina odorata, it is very common and very aggressive invasive weed, and you have done a very great research on the allelopathic effects of Cromolina odorata. So it will be useful for the farmers as well as other researchers. Thank you, Mayor ma'am. If you want to ask any question, you can ask from the participant. Okay. Then the next abstract number is 41, and presenter are Bhule and Jagtap Yamyan. Bhule ma'am.
Yes, sir. I am present.
Yeah.
Shall I start, sir?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, Pratap sir and Sawan sir, for giving me this type of the opportunity. The title of my paper is GCMS Analysis of Calotropis procera and Tribulus terrestris, which are the medicinal plants. Myself, Ghule Ashwini Harishchandra. I am doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. M.N. Jagtap, Dayanand College, Solapur University. The introductory part of my research paper is plants which have been rich source of medicines because they are having potential bioactive molecules, most of which probably participated as chemical defense against predation or infection. Calotropis belongs to Asclepidaceae family, or it is also called as milkweed family. It contains many phytochemicals with potential pharmacological active slids, shows anti-cancer, antifungal, insecticidal activities. Fruits of Calotropis procera exhibit antimicrobial, antioxidant activity. The second plant, Tribulus terrestris, it is a flowering plant in the family Zygophyllaceae. The natural products perform various functions, and many of them have interesting and useful biological activities. Biologically, active compounds are present in medicinal plants have always been a great interest to scientists working in this field. Tribulus terrestris foods are regarded as cooling, diuretic, and tonic effect and having great effect in urinary disorders and its importance. Therefore, in the present study, the major fruit and stem of Tribulus terrestris and Calotropis procera constituents were separated, and identified through GCMS analysis. The material and method part. The plant material, fruits of Calotropis procera and Tribulus terrestris were collected from the local area of Solapur district, Maharashtra. They were authenticated from Herbarium, Department of Botany, DBF Dayanand College of Science, Solapur. Preparation of extract, how extract is prepared. Mature fruits of Calotropis procera and Tribulus terrestris were subjected to shade drying about 22 degrees Celsius for 2 weeks. Air dried coarse powder is thus obtained. About 1 kg was extracted with benzene in Soxhlet, extracted by continued successive hot extraction method. Finally, mark was collected and it is concentrated. Sample of stem of Calotropis procera and Tribulus terrestris were dried and pulverized to powder. The extract contains both polar and non-polar components of the material, and about 2 microbe sample of the solution was employed in GCMS for analysis of the different compounds. The parameters which are used for GCMS analysis is the GCMS model having Agilent technology, and the column type is HP5MS. Programming rate is starting from 60 degrees Celsius for 5 minutes, and the retention time is 45 minutes. Using computer searches on the NIST version 2.1 Microsoft Data Library and comparing the spectrum obtained through GCMS compounds present in the plant parts, samples were identified. Identification of the phytocompounds, interpretation on mass spectrum, GCMS was conducted using the database of National Institute Standard and Technology, that is NIST, having more 62,000 patterns. The spectrum of the unknown components was compared with the spectrum of known components stored in the NIST library. The name, molecular weight, and structure of components of the test material were ascertained. Result and discussion part is GCMS running time for benzene extract of fruit of Calotropis procera was 60 minutes, and the total number of compounds identified in this benzene extract was 37. GCMS running time for benzene extract of stem of Calotropis procera was same 60 minutes, but the number of compounds identified in this benzene extract was 6. The studies on the active principles in the Tribulus terrestris fruit ethanolic extract by GCMS analysis clearly showed that presence of 5 compounds. The studies of the active principles of Tribulus terrestris stem of ethanolic extract by GCMS analysis clearly showed the presence of 8 compounds. Therefore, GCMS spectrum shows presence of more long chain hydrocarbons. When the number of carbon atom increases in the molecule, hydrophilicity is reduced and lipophilicity is increased. Increased lipophilicity of drug increases its transport across interstitial cells. 20 chemical constituents identified, and the major chemical constituents are octacylosane. And the conclusion part, last part, which is very much important. In the present study, 20 chemical constituents have been identified from the and a fruit of Tribulus terrestris and excuse me, by gas chromatogram mass spectroscopy analysis. The presence of various bioactive compounds justifies the use of whole plant various elements and antibacterial activity. The results reveals that extracts have a quite number of chemical constituents which may be responsible for many pharmacological activities. Further studies are needed on these extracts in order to isolate, identify, characterize, and elucidate the structure of these compounds. And these are the references which are used for the research work. And thank you, all of you.
Okay, thank you, Ashwini Gule ma'am, for the nice piece of research. Then, any questions from the participants? Next one is abstract number 42, vertical farming, promising agriculture system for future. And presenters are Bhavana Dahiya and Deepu Grover from Haryana. Bhavana ma'am, are you there? Bhavana ma'am has already submitted her video, so now I am going to share the screen. Yeah, so here you can see the presentation.
I could have said increase the volume.
Yeah, it is maximum. This one is maximum.
It's not audible. Not audible, sir.
Now there are different types of hydroponics. So first of all, hydroponics is a method of growing plants without soil. The plants are supported by and in that purpose water is supply. This particular concept is 70% less water. Hydroponic system also that are preserving supply. Hydroponics can also be called as a nutrient technique, that is a type of hydroponics.
Yeah, okay, so that was the recorded presentation of the Hyanan. So the next one is Vivek
Nagani.
Nagne, then Naneshwar, Neha, Rutuja, Sujit, Vipul. So Vivek, are you there? You want to present in live mode, or shall I play your video?
Please play the recorded video, sir.
Okay, yeah, just a minute.
Today I am going to present assessment of antifungal potential of clove and earthworm oil in strawberry.
Yeah, just a minute, I will share the screen. Yeah, here is the video recording of presentation.
Today I am going to present assessment of antifungal potential of clove and earthworm oil in strawberry from Indira Institute of Pharmacy. Nowadays, essential oil has been used for various therapeutic purposes and various antifungal activities. So we check here antifungal activity. Aspergillus niger is a fungus which causes black mold disease in the fruits. So we choose two oils such as ajwain, clove, and neem oil for checking antifungal activity. Antimicrobial activity was checked using potato dextrose medium fluids and oils. The oils which gave maximum activity was chosen for formula. Materials and methods. we have chosen 3 oils: ajwain, clove, and neem oil, ethanol as solvent, green algae as surfactant, distilled water as chemical, potato dextrose agar medium or aspergillus nitrous, and organism aspergillus nitrous. Antimicrobial activity for check using agar diffusion method. So we selected 2 petri dishes of aspergillus nitrous. It was taken each plate is divided into 3 sections. In each section, the bowl was full and 50 microliter oil filled using microwave. In first plate, we taken oil individually, and in second plate, we took their combination. Concentration of oils was taken in combination as 1:1 in the 1:1 ratio. Further plates were incubated for 24 hours in the aseptic area. After 24 hours, we observed. In the first plate, clove and ajwain gave maximum zone of inhibition. In the second plate, clove and ajwain combination gave maximum zone of inhibition. As more the zone of inhibition, more the antimicrobial activity is made. So, clove and ajwain was selected for further formulation, and clove and ajwain combination was also selected. Then we prepared emulsion for stability because these 3 oils are volatile. So we prepared them in the emulsion form. We have selected 3 oils individually, and ethanol used as solvent, green algae for surfactant, distilled water as well. Firstly, water and cream was dissolved in ether. On the other hand, oils and alcohol mixed together and triturated in the mortar and paint. Both solutions were mixed and triturated until the emulsion was formulated. After getting clear emulsion, we have checked antifungal activity in the fruit model. Antifungal activity in fruit model was checked as follows. Firstly, strawberries acquired from the local market. They are washed with distilled water and are disinfected. Then we prepared 5 as follows. They are group 1, which is no treatment and no infection, which is taken as a negative control. Group 2 is only infection and no treatment, which is positive control. Group 3 is deep in clove oil emulsion and very infected. Group 4, deep in ajwain oil emulsion.
Naikode, sir. Okay, I think there might be a network issue. So I call next presentation. Presentation number 44. That is from Wagmare Kranti.
I'm present,
Kranti,
sir.
ma'am? Okay.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Okay, you begin with your presentation.
Is it visible, sir?
Ah, yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. The topic of my presentation is efficiency of phytoinsecticide on mustard aphid, that is Lipaphis erycemi. Dr. Nivedita Ghayal ma'am and Shindikar sir are guiding me for my PhD research. I'll just quickly start with the introduction part. Mustard crop, that is Brassica juncea, Indian mustard is the major oilseed yielding cash crop, and it is reported that the India being the world's third major mustard producing country after China and Canada. Mustard aphid, among with all the insects, aphids infest mustard crop at high amount. It directly causes reduction to nearly 66 to 96% in yield losses to 75.70%, and further it is observed ranging up to 96% yield loss and 5 to 6% reduction in oil content. Aphids are nothing but soft-bodied yellowish and green or greenish colored species. Those are plant sapsuckers. Due to their specialized mouth parts, they can suck the plant sap and feed on phloem. They exhibit symptoms of yellowing, curling, and drying of leaves. The plant growth remains dwarf and stunted, which finally results in the formation of weak pods and undersized seeds. Here you can see the aphid infestation on mustard crop. Now coming to the methodology part, rearing of aphids were done on potted mustard plant in a screen house. The collection of plants, I have selected Arjumon mexicana and Parthenium hysterophorus, these two invasive weeds, for making the pesticides. Various parts of these two plants were collected, washed, separated, and dried in a shade and grinded into fine powder. The collection site was the crop fields of Vaghapur village, Pune, as these invasive weeds affect the crop growth and interfere in the crop fields a lot. Now, physicochemical analysis of the plants, all the tests were performed by standard physicochemical methods to detect the presence of phytochemicals in the plant, such as alkaloids, phenols, tannins, etc. Preparation of pesticides, 5-gram powder was soaked in 100 ml to make 5% solution in water for 24 hours and filtered through muslin cloth. Likewise, the 10%, 15%, and 20% concentrations were made for both the plants. Chemical insecticide Roger, that is dimethoate 0.02%, was used for the comparison, and water was used as control. I have taken 11 treatments for the experiment. T1 is 5% of Parthenium hysterophorus. Likewise, T1, T2, T3, and T4 ranging from 5 to 20% of aqueous extract of Parthenium hysterophorus, and T5 to T8 is 5% to 20% aqueous extract of Arjumon mexicana, where in T9, that is treatment 9, I have used both the plants, 20% of Arjumon mexicana and Parthenium hysterophorus aqueous extract, and treatment 10 was the Roger, and treatment 11 was the control. For this experiment, I have carried two methods. One is leaf dip method. In this method, leaves were dipped in the insecticide solutions, diluted to required concentration for 30 seconds and air dried. Later, you put 10 adult aphids on the leaves, and observations taken after 1, 3, 6, 24, and 48 hours. In another filming method, 2 ml of pesticide was sprayed into the Petri plate, air dried, and again 10 adult aphids were put into the Petri plate. Observations were taken after 1, 3, 6, 24, and 48 hours. Statistical analysis was done by the percentage mortality, which is calculated by after spray count divided by before spray count into 100. Now coming to the result and the discussion part. Parthenium hysterophorus is we all know, green color powder with characteristic odor and bitter in taste. Same as the Arjumon mexicana, green color powder with characteristic odor and bitter in taste. To check the purity and the quality of the crude extract, I have performed loss on drying, total ash, acid insoluble ash, water soluble ash, alcohol soluble extractive, and water soluble extractive test, and I got the results. Now coming to the phytochemical analysis, Parthenium hysterophorus and Argyman mexicana showed the presence of various phytochemicals like flavonoids, saponins, tannins, glycosides were absent, and alkaloids, carbohydrates, phenols are present. Those can help in pesticidal activity against aphids. So here you can see the mortality of mustard aphid by Parthenium hysterophorus and Argyman mexicana by leaf dip method. Here you can see T1 is showing 47% of mortality at 24 hours, where T4, that is 20% of Parthenium, is showing 94%, and T8 is showing 91% of 20% aqueous extract of Argyman mexicana, where T9 is the combination of both the plants and showing the 86% of the mortality at 24 hours. And obviously the chemical insecticide Roger will show the 100% mortality of aphids at 24 hours. Now comparing both the graphs and comparing mortality of Parthenium, mortality of aphids by Parthenium and mortality of aphids by Argyman mexicana. Here also you can see the graph is showing 20% concentration of Parthenium hysterophorus is obviously slightly high as compared to 20% concentration of Argyman mexicana at 24 hours, while 20% concentration of combination of both the plants is showing low percentage mortality than both the plants, whereas Roger shows the highest mortality at 24 hours. Now coming to the film smear method, the mortality of mustard aphids by Parthenium and the Argyman is showing 20% of the Parthenium at 24 hours, 94% is the mortality rate, where 20% of the Argyman mexicana is showing 91% of the mortality rate. Comparing it with the combination of these two plants, aqueous extract of these two plants is showing 86% of the mortality rate, and obviously comparing it with the chemical insecticide Roger is showing 100% mortality at 24 hours. And if we compare both the plants, Parthenium is showing the more percentage of mortality than Argyman mexicana at 24 hours by the same concentration, that is 20% aqueous extract. Now we can conclude from these two experiments, to avoid the harmful effects of chemical insecticides on environment, we can use use of botanical insecticides is one of the convincing ways to control the insects. The studies show the use of botanical pesticide made from invasive weeds, Parthenium hysterophorus and Argyman mexicana, can be the non-toxic and eco-friendly alternative for the chemical pesticide, where Parthenium hysterophorus showed the maximum mortality than the Argyman mexicana by leaf dip method. Use of invasive weeds in such a way we can also manage their rapid growth and negative effects on the environment. So here we can say that this is the eco-friendly management of invasive weeds by using their phytochemicals in the management of pests. So I just wanted to thank, these are the references I studied for the experiments, and I would like to thank you all and organizing committee to give me the opportunity to present in front of you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Prantina. There is a need of such type of research because both the weeds are commonly available in the Marathwada region as well. And if they definitely, if benefited or they have good potential as a insecticides, then it will be good for our nature.
Thank you, sir.
So the next presentation, any questions you can ask? Any questions from participants?
So the next presentation is presentation number 45. Presentation from Irum Jahan Nazir Khan and Prathamesh Bargale.
Yes, sir, present.
Prathamesh, sir, are you present?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, you begin with the presentation.
So PPT is visible?
Yes, yes. Yes, you can.
Okay. Hello everyone. Good evening. My title is Occurrence of an Avian Diversity at the Temporary Wetland Developed Due to Anthropogenic Activity in Vidyanagar, Karad. Then the introduction is a wetland ecosystem that is flooded with water either permanently or seasonally. Many agricultural lands which were home to many flora and fauna species are utilized for construction, resulting in the destruction of their habitat. Present study was carried out in the Vidyanagar area. Occurrence of many bird species noted in recent years due to development of temporary. This ecosystem attracting many species of birds since 5 years. This wetland has been not disturbed since of many years. Hence, flourished harboring fishes, planktons, mollusca, arthropods, and birds. By the year of 2050, it is estimated the majority of the global population will be live in urban areas. Then the next slide, methods and materials. Bird survey was conducted thrice a week for 2 years, early morning from 6 to 9 a.m. and evening 4 to 6 p.m. And photography was done by Canon 7D Mark II. The present study was carried out by in Vidyanagar area. Then next, about the study area. Then the observation. The these birds are recorded. The first Indian spot-billed duck, Indian cormorant, river tern, black-winged slit, red-vented lapwing, little-ringed plover, Asian open-bill, green sandpiper, painted stork, grey heron, Eurasian spoonbill, black-headed ibis, common moorhen, Eurasian coot, grey-headed champagne, white-breasted water hare, greater cuckoo, common kingfisher, white-throated kingfisher, pied kingfisher, green bee-eater, house crow, bay-backed shrike, brown rock-chat, red-vented bulbul, grey wagtail, white-brown wagtail, scaly-breasted munia, brahminy starling, crested myna, common myna, black drongo, great egret, small egret, booted warbler, little cormorant, brahminy kite, purple heron, house sparrow, lesser duck, and pond heron. In this survey, total number of 43 bird species belongs to in 10 order and 24 families were recorded. Passeriformes is the dominating order of birds. The occurrence of these birds will be the decline in the anthropogenic activity increases. Conclusion, this ecosystem seems to be attracting many species of birds since 5 years. This wetland has been not disturbed since many years hence. Flourished harboring fishes, planktons, mollusca, arthropods, and birds. And this is the references to help this project and acknowledgement. I am thankful to the principal of Sadhguru Gadge Maharaj College, Karad, for the valuable guidance, and also thankful for the teaching and non-teaching staff of the Department of Zoology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prathamesh, for your presentation. Then the next presentation number 46 by Sheikh Farah. Title of the presentation is In Vitro Evaluation of Different Biocontrol Agents Against Frularia lunata. Sheikh Farah. Not there. So the next presentation number 47, Rasika and Sunita Rani Bora.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes, Rasika ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, yes.
Please start. Proceed with your presentation.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Myself, Rashika. I'm a research scholar from Education Department, MIT University, Lucknow, with Dr. Suniti Rani Bora, Assistant Professor at MIT University of Education, Lucknow campus. First, I quickly start with my abstract. The UN Conference on Environment and Development organized in Rio de Janeiro in June 1992 had focused on the various global environmental issues and had shown its concern on the sustainable development of the environment. According to UNESCO, environmental education is a way emphasizes on making education as an instrument to bring changes in the attitude and thinking of an individual so as she becomes the savior of environmental, so that a healthy environment is there to welcome the future generation. Such thing can only happen if everyone follows some environmental friendly practices that are basically the golden rules of do's and don'ts of environment. All these environment friendly practices need to be cultivated in future generations from their beginning stage. Such changes can be better brought by female who themselves follows such environment friendly practices. So I have conducted a study on uses of environment friendly practices among females of Lucknow City. Objective of the study to find out the use of environmental friendly practices followed by female of Lucknow City. Operational definitions of keywords. Sustainable development. Sustainable development means use of natural resources without harming or over exploitation with conserve it. Means the coexistence of living and non-living things without causing any harm to each other. So and live their life happily and healthful life.
environmental friendly practices, any actions or practices that are eco-friendly, nature-friendly, sustainable, reusable, recycled, and not harmful to the earth and environment. Research methodology. The present study is based upon descriptive survey method having mixed method approach. Random sampling method was used to collect the data from 80 females, age ranging from 20 years to 50 years of the age, who belong to the Lucknow city. The self-made questionnaire was used by us for the research. The questionnaire had general information on about the participants like name, age, working and non-working status, and educational qualification. The questionnaire consists of 25 questions related to environmental friendly practices like water, electricity, garbage, pollution, and recycle areas. Such as each question was to be rated in 5 points. For first one, there it was like a rating scale. First one for never, second option for once in a while, third option for half of the time, and fourth option for most of the time, and fifth one is always. The respondent who are using these practices regularly, they opt for always. Who are not using regularly or sometimes or whatever they are feeling. So based on their own experiences on using these practices, so we gave some rating scale for them. The respondent were to specify their level of agreement to a statement, typically in 5 points. The percentage method was used for data analysis. The sample size of the study is 80 female of Lucknow city. When we gather that data, then we analyze this data. Then for first question, which was related to public transport, they are using or not. That result was like this. 30% of respondents are using, so they opt for always. 25% are using public transport. So as per their response, it shows like this: 30% are using always, 25% most of time, half of time 17.5%, once in a while 17.5%, and never, which were not using which are not using regularly or never use public transport, or they are using their own vehicles. So this is for that. Question number 2 for about walk. They are using they are taking walk in spite of car and taxi for short distance. So answer and the result will be like this. So that for 25 all 25 questions we did separately analyze by their percentage method, and overall just like all 25 questions are related to all pollution, air, and but related to all household practices or environmental friendly practices. Outcomes in overall range. When we conclude all these things in overall form, we get responses always are most of people, women are using in 70 out of 2000 responses, 722 are using these always. 481 are using most of time, 358 are using half of time, 178 once in a while, and 261 are never using all these type of environmental friendly practices. And in percentage responses in a pie chart, 36.1% women are using always environmental friendly practices out of 100% participation. 24.05% are using most of the time. 17.9 are using, women are using half of the time. 8.9% women are using once in a while, and 13.05% women are never using these environmental friendly practices. When we compare all these age group, when we 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, and 50 plus, then we can see the responses are like this. So 20 to 29% are more using the environmental friendly practices. Finding is that as per study, only 36.1% female are always using environmental friendly practices out of 100%. As 24.05% females are most of the time using environmental friendly practices out of 100. 17.9 females are using half of the time environmental friendly practices. 8.9% females are once in a while using environmental friendly practices, and 13.05% females are never using environmental friendly practices. So it's a very important role for everyone for protecting our environment. So encouragement and awareness about environmental friendly practices should be through advertisement, media, paper, and should be needed through advertisement, media, and paper. Motivation and encouragement should be done from local administration about environmental conservation. So when we need all these kind of environmental friendly practices, and we take our responsibility towards our nature, so we can convert these figure 36.1% to 100% for sustainable development. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rasika ma'am. Thank you very much for your presentation. It is a need of the present time to use environment-friendly practices. So if most of us follow such type of practices, then it will be more beneficial for our environment. Thank you very much. Then the next presentation is presentation number 48. That is phytoremediation of domestic wastewater by using Chrysopungan zizanioides, Zambli SV.
Thank you, sir. I'm present, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Please proceed with your presentation.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Sorry. So So name of the topic is phytoremediation of domestic wastewater by using Chrysopogon giganoids. I am doing my research work in Annasaheb Kulkarni Department of Biodiversity, Abasaheb Garware College, Pune, and my guide is Professor Nivedita Ghayal ma'am. And today's our topic is phytoremediation of domestic wastewater by using Chrysopogon giganoids. So here is the introduction. Actually, domestic wastewater is the wastewater which is originating from various human activities like domestic areas. Then this water, if it is meeting or if it is getting introduced in any water bodies, aquatic water bodies, then it is causing the water pollution. There are many conventional methods which are treating wastewater, but these conventional treatment methods, they are very costly, and yet in country like India, so they are not they are not covering the whole area or whole urban areas or in villages also. So phytoremediation is an emerging and cost-effective technology in which plants are utilized to restore ecosystems. So see, when we are trying to give treatment to any wastewater, and some criteria should be followed, and this study follows some objectives. That is, some objectives were set to conduct this study. That is, first objective was to treat domestic wastewater in constructed wetland by using Chrysopogon giganoids. Constructed wetland means we are utilizing some filter media, and in which we are planting the plants, and that plants, they are removing organic load. Then second objective was to analyze wastewater before and after treatment for its physicochemical parameters. Then third objective, to check efficiency of Chrysopogon giganoids to treat domestic wastewater. Then for this purpose, methodology followed was first of all selection of the plant, then Chrysopogon giganoids was selected, then domestic wastewater originating from individual house, means it is the type of the wastewater is gray, was supplied to the constructed wetland in which this plant, that is Chrysopogon giganoids, was grown. Then whenever we are checking efficiency of any treatment method, maybe conventional or non-conventional, then we have to analyze, we have to monitor some physicochemical parameters. Here we have monitored pH, total alkalinity, chemical oxygen demand, that is COD, then biochemical oxygen demand, BOD, total solids, total suspended solids, total dissolved solids, then it is also called as TDS, chlorides, phosphates and nitrates. And all these methods, they are given, means these are given in Standard Book of American Public Health Agencies, that is APA, and specific time interval was provided for the treatment. See, when we are analyzing all these parameters, they are very important, and they tell about that the qualitative efficiency, means how the water, if the water is treated according to the standards which are given by government authorities, means whatever pollution control board is there. So we have to analyze that. Then here see pH, it is also very important. Then total alkalinity is the capacity of that, means it is the parameter which shows that the how this particular wastewater or whatever may be, how it can neutralize the acid, any acid is there. Then chemical oxygen demand means here oxygen is utilized to degrade, to decompose the organic load. Biochemical oxygen demand means here we are utilizing microorganisms. That microorganisms, they are utilizing oxygen for stabilization of the organic load. Then total solids, suspended solids, all they matter with the purity of the water. Then chlorides and phosphates and nitrates, they are also important because though phosphates and nitrates, they are the nutrients on land, but if they are mixed in the water bodies or aquatic bodies, then they are causing the process of eutrophication. And if eutrophic zones are there, water bodies are there, then it is very hazardous for that aquatic body also, and whatever aquatic ecosystems also. Then after that, results and discussion. Here we can see that this is the Chrysopogon giganoids. First of all, it was grown into separate containers, And after that, these chrysopogon giganoids, they utilized and 1 minute. So you can see in the next figure, that is here control unit is there and domestic wastewater unit is there. In control unit, only tap water was provided for the growth of these chrysopogon giganoids. And here you can see the domestic wastewater unit. These pipes, they are carrying the domestic wastewater, which is coming from individual houses. And here, first of all, this wastewater was stored in the one container, and after that it was provided to the means after you can call it as the primary treatment also. Then after that, this wastewater was provided to this assembly. It is also called as the constructed wetlands. Then after that, you can see the results, that is physicochemical parameters which were analyzed before and after the treatment. And after treatment means 24 hours retention time period was provided for the treatment by the plants. Here you can see that first of all, control is there before and after. These results are there. Then here percent removal or reduction in the organic load is given. Then the assembly constructed wetlands, which was containing chrysopogon giganoids, it was also analyzed, that wastewater was analyzed before and after. Again here percent removal and reduction is there. You can see that in pH there was negligible, means actually pH was stable, and that is very important. Suppose if it is more acidic and more alkaline also, then also these plants, they can sustain in that waters by adjusting another chemical parameters or components. So then total alkalinity, the removal rate for total alkalinity in control unit, it is about 20.21%, and here in chrysopogon giganoids, that constructed wetland, it is about 20%. Then COD is there. So we can see that in chrysopogon giganoids, the rate has been, means the percent rate has been increased. Here it is about 37.5%. Then BOD in control unit, the BOD values, they were below 2 milligrams per liter. And in domestic wastewater, it was 18 and it got reduced to 11 milligrams per liter. Then the efficiency of chrysopogon giganoids was about 38.88%. Then total solids. Here in control unit, the removal rate of total solids, it is about 39.11%. And here in chrysopogon, it is 17.72. Because what is happening, see, in control unit, you can see in the figures, that last figures were, see here, in this figure, you can see here that in control unit, there is well growth of this chrysopogon giganoids. But here in means early stages, means in early growth stages, then also that chrysopogon giganoids, it is reducing the organic load. Again, we can check for suspended solids also. Then suspended solids by filter media and by these chrysopogon giganoids, it has decreased up to, means it has reduced up to 66.66%. Then chlorides, again, chlorides, they have also reduced. Then phosphates and nitrates. See, in case of nitrates, the rate has been increased, that is 16.66%. And again for phosphates also 6.59%. We can say that in this figure, we can see the graph, how there is comparison between control unit and chrysopogon giganoids, that constructed wetland. Here pH and all these things. In DO means there was negligible in control unit, BOD values. But we can see that whatever suspended solids are there, they are drastically reduced in chrysopogon giganoids, and same is for other parameters also. Then we can conclude. So again, one slide is there for you can see the order of descending order, that for TDS it is more, then in control unit, and for BOD it is less. But in chrysopocon gigenides, all the parameters, they are at some percentage they are removed. And so chrysopocon gigenides, it is very, means it is from the grass family, and it is very well acclimatized. It can acclimatize to the wastewater also, and it can reduce the wastewater organic load, or whatever domestic wastewater load is there, pollutant load is there, drastically. So we can conclude that chrysopocon gigenides is efficient in removing organic load in domestic wastewater from the time period of its early growth stages. Means as the time improves, means time period improves, so we can say that by the growth of these gigenides, there will be drastic changes in the organic load, so it can reduce this content, organic content in the domestic wastewater. So this phytoremediation is the decentralized and cost-effective method. And decentralized means at individual location sources, pollution sources, we can install this, and we can reduce the load on aquatic water bodies. So thank you, sir, for providing, and these are the references which I referred for this paper. And thank you, sir, for giving opportunity to present my work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Smita ma'am. So, second last presentation of this first day of our international conference is solid waste management.
Yes, sir.
From Sonu.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sonu, sir, please go ahead. So we are running out of the time, so please try to conclude within 5 minutes.
Screen is visible, sir?
Yes, 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 it's visible.
My topic is solid waste management, a geographical study of the Rohtak city of Haryana. Municipal solid waste management is one of the primary responsible of the urban local bodies with the rapid pace of urbanization and fast growing economy. The term solid waste, which is usually related to the material generated by the human activities, which is generally undertaken to reduce their effect on the health, ethics, or environment. Hence, the solid waste is characterized with the varied nature depend upon the origin, its source of generation, impacts on human health, their attitudes of other environmental consideration, and its sustainability in terms of extrications. In order to manage this urban problem, various author professional scholars have been given their view on this issue. Our objective of this study is to examine the currently municipal solid waste management practices in the Rohtak city, and second one is to find out the pattern management of the transportation of the solid waste adopted by the municipal corporation of the Rohtak. This is our study area, which is the Rohtak city, which is present in the Haryana. Rohtak city is also known as the administrative headquarters of the Rohtak, and it is located on the National Highway 10 from the 70 kilometers from the Delhi NCRs. And database and methodology. For this study, we used various types of the data and different types of methodology we have used. Firstly, we discuss about the database. The present study has been based on the systematic analysis of primary and secondary data. The collected primary data was based on the field survey. Personal interview has been conducted using the structural questionnaire. The secondary data was collected from the various government, semi-government, and non-government organizations. The background information of the related area, like demographic characteristic, urbanization status, and socioeconomic profile, was compiled from the district census handbook, Haryana statistical abstracts, and various Haryana governmental reports. The population data of the Rohtak city was collected from the census 2011. Methodology. The methodology based on to achieve the objective of our methodology, we use this type of the methodology. First, to achieve the first objective, primary survey was conducted to examine the current municipal solid waste management practices in the Rohtak city. To get the desired result of the objective of the study, examine the solid waste management. Various collection point of the solid waste at various collection center have been surveyed from the various locality of the city. In order to get desired result, a field survey was carried out. The respondent from 150 respondent from the 15 residential area by applying the random sampling techniques. After that, zone-wise solid waste donation has been calculated, and which is calculated by the following formula, like per capita solid waste generation multiplied by total population of the city. To achieve the second objective, visit the municipal office to collect the data about the means of transportation which is used for the solid waste management adopted by the municipal corporation Rohtak city. Various vehicles used to collect the solid waste in the city, like tractors, trolley, auto tippers, single bin dumper placer, and a double bin dumper placer. After that, collection efficiency has been calculated by the following method: B divided by the B divided by the A multiplied by the 100, where is the B is the total collected waste and A is the total generated waste. After that, the waste carrying capacity also calculated, which is the used by the following formula: loading capacity divided by the number of the trip made by the each vehicles. Resultant discussions. The process of the solid waste management is complex, which include the collection, storage, transportation, and disposal of the waste in the landfill sites. Management of solid waste basically depends upon the characteristics of the solid waste. The composition, quantity, and characteristics of solid waste, which assists the chosen the management plan for its management. That municipal corporation Rohtak having a sole responsibility for the operating the solid waste management plant. Composition wise, domestic, industrial, and commercial waste have been collected from the different function area of the city or collected at other model points tabulated as follow. These are the solid waste compositions, which is compositable plastic, paper, glass, inert, leather, textile, and metals, which is shown in the percentage. The highest percentage is the compositable waste are present in the municipal solid waste. Thus, also zone-wise solid waste generation rate also has been calculated for the 2 years, 2020 and 2017. Zone 1, zone first, second, and third. 2020 total percent of zone wise, zone 1 generate the 47.7 solid waste, and the zone and also 2017 50.270% also generated in the solid waste. It is evident that the in 2017 the zone wise solid waste generation rate also increased. After that, the per capita solid waste generation as calculated based on the HIG, high income group category, mid income group category, and low income group category, and also calculate the average of this category. This is shown that the high income group has a highest solid waste generation per capita, which is 575 in grams. These are the map of the solid waste generation. Red indication that the high income group area, yellow indicate that the mid income group area, and LIG means low income group area in green color shown in this map. In the Rohtak city, door-to-door waste collection has performed by the private companies. The labor collects the trash through the tricycle, rickshaw, auto tipper from all the 20 wards. Then the waste of the disposal of the municipal dustbin direct on the landfill site. There, the waste is collected using the cycle, rickshaw, trolley by the municipal corporation. The municipal corporation has 4 types of the vehicles is collected by the transportation, which are the tractor trolley, auto tipper, single bin dumper, and double bin dumper placer. These are the tables which shown the carrying capacity of the vehicle, which is which is calculated by the earlier given the formula. These are the vehicles which are used for the carrying the solid waste in the Rohtak city, which is auto tipper, tractor trolley used for the collection of solid waste, double bin dumper placer, which is the shown in the dumping site. Conclusion: on the basis of the interface drawn from the various empirical study, there are the various points of conclusion which are shown below. The existing number of bins are each zone highly adequate for the account of the waste generation each zone. Due to the non-availability of bins, the large amount of the waste is being decreased in the larger small open dumps. The area serviced by the availability bins varies from 8% to maximum at 33.7%, which is shown in the huge part of the zone deprived by the community bin facility. From this study, the waste generation was estimated to 26 ton per day, which is higher. The medical waste was found in the dumping site, so in the medical waste handling rule are not followed by the followed interest. Therefore, in the present study debate, its limiting the task successfully highlights the study area's solid waste management status. Further, the research has successfully identified the current problem regarding the waste management, the need of the numbers and the allocation committee being that connected to the waste more efficiency. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Last presentation is from Nikhil Teli. Nikhil,
Good
sir, are
evening.
you there?
Good evening, sir. Am I
Yes,
audible?
yes. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. Just a minute. So is my screen visible?
Ah, yes, yes, it's visible.
Just a minute, sir. Sir, I'm not able to make it full screen. Just a minute. Just a minute.
You just scroll down.
Yeah, now it's proper. Okay. So very good evening to respected judges, organizing committee members, and all the participants present over here. My name is Dr. Nikhil Teli, faculty from Viva College of Arts, Commerce and Science, and I'm here to present research topic entitled Biosorption of chromium-6 from aqueous solution using methyl glycine diacetic acid modified leaves of Ficus bengalensis leaf, a sustainable approach. So basically in this research work, we have used leaves of Ficus bengalensis leaf as a green adsorbent. And in order to modify their biosorption potential for removal of hexavalent chromium, we have used methyl glycine diacetic acid, which is readily biodegradable in nature. And hence the approach becomes sustainable one. Now let's start with the introduction part. As we all know that water, a precious resource which sustains all form of life on the earth. But due to rapid expansion in the field of agriculture, commerce, industry, and healthcare sector, tremendous amount of toxic heavy metals are released into the environment, and thus the release of heavy metals into aquatic ecosystem has become a major problem of concern in India over the last few decades. There are so many different conventional methods for heavy metal removals are there, such as chemical precipitation, ultrafiltration, ion exchange, reverse osmosis, electrodialysis, cementation, coagulation, flocculation, and solvent extraction. But if you consider all these techniques are very costly, most of the time ineffective and time consuming. And hence there is a need to find alternate technique which is cost effective, eco-friendly, and gives you maximum efficiency, and thus biosorption comes into the picture. So biosorption can be defined as the removal or binding of desired contaminant from aqueous solution by biological material. Hence, in this research, it is aiming to solve the problem by using low-cost plant-based waste material, that is leaves of Ficus bengalensis leaf we have used as a green adsorbent, and their modification by using biodegradable chelating agent, that is methyl glycine diacetic acid, which is readily biodegradable in nature, in order to increase the sorption potential for removal of hexavalent chromium ions from aqueous solution. Now, this is the methodology that we have followed. First step, that is the preparation of green adsorbent, that is FBMGDA. So initially 50 grams of powder of leaves of Ficus bengalensis leaf treated or added into 200 ml 1% MGDA solution, initially heated at 50 degrees Celsius, liquid fraction discarded, and again powder is heated at say around 60 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. After that, the powder is subsequently washed with double distilled water in order to remove the excess of MGDA. And then the powder is further heated, say around 100 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. And after that, the powder is what you can say dried at 60 degrees Celsius for 48 hours. So this is the procedure that we have followed for FBMGDA preparation. After that, this powder we have used for further studies. Batch biosorption studies were carried out by considering several process parameters such as effect of pH, contact time, temperature, adsorbent dose, agitation rate, and initial chromium ion concentration. Adsorption isotherm studies were conducted with the help of 4 basic adsorption isotherm model, that is Langmuir, Freundlich, DKR, and Temkin adsorption isotherm model. Adsorption kinetic studies were also carried out with the help of pseudo first order, pseudo second order, Lovich and Weber and Morris intraparticular diffusion kinetic model. Thermodynamic studies were conducted with the help of Gibbs free energy, change in enthalpy, and change in entropy values. Desorption studies were carried out with the help of 4 different types of element, that is 0.1 molar NaOH, 0.1 molar H2SO4, 0.1 molar HNO3, and 0.1 molar HCl. And finally, determination of calorific value were carried out with the help of bomb colorimeter before and after chromium-6 adsorption by FBMGDA. Now, this is the result and discussion. Now, table 1 gives you an idea about the optimized parameter. So, the pH range that we have selected, that is from 2 to 10, pH 2 were found to be optimum with the chromium remol of say around 83.649%. Contact time that we have selected, that is 10 to 90 minutes. 90 minutes were found to be optimized contact time with remol of 84.564% of chromium. Temperature that we have selected, that is 10 to 60 degrees Celsius. 60 degrees Celsius were found to be optimum with remol of 89.459% of chromium. Adsorbent dose that we have selected, range is selected, that is 0.1 to 0.6. 0.6 gram were found to be optimum with remol of 84.783% of chromium. Agitation rate that we have selected, a range is 0 to 200 with an interval of 40 rpm. 120 rpm were found to be optimized agitation rate and with remol of 83.790% of chromium. And finally, initial heavy metal ion concentration, the range is 20 to 100 with an interval of 20 ppm. 20 ppm were found to be optimum with remol of 91.120% of chromium. Now, in figure 1, it gives you an idea about the graphical representation of different isotherm model, Langmuir, Freundlich, DKR, and Temkin. Okay, in table 2, you can check the R square value is maximum for Freundlich adsorption isotherm, that is 0.997 as compared to other 3 models. Hence, this adsorption pattern clearly follows Freundlich adsorption isotherm model, and that gives you an idea about the biosorption process is multi-layer. There is a multi-layer adsorption formation, what you can say, take place between adsorbate and adsorbent. In figure 3 gives you an idea about the different kinetic models that we have considered for the study. Pseudo first order, pseudo second order, Lovich and Weber and Morris intraparticular diffusion at pH 2, adsorbent dose is 0.5 gram per 50 ml. Initial chromium ion concentration that we have kept 100 mg per liter. Temperature 30 degrees Celsius and agitation rate is 120 rpm. In table 3, you can check the R square value is maximum for pseudo second order rate kinetic model, that is 0.98946 as compared to other 3 models. So this biosorption mechanism clearly follows pseudo second order rate kinetic model. That indicates the mechanism of this biosorption is chemisorption. That means there is a chemical bond formation between adsorbent and adsorbent take place. Now in figure 4, this graphical representation gives you an idea about what you can say relationship between 1/T and ln Kc, that is basically used in order to determine the thermodynamic parameter. So the graphical representation, the R square value is 0.8719, and if you check the table 4, the Gibbs free energy value is negative, and that indicates spontaneous nature of biosorption. Enthalpy value, that is delta S0 value, is positive, that indicates there is endothermic nature of biosorption, and delta S0 value is again positive, that indicates biosorption proceeded with increased randomness. If you check the figure 5, this gives you an idea about the desorption studies with the help of 4 different elements: 0.1 molar NaOH, 0.1 molar H2SO4, 0.1 molar HNO3, and 0.1 molar HCl. Out of these 4 different elements, 0.1 molar HNO3 gives you maximum desorption efficiency, that is around 76.407% of desorption of chromium. In table 5, the calorific value estimation were carried out before and after chromium adsorption with the help of FBMGDA. So before adsorption, the calorific value is 4019.19, and after adsorption, the value slightly increases, that is 4198.21. So the main aim of carrying out this particular estimation, that is calorific value determination. So whatever waste which is generated after biosorption, that we can channelize in order to obtain or generate energy, and that energy we can channelize in order to generate electricity. Okay, so that was the main aim in order to determine the calorific value. And if you check the range, that is 4019.19 to 4198.21, that is equivalent to E grade charcoal. Now, in conclusion, the removal efficiency of FBMGDA was found to be dependent on all the process parameters that we have considered, that is effect of pH, adsorbent dose, initial chromium ion concentration, temperature, contact time, and agitation rate. The adsorption isotherm study revealed that the adsorption equilibrium data best fitted to friendly model. That means there is a multi-layer, what you can say, adsorption pattern between adsorbate and adsorbent. The sorption process was best described by pseudo second order rate kinetic model. That means the biosorption pattern clearly follows chemisorption mechanism. Thermodynamic study revealed that the biosorption process was endothermic, spontaneous, and proceeded with increased randomness. Desorption study revealed that the maximum desorption of chromium-6 metal ions from chromium-6 loaded FBMGDA was obtained in 0.1 molar HNO3, that is around 76.407%. And it was observed that the calorific value of green adsorbent has significantly increased after metal ion adsorption. Hence, the approach is sustainable in nature, owing to the fact that the green adsorbent as well as the chelating agent that we have used, that is methyl glycine diacetic acid for modification, both are biodegradable in nature. These are the references that we have considered for our research work. Thank you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nikhil sir, for your very nice presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
So here is the end of today's session. So out of around 50 presentations, almost 30 participants have presented their work for today. So I really congratulate to all the participants for your patience, because it's not easy to stay with us, or not easy to stay connected in online mode. Offline mode, it is very easy, but to stay connected through online mode, it is very difficult. So you all are connected with us since 10 o'clock, around 10 o'clock to almost 6 o'clock. So I congratulate to all the presenters who presented their work. And most of the papers are very much insightful and very nice addition into the field of science. So I congratulate to all the participants who presented their work. So I request Dr. Naikwada sir to conclude this today's.
Yeah. Thank you very much, all dear participants, for presenting your nice research, and all the participants have presented their work in a very nice way. All the presentations were very nice one, and yeah, they were also impressive. Not only from the view of the presentation, but also for the research work that was carried out. So, dear participants, now it is my responsibility to give a vote of thanks. So, dear participants, the session of, the chairman of this session was Dr. Hemant Chauhan. Dr. Hemant Chauhan is well known for the research, and he is also DST fellow. He has many projects. He has also completed many major as well as the minor research projects, and he has worked as the chairman for this session. So I would like to thank on the behalf of organizing committee as well as all the participants for his work as a chairman, as well as for the positive remarks to all the participants. Then I would also like to thank all the research persons of the program, then our management members, mainly Dr. Narendra Tendolkar sir, our principal, as well as Sadanand Bhagwat sir, our president of the Devruk Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, as well as all my dear colleagues, and especially you. So dear participants, thank you very much for your valuable support, as well as your presentation and your participation in the conference. So dear participants, today also we will start sharp at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have 3 presentations of resource person, and later on at 12:30 we will start new presentations, that is paper and poster presentations, because on tomorrow we have to complete 51 to 134 presentations. So we are also thinking to use the breakout room in the Zoom. So all the instructions about that will be given on the WhatsApp as well as the Telegram group. So thank you very much, one and all.